Sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation, defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula.
Kali ini 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall 20 Julai 2022 redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham dekat SEM9 tu, jangan selesa sangat kat SEM9 Ham Kalau kau tusu nanti, kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okay, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini tiba-tiba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So, korang buat yang terbaik untuk season ni, okay?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu.
Man, kenapa nak cakap ni? Kau dah tua dah, Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi, Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah yang berguna, Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna, Man. Tolonglah, please lah. Sorry.
So untuk Drax, hati-hati, aku akan lebih daripada korang. Kau ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okay, kepada tim SEM9, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So, kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akad tu kita punya. Korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Kido pula. Nama saya kan Kid. Kenapa nak Kido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga, the King of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad because you are here. We are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada Pasha dan The Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Tak sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang yang rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku centik ponsel kau. Okey?
So saya nak tunjuk kepada tim SEM9, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama. Sebenarnya aku bosan tengok bola kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Tak ya, Mel.
Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni?
10. Brother, is this real or fake?
Apa ni?
Kau dua. Kau dulu lagi ni.
Aku aja aku ikut tu.
Apa ni?
Dia macam binatang.
Terasa bodoh apa benda sekarang ni?
behind you. You go first.
Okay. Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man. Bro, tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Terus
Snack.
Buah apple. Rasa macam kertas kot.
Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove. Taruh tangan, mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air.
Lah! Tajam gila, takut.
Can we redo?
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Like, I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this?
Nenas. Okay guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello guys, my name is Knight from GEEK.
Hai, nama saya Drake. Saya daripada tim SMG. Hai, saya Rip dari Exis Red One.
Hai, saya Guza. Saya dari PMPL.
Saya Bosskurr daripada tim DBD.
Hello guys, saya Ricky daripada Dingoz Esports.
Hai, saya Bravo daripada tim Farang Guerilla. Hello guys, I'm Yoodo from Genexus.
Hello guys, saya Ayam Pro dari HomeBois.
Hello everyone, I'm Bigger from HYVE International.
Hai, saya Iftar dari tim MAB Esports.
Hi, my name is Iris and I'm from Team MUGEN.
Hi guys, my name is Rizal from Team RSG.
Saya Zubi daripada Team MAB.
Hi, I'm Deb from Team 9. Hi, saya Frankie daripada Tabah NSEA.
Hai, nama saya Aboy dari Tim Bosskurr.
Hello, I'm Kate from Team Secret.
Hai, saya Olio daripada Yoodo Alliance.
Hello guys, nama saya Pemburu. Saya daripada Team Forever.
Kami berharap untuk mendapatkan champion pada season kali ini.
For this season, kita orang akan rampas balik piala kita orang dekat Forever.
This season, I'm confident that Team 9 will break the curse and play in PMPLC.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang akan pegang title champion kita orang.
Untuk musim ini, saya akan bawa balik piala untuk tim Farang Guerilla.
So our target for next season is to become the champion and to qualify to PMPC.
For this upcoming tournament, I'm expecting that my team will perform much better than the last PH representative last season.
Untuk season ni, tim MAB akan cuba rebut piala untuk bawa ke Gaming House.
For this upcoming PMPL MY Speed, we're gonna bring back our champion trophy back to the Gaming House.
We will try to be the first SG team to make it to the C stage.
Untuk 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, DBD akan dapatkan piala tu bawa balik.
For 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, you will try to get back trophy back in Season 3 Grand Finals.
Kami akan cuba untuk membawa balik piala itu ke Gaming House kita orang.
Untuk season kali ini, kami nak menang.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan target PMGC sebab kita orang dah yakin dengan line-up kita orang.
Untuk season ni, kita orang cuba dapatkan trofi untuk HomeBois.
Untuk PMPL season kali ini, kita orang akan cuba bawa trofi dalam rumah MAB Esports.
Kami harapkan untuk membawa balik piala PMPL kali ini ke Negeri Sembilan.
PMPL kali ini kami akan bawa balik trofi untuk tim Bosskurr.
Kali ini korang jangan lupa tengok kita orang merampas takta atau trofi daripada Forever.
Long live Alliance.
Still moving under gunfire.
Secret fighting.
Dimambil tim MAB. We are the boss.
Your game, your play. Team 9 on fire.
GG,
Aussie.
MUGEN langgar.
MAB, bring it on.
HomeBois family.
Genexus, all the way up. Rise with us.
Once a geek, always a fan.
Dingoz created to conquer.
Exist Red One, kita ganas.
Play with pride!
Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
To all of the HYVE International fans, thank you for the non-stop support and we will do our best to be at least make the Filipinos proud.
Jangan lupa saksikan 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Keep supporting us. We'll see you guys at 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Untuk fans, thank you sebab support kita orang. And jangan lupa support kita orang dekat 2022 MYSGPH Fall. Alright, bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they started speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na.
UI.
Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, UI, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At UI, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng
Malapit, Geek Fam. Kanyang secret pala kanina. Pero right now, UI goes for a spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko.
Mako! Tatlong teams. Great VIP, Dingoz and GEEK Fam. UI managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the question. Needs to work this out. It's Kido. Managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban. It's Kido.
Neo Speed awakens. Realme, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hip-fire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
awakens. Real me, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hipfire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the Season Rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Sejauh mana Unlimited boleh pergi? Selamat datang ke The Unlimited Theory. Jamal suka main game. Jadi, kami nak tengok berapa lama dia boleh main game dengan plan Unlimited Yoodo.
Weh, satu game lagi? Bila nak habis?
Yoodo Unlimited. Ubah soal segalanya, tiada batasan.
Week here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, and we are finally back. It's Keith here alongside with me, Contra, as your storytellers for the entirety of the evening. And man, it feels good to be on the scene again.
I know, man. We've been waiting one entire week for our other duos to wrap things up here on the table. Now we have our fun. Now we get a chance to see all the actions unfold right in front of us. A lot of news can be made. I guess one of the headlines, a little bit a week old now, but HYVE is back.
That's right, and you can see GEEK Fam is currently on top of the table. Let's see whether they can maintain it throughout the week, though, because we've seen some fury action from the rest of the competition as well. And of course, with that being said, we also want to welcome you guys on board. If you guys are tuning in for the very first time, all this is brought to you by our official smartphone partners, Realme, as they are the world's fastest growing smartphone brand, as they have introduced us its latest gaming powerhouse, the GT Neo 3, the Neo Speed Awakens. And with that, it comes with a dual gaming level flagship. It boasts outstanding power efficiency that feature a lot of all these great things, all packed in one amazing phone. And with that, you have that MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and dedicated display chipset.
Yes, and also I would like to give a shout out to one of the main sponsors here, the official digital telco, that is Yoodo. Go switch to Yoodo now and play PUBG Mobile for free. See the QR code right on the screen. If you're fast enough, if you really are a acclaimed gamer yourself, make sure you flip it up and scan the QR code, get into the game, switch on to Yoodo as fast as you can, because that's what it's all about. It's all about speed. As you can see, the Realme GT Neo 3 is also boasting on its performance with its dual chip. So everything has to happen on the fly and get onto the action real fast, which is what we're trying to bring you today as well. Trying to get to the action, the best part of things.
Yeah, and the best things in life always comes in for free, and Yoodo has definitely got you guys covered, so make sure you check that out. And if you guys miss out on that QR code, it will pop up on your screen throughout the rest of the show, so don't really worry about that. And of course, we also have to thank our official live stream partners as well, TikTok, as you guys can be the one with the challenges. Now, let's take a look at the format real quick. So what do we have here, Keith?
Well, based on the format, we can see that the Country League is going to happen for at least, I think, now 3 weeks, right? Now that 1 week is already done, maybe 2 more left to play. 5 matches every single day for, well, about 5 days in a week as well, right? Or was it 6? My math is pretty wonky, but as you can see, we're down Wednesday to Sunday for the Country League itself. Weekly top 12 teams for Livik. That one's happening only on the Sunday. It's an extra map here. Top 16 of the overalls will get to make their way onto the country finals. The Friday to Saturday, there's 6 matches a day over the weekend.
That's right. If you are brand new to the PUBG Mobile esports scene, this is the point system that we'll be utilizing for the teams that are battling throughout every single match. So Chicken Dinner will award the team with 15 points, second place with 12, 10 for third, and as you can see, the numbers dwindle down with a -2. The lower your placement is going to be, and from 13th to 16th, they don't walk away with any points, and therefore every elimination will matter, and they can stack those numbers up to see if they can match it up, and it's a possible $150,000 US.
Whopping number, and well, it all boils down to their bonus points at the end of the day. If they're looking to get a huge pie of the 150K here, weekly bonuses will be awarded each week for the weekly rankings, with the league bonus awarded for the overall stage, and the total bonus will be the weekly bonus plus the league bonus point, hence math, right?
A lot of math.
And so take a look at the placement right now. At number 1, you get a total bonus points of 20, and it dwindles down again, tapering 1 point at a time, all the way down to 1 point only and the 20th spot. So if you can hold that #1 position for, well, majority of your entire run, that's going to give you a good head start comes the country finals.
That's right. We have a lot of familiar faces here in this brand new season. Let's start off with Group A with HomeBois, Team Bosskurr, Team Secret, as well as Team HYVE, all gathered in one. While we have Group B, Dingoz, GEEK Fam, MAB Esports, as well as Team SMG. And in Group C, we got Yoodo Alliance, RSG, Tabah NSEA, as well as Crit VIP.
Yeah, and coming in Group D, we have Genexus, Axis Esports, Don't Break Dreams, and MUGEN, all the way from Singapore. And Group E, I missed it, 4 rivals, Sem9, and the rest of the boys, well, with HYVE itself, yeah.
That's right. Now, these are the teams to look out for this brand new week. They've started off really well, as these are your top 4 teams. We got GEEK Fam here with a stellar start. Look at the damage numbers. You can tell that they've been reaping rewards every single map. That's an average of like, what? If you're telling me 1,200 damage being done in the map, that's like 12 points, even without the chicken dinner. Now, of course, there's going to be a lot of things that we'll be taking our eyes onto. And Team Secret, they are in a phenomenal form with a revamped roster as well, so it's exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, don't let this bore you to death here. Just take a look at the action on screen. GEEK Fam just getting kills after kills. The target crosshair is on point, just taking people out. They're doing the numbers, and this is why they're right now as a top contender. Snipes with the 1v1. Micah even catches a snake in the grass. They are farmers here in Sanhok himself, which is technically the role you want to be. And so, snipes on sniper, that's a first.
That's right, and we talk a lot about Yuhai joining GEEK Fam overall, but Damroot is also in his prime form, and it doesn't seem like he has ever lost his form for a couple seasons now, and there was epic battles out there. It was fights between GEEK Fam as well as Dingoz, and they are still fighting against each other to see who really comes up on top, and I hope that we continue to see this in week 2.
Ooh, that DBS there, that's a good sight to behold here, as well, GEEK Fam just taking up majority of the highlights. Now finally we can see the second in competitor, that is Team Secret, like you mentioned, has gotten a revamp. They have decided to shift Matoy, one of the legendary players in Southeast Asia, onto the coach role, and it seemed to be working well and out for them. So one would even argue or speculate that maybe because of the language barrier, things aren't as seamless as they hoped to for the couple of seasons now, and with this change coming in, with now Fredo coming in as the in-game leader, it's been nothing but up and up.
That's true, and you can see that they have huge firepower in their arsenal with the addition of, you know, Izane has already come in for past season, and then you have all these new names on board as well. But overall, I just love how they've been performing. As you can see, highlights after highlights, every single player on board in this team has been able to show up, and Izane is the guy that you want to look at. Now, let's take a look at that weekly bonus ranking. So we don't have to do the math because they've already done it for us. So because GEEK Fam is already the #1 spot, they will be awarded with that 200-pointer. And you can see the numbers will go all the way down. So we got Team Secret in second place, Dingoz, Sem9, as well as Team HYVE. Now, this is what's interesting to me. Team HYVE, last season, they were barely hitting the top of the table, and things have been looking phenomenal for them.
Well, I did have a little bit of discussion or banter with the members of Team HYVE, and they are not really too comfortable just yet, just because if history repeats itself, they always have a good first week and then it dwindled down. So Team HYVE has to break a curse here. They have to maintain themselves in the #1 spot. Teams to focus on coming in Sanhok so far in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall is SMG coming up in #1 with a 35 rank points, 20 elimination points, total damage of nearly 3,000 here, and the average survival time, I wouldn't say it's the longest because that one goes to the side of GEEK Fam, who is at only at #2, 30 rank points accumulated, 25 elimination points, and, well, total damage, 5k, the highest so far.
Yeah, and take a look at Yoodo Alliance as well. Although they may not have the highest of those points, so they ended week 1, maybe in not the fashion that they wanted to, but they've been attempting Fate many a times, especially in that early game, and hopefully things will improve from here on, because you know that these players have already gotten so much of the wealth of experience from sea level and international play. It's time for them to bounce back up, but these are today's matches as we will start things off in Sanhok.
Yes, always like the curveball to start things out here, you know, demotivate a little bit of these teams here before we actually get into the competitive maps, that is Erangel and Miramar. That will be happening after Sanhok, but first, let's not count the eggs before they're hatched here. Sanhok is up next for our first game of the day. Do you have any predictions on who might get this chicken dinner? And just the disclaimer here, it's not favoritism because this Sanhok is such a random map, you can't tell. I'm just throwing a dart on the board.
I feel like every season we try to attempt like all these sort of predictions, and there's only that 1% that we could get it right. I'm going to be backing it on Team Genexus. But before that, of course, we got a lot of great things to share with you guys because we will want all the players here to unite as Blackpink returns to PUBG Mobile for the first time. First ever in-game concert, the virtual, and of course, we got a special track for you guys, Ready for Love, exclusively here.
Yeah, it's happening again on the 30th and the 31st. I believe the first one happened on the 23rd and 24th, which did happen on ground. A bunch of people showed up. I've seen the content on their social media here, but you can go on again and catch this one once it's out. I guess, you know what they say, you blink and you miss, so you don't want to miss out on this one. Blackpink x PUBG Mobile.
you got me right there. And of course, you get a little bit of sneak peek at Ready for Love music video here. And of course, on top of that, we also have a brand new set for you guys to check out. It's the Royal Pass M13 with the Mega Sanctum set. Just look at how cool you could possibly look in game. This is a hard flex if you could basically carry some of these weaponry and basically dab on your opponents if you were to take him down.
Yeah, I noticed a trend coming out from PUBG Mobile here. It seems like every season they're slowly phasing things into a more alienistic aesthetics here. Remember when they had that collaboration with one of the games before this? It was Warframe, it was alien-esque as well. This kind of resembles a little bit of that too.
That's true, and I just love that every single season we get something really cool. So make sure you guys keep playing the game with your friends and of course have a blast of time as we're going to be having a whole lot of fun all together. And today, first, we've talked about predictions. I did mention Genexus early on, and looks like you didn't have to say a word. I just have to look at the screen and, okay, give me a reason. Why Sam9?
So I think Sam9's got it because, number one, the boys are back.
Okay.
Number one, 7-9, the boys are back. Number two, Sanhok is kind of, I think, their domain. I know where they're going to drop. And usually, even when I saw the games that were played out in the first week, people, if they had the choice to either swim across to that island or just play by the edge of the islands before that, the Alpha Islands instead, they avoid 7-9's territory. So there's something to be said here. You know what they say, fear is a good indicator on how or where you are. If you're somewhere in life, people fear you at some point.
True enough, but then again, you're talking about veteran players that have been able to scrim each other on almost a daily basis. It's like you kind of have a lot of practices to try to counter some of their attacks, but then again, we also do have names that are brand new to this season, especially from the PH representative, HYVE International. Though week one seemed to be a little bit of a struggle, I have been able to have that privilege to talk to not only the owner as well as the players. Like, I actually know some of these guys because back in the early days of PUBG Mobile, these players, some of them have been able to play on an international stage before, but of course, with that sort of dynamics, now that you're pitting them against probably one of the hardest leagues in the world, so I think it's all about adaptation to get themselves where they need to be. What are your thoughts on HYVE International, though?
Well, I think HYVE has got a lot of history, right? But it is as it is. It is a history. Now let's try and bring that momentum over to the future and maybe even the current present. Because right now they're down in the 18th spot. They're looking like they've had better days.
Yeah,
looking worse for wear right now.
I believe this could be a better week for them now.
Yeah, we have to hope so because, the whole debut of Philippines coming into the MYSG League and forming the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, we're expecting to turn things, take it up a notch when it comes to competitive
scene here. So HYVE International representing Philippines has got to step up and show it off here, since they are the ones representing the Pacific Islanders.
No, right. Well, speaking of Pacific Islands, we're going to be diving into Sanhok in less than a minute. So get excited, people, as we are about to see some epic action between all these teams from Group B, C, D, as well as E. And if you're wondering which teams are not playing in this match, it's going to be HomeBois, Team Secret, Team Bosskurr, as well as Team HYVE. So for now, I guess some of the worries from other teams on the rampaging form of Team Secret, will they continue to storm on? Well, at least they start off on a good note. Like, you can get a little bit more warm-up inside of Sanhok. And speaking of which, I believe it's about time, Keith. We're about to take this flight.
Yeah, we're about to take a flight across the islands of Sanhok, where, well, the paddy fields seems more greener on the other side here. Yeah, but Group A will be missing out on this one. We will move on without them. All shed our tears later on because they count their blessings. They're missing out on this one. Sanhok is up. First match of the day, Group B, C, D, E.
You know, the addition that I really like to this new season is that this plane is now escorted by 2 helicopters. Like, my question is there reasoning behind it?
I believe so. You want to hear my theory around it? It's a headcanon.
All right.
It's a headcanon. All right. Ready for this, viewers? You're going to be amazed. So, the whole reason why we can watch PUBG Mobile in the third person in a bird's eye view, it's because those cameras, I mean, those helicopters are camera crews.
Don't they have, like, those M4s to shoot them down?
Well, they don't see them. See, that's the alien technology.
Fair.
The camouflage up in the sky.
Oh my goodness, we're starting off on a high note here. HYVE International launching attacks against Genexus. It's a 1-for-1 as they take down Xiaoboy. But he's still limping on the ground. Luyu is going to be going for the save. They lose blank instantaneously. But HYVE, they're controlling from the top end of the boot camp, and therefore, the Genexus is hugging by the corner, and Vigor's already butting right in. He gets Xiaoboy once more. Vigor just making magic happen, and the Genexus slowly having things crumbling down. Vigor gets picked up. Here comes the jump shot coming from Luyu. First touchdown, and Tyra will be able to find one more. He goes in for the switch. Unfortunately, HYVE International will not continue their run in Game 1.
I guess just to echo you, they started off at a HYVE note here, down in 16. But they did do decent damage. They took out Biu, which is one of the star players coming in from Genexus. Although arguable, since Loyu and Long are kind of the ones to look out for. But we'll see what they can do, what this in-game leader can contribute from the graves here. Meanwhile, we're looking at RSG, who's up against another team within Compound, very close to each other. Might even look to push onto HYVE Esports. Surely, it's a bad idea. They don't know that, but Axis is already in prime position. Spots out one person from the rotation. They have an idea. Axis, they're playing this one slow. Who makes the first fall is going to pay the price, surely. Hey Noob has got the nades all cooked up. Tossed one forward. Does not click. That will be RSG counting their lucky stars for now.
And there was a banter going on between Genexus as well as RSG, and they just got to show up this time around. RSG have yet to receive a chicken dinner from week 1. Axis now trying on, but Haynu gets picked on immediately as they enter the door, storming their way right through. They will be able to find one more, but Ranger goes in for a knockdown. He gets it down, and RSG will pummel their way through. Looking for Rip, the final member remaining. He has the nade, he has the nade. He lobs it right onto his own room, and he makes a walk out of it. He could have actually done an all-tree.
Yeah, and take his friend out of the process too, but what? Clutch it! Whoa! Riff, my God, this man! Again, not a man, a machine. This man, Axis Esports, they won this. It was an unwinnable fight. RSG! Oh boy, they'll be kicking themselves into the coffin with that one. It was so close. They had all the advantage in the world, but one Riff, one snake in the grass, stick him up onto the back end. And
my goodness.
Yeah, congratulations, Axis.
It looks like he didn't need a nade after all. That DBS, I'm telling you, is a weapon to be feared throughout any close compound fight. And I guess the statement by Xiaoboy remains to be clear that RSG, they now will remain there as it is.
but of course they will definitely improve. But that was a fight.
Yeah.
That could have easily been won by RSG. They just have to pick Riff, but Riff was just so sneaky on the attack.
Man, no, it was a 1v1 too. I think partially you kind of have to say RSG whiffed that one because they had 2 members alive against the one of Riff. Riff was so close, but the last bullet just did not connect. And I guess that's where the double barrel shotgun comes in play in close quarter, right? Because when things gets rough and intense, a bigger crosshair and a bigger spread of fire is more likely going to connect than whatever weapon RSG was holding at the given point in time. So Crit VIP seems to learn that one. Those deaths do echo into their ear, have a double barrel shotgun of their own. And they are also a team, formerly known as VIP and formerly known as Evil's VIP. Currently now with a brand new name, Crit VIP. What do you have on them?
Well, Crit definitely is a really stellar organization. They started out a couple of years ago with another FPS PC title, and they've definitely made a name for themselves, right? And now investing into PUBG Mobile is a really sensible move, and they've also picked up a lot of brand new names along with the former team Evo's VIP. Now they've added Bebang, who's been this really young prodigy that a lot of teams has been scouting out for, and with the addition of Churchill Answer, also known as T-Rex, I think they're on a good start at the very least, but they definitely need more if they really want to last into the top 16 of the league, Singaporean as well as the Filipino finals.
Well, we'll now see LMCD Blue versus Red here as Team SMG, that's Jenny, getting knocked out from Xiaoboy. From the far side, Noyu as well, just crossing fires here with his teammate, making it super difficult for the likes of SMG to even leave that compound. Surely they're not in a hurry, they're not pressured by the zone or the circle, or I might have missed that one out. But four rivals on the other hand, they're not doing too hot.
Yeah, but they're also trying to go in for a third-party pickoff here against Team SMG, knowing that a few of these players are down. Loki being spotted out, but he's getting tagged out instead.
So sharp eyes coming out from Genexus. I mean, we've already known how sharp they are since their debut back in the season before this over in spring. Now showing up again, big time. Really, this team is something to look out for. I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of time until organizers pick them up, their entire roster. But the question becomes, do you really want to, keep the name Genexus back in a background again? Because I feel that they might just go independent, and they're doing well for themselves so far.
Well,
they're not slowing down.
I gotta say, Genexus has been there from the get-go before, Bilbo was even in Team Secret. This is the name that he chose to keep, and of course, it's a legacy, I tell you that. And everybody still loves and respects him all so much, and you could tell that this guy, he's aiming for titles. He's not just here to have fun in every single season. And now with the addition of Xiaoboy, it definitely looks really good. It amps up the firepower and the recovery rate for Genexus. After that battle inside boot camp, you can see they were still pressing on the attack, even with one member being lost. So I would say HYVE International, they did a really great job in that early game, but they just couldn't shut them out. And I think other teams also have that same difficulty against them.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a matter of time until they fight against or meet up against the likes of Genexus trying to trade bullets here. Meanwhile, GEEK fam, the team that is currently on top, I guess I would even argue they are the most consistent teams now, coming in from, I think, earlier of this year. Just stellar performance from them. Even last year, actually, late last year, the second half of the split, they've been making a name for themselves for consistently winning or at least ending up in the top 5 position. And right now, looking like they have the highest of probability to do so again.
Yeah, and after all, it's GEEK fam that has a great organizational structure, and you can tell that players like Damroot has been extremely hardworking. I think the last time that I talked to their coaching staff and also people behind the scenes, like Damroot, it's that one player that will basically train even past scrims. He will just continuously train and then ask the coach, like, what else do I need to do? You need players like this in every single team, if you can get one. To get one is not easy, though.
I mean, yeah, I would just put that onto the traditional workforce. Where do you find an employee who wants to do things, who wants to do things
When they get
nowadays,
paid
right?
well, of course.
Everyone's like a penny on a dollar right now. I'm not doing this because it's way above my pay grade. When you know, who comes first, chicken or the egg? Maybe you could argue that a good salary gets them going, but maybe they earn for it.
Yeah,
like Damroot, like he earns for it.
If they want the money, then go ahead and get that #1 spot. I mean,
Exactly.
we're talking about a big chunk out of that 150K of US dollars. Not even talking about conversions yet. Like, that's going to at least settle you for, I don't know, more than a good half of a year, man. Like, if you split it with your teammates.
Probably
half.
Yeah.
Probably half. That's why we have 2 splits, right? So you're going to settle down for the entire year. And if you go international, sure, a lot more money on board. And this is the kid that I was talking about, Bebeng. As he is yet to make any sort of approaches here. Same goes to the rest of Crit VIP. Mugen's going to be on the outskirts as well. This is Sanok, after all. I guess, like, this is one part that I don't entirely miss. Like, players just basically haggling outside of the play zone, like, is trying to get as much loot as possible. Sure, it's a legitimate way for them to last into the late game, but I'm a type of player that I prefer reaching into a spot that I could basically play out first, get all the information I need, and if I get additional points from taking others out, I'll take that any given day, because when you're playing from the outskirts, you have almost close to zero information of the whereabouts of the other teams, and that is always a huge risk to take.
Talking about information, some of these teams are working on assumptions right now. Look at that. Look at Paradise. Everyone's just staying away because it's safe to assume someone else is in there when literally there's no one in it for this current time and being. Sem9 finally makes a way across, playing it very passively. I mean, they did spawn up towards Hatin. That is their area. It's a small swim across here. I think Crit VIP might just stab Dingoz in the back, or was it Farang? Sometime in the bottom right area of the map. So a lot of these teams are finding their way well within circle. So far, it is only the second circle of the entire game. So still plenty of room to go around here. But soon, when it does go into the 5th, maybe even 6th circle, then this town ain't big enough for all of us.
Well, that reminds me of a song, but I'm not going to get there. Okay, anyways.
You have time.
Yeah. Are they big enough, though, is the question. So, MAB Esports, they're going to be taking a huge control over the core sector. Meanwhile, Riff still straggling out and about. And not only did he survive, he managed to also revive one of his teammates. So, Axis will now tie the points up against Genexus, each with 4 pointers to start off with. But instead, Axis working with 2, while Genexus with 3. And on the opposite side, seems like Micah already spotted a little bit more of a movement on the other end. And whether or not if Malix is going to pull the trigger is not going to be the case. He's all alone, though. The rest of Farang kind of spread out, and this is always going to be really risky. And Micah spots him moving off in that bike, and luckily enough, one more bullet out of Mika's chamber, kind of whiffed right there, and Farang stays alive.
Yeah. Well, Farang right now, I guess, consider himself lucky. I'm not too sure. Like this team used to be like the underdog with the champions of the people, right? They're the community champions here, and they've been stellar for like the past season. But ever since all their players got absorbed into these tier 1 organizations here in MY themselves, right now, it looks like they are a shell of their former self, and let's hope that my statement to that is wrong, because I want to see the people's champion rise up to the occasion again. And same can be said with 4 rivals, although across the board, they look like an extremely stacked team. Now with Voki going aside with Bamburu, April, we've seen this lineup before, but unfortunately, just not showing up too hot just yet in week number 1. This is redemption week though for them, and we have like another week after this. So they have a chance to rise up for the occasion. Will they do so here in Sanhok? I guess we'll find out.
I feel like 4 Rivals as a team in general just pack a punch in everything that it has to offer. And yes, they may not have really gotten the best out of week 1. I still believe that they are at least top 16 material, right? And with this sort of circle shifting back into the boot camp territory, it's the Genexus playground. Overall, across, just take a look at the current position. The Genexus is over on that hill where they could basically have a 360 wide view across any other teams that want to pass by. And since they already stuck in that corner, they couldn't really move all about, but they did spot out Yuhai. He has to go in for a quick recovery, while overall Team SMG, they still have all 4 members out there, and GEEK Fam now have a little bit of a roadblock here. They can't seem to approach inwards into that bootcamp territory, so they just have to play through the outskirts on the hills.
Castle on the hill, they say. You build one up there and make sure nobody gets in or out. Sem9 now, Lord Harm. Here, my lord, up on the hill.
Wow.
Tries
he
to
gained the title in the season?
I know. And it was a season
might be that old school hair that he's rocking. That's why.
No, there's just no justification for it.
Then they're
how'd you
partying
get
like,
Lord?
Like Lord Lancelot?
Well,
like,
you need to be bestowed by a queen, right? And for him to be bestowed, I would give him a benefit
maybe he
of the
found a
doubt.
girlfriend.
Maybe esports players can get bestowed by the queen, but they have to do well, which isn't the case for Sem9 last season. But this season, though, maybe he can legitimize the Lord under his name. Tabah NSEA is one of those standout.
Oh, boy.
Oh, and he's going to show him here. Missed it with the BBS here. Now going in 1v1 by the corner. Seems like it's not enough, but it will do the job. Rush. No hesitation, rushes in and takes one out from Sem9.
I just love that he just basically took his time right there. Like with that S12K, you're supposed to end it in 2 shots, right? And he's like, with 1, it's okay. Take 2, take 3, take 4. And Harm definitely got into Harm's way. So as we carry on, we still have 50 players on board on Sanhok. Teams are just taking it easy here on Phase 3, but we have expected that most of the fights will happen from Phase 5 or even Phase 4 onward. So it's all about securing territory.
Oh,
and
no.
VIP crashes right in, and they will go in for the challenge as they take out 1 member out of the DBD. It's going to be Jimmy, but the rest are on the upper floor. Can they manage to get there in time, though?
Well, it's left 2 now. They have to pull the impossible. Actually, 3 members still alive. Akko gets one. Yen with the nade, though. Clips onto Crit VIP, and more member, XMZ, the captain, now on his knees. Insomnus left alive with Razor in the corner and Bebang. So they're all still in fighting condition, just not in great health. And now DBD actually pushes in, gets Razor in the process. Now trades onto Bebang by the corner. Nowhere left to run or hide, and that will be Crit. In critical condition, only 1 member left to play the game, Insomnus.
I felt like that was too rowdy of an attempt when they were to move into this direction of that 1 door. Sure, they got that first pick off, but speaking of a pick off, I guess I have to hold that top for now. As Dingoz Esports, they're about to approach the situation, especially with them withered down. This is going to be a lot easier to do, but then again, Blue Zone's approaching as well. Hiddo will lead the charge from the outskirts.
Oh, no.
Ricky dropping in a grenade. That's looking pretty good. They have to form for their life. But for now, DBD, they're still hanging on in the same exact compound of the room. Hiddo just tossing every single utility, and they're just about to infiltrate, but somehow Blast his own teammate. This is not looking all too good. Hiddo does get the drop, at the very least, with the Molotov being expended, and GEEK Fam goes toe-to-toe, face-to-face against Farang Esports. Yuhai stands alive, and the rest of GEEK Fam will crush the likes of Farang.
And it's not over just yet, Dingoz. It's Kiddo. Trades one again, and that would be it. DBD, don't break dreams, just have their dreams shattered. Now 14th place, they will have to bow out in Sanhok, and just for unfortunate reasons, because of the fight they took against Crit VIP that notified the scavengers, that is the Dingoz, the wild wolf from Australia.
It's just amazing how the rest of GEEK Fam has made their way into bootcamp. Sure, they took that fight against Farang, and they managed to at least keep majority of their members alive, which is definitely great news. But from those hills, there was a lot of open space. Why did Farang not punish them? And take a look at that.
Look at that.
Directly inside boot camp. They will have to face off against Genexus though. Meanwhile, another fight break loose. It's really Sam9 here, needing to at least go in for a quick save while they still have members from the outskirts. Utra, possibly the saving grace of the team. Depp does get one though.
Oh, that's so cool.
They are both in the pickle, and that blue zone's really gonna hurt from here on. The Nexus just right below Yuhai. Doesn't think that Yuhai has a clue.
Oh no.
But Bosskurr does.
He might toss the nade. It's perfect into the window. It catches Yuhai. He's low, but not dead. And just, yeah, but Lung, he's got the info. Laying on the underpass here. Lung is trying to bide some time. Maybe even let Yuhai make the mistake of rushing upwards. Meanwhile, let's take a look at SMG as they're trying to gun down the likes of 4 Rivals. And Slung, he got Yuhai. Yuhai made the mistake.
He ran in the same compound, just right below him. So that was basically easy picking. He just delivered it over onto the rest of the Dingoz.
Oh no.
Is moving right in as well. To Nexus now being sandwiched in between. GeekFam now stands a little bit more chance. Kiddo brings out the barrel. M72, and we're going to see whether or not if he gets anything with this. He's already picked off 2 though. And GeekFam, they're on the center stage. Yuhai still on his way of getting revived. Somehow not being targeted by Lung. So it's a great recovery to Nexus. Falls back instead. And GeekFam, now we have two splits going on from the center ground, and Kiddo's just lobbing nades after grenades, hoping to catch one.
This is not good for the likes of GeekFam. They're being sandwiched right now. Nexus know where they are, and Dingoz has only got info on the likes of GeekFam. That is their only opponents right in front of their eyes right now. And, well, GeekFam in quite of a sticky situation, will be pressured to the brim. This is where champions are made or break in this situation here, as you can, you know that in a stalemate, Mexican standoff, he who makes the first move will suffer the fake here. Meanwhile, 4 Rivals moving up onto SMG, picks one out. Has got Jenny from the far side. Surely he saw that. That was a jumping animation.
Jenny ain't got no blocks right here. He has to find a better alternative, though. They're not exactly in the circle, and the rest of the 4 Rivals squad is just moving right in. They're slowly bleeding out to the blue, but they need to find a little bit more of a cover space for themselves. April doesn't even have time to recover. Appy goes in for a shot, picks one out from the team SMG, and SMG covers it right back. Appy goes down as well. 2-member down for the count for 4 Rivals, and I don't think there's time for the save. Adik Luke chimes in, and there's only going to be drags up those kills for Team SMG, and the one over on the far end as well. GeekFam, how are they surviving? They still have 4 members, and they're slowly picking onto members of Dingoz. Grenade clips onto Ate. Tries to trade back. Yuhai now another falling grenade. He does get the damage true. Ate doesn't really seem like he has much more utils left on this. He's only down to bandages, and his days pretty much numbered. He goes out for a run, running into the arms of Genexus as well. Genexus does not see him though. Ate just hiding on the edge.
Well, he's trying to pull a clutch here, or at least try to at least. That is the key element. But Genexus is perched up over any sort of overcommittal coming out from GeekFam will be heavily punished. But I can't say the same for the like of Dingoz here. They're inching closer to Genexus, and that's no better deal out of this bargain. Dingoz, Ate left alone, a cornered dog. Well, you know what they said about cornering a wounded animal. He is going to bite back hard. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance has eyes onto the bootcamp compound. Might even do some poking from the outside.
Yeah, these guys are like Wolverines, though. Like, sure, they are a beast, but then again, like, they recover really quickly, though. Just look at the number of players that are still left. This is phase 6, and we still have 25 of them. 11 teams still on board. Sure, some of them are only left with 1 on the count, but take a look at that. HYVE Esports also moving into the bootcamp compound. Adik Luke finds another one. And MAB Esports, they will be deterred from entering the circle. And it's 11th place finish with no elimination points. While Snipes, he spots the movement coming from Axis. And RedONE, the next one to fall out. Yoodo Alliance still has those numbers. They managed to pick 4 out. They just have to continue to run by hook or by crook. And the circle is going directly on the outskirts of the bootcamp.
Yeah, Yoodo Alliance, 4 Rivals found. Yoodo Alliance, actually, 4 Rivals not part of this situation. GEEK Fam gets a shoot onto Genexus. That would be majority of their member, if not the entirety of them. Down for the count here. I believe there probably one more player by Yoodo Alliance. They are in better positions compared to the rest. GEEK will burn out to the blue zone. And Anik Luke is just preventing any sort of measures to get out of there. They're in a comfortable situation. They're in impenetrable fortress. It's a turret. They're a turret right now, and it's gunning things down one after another. 5 teams left remaining. Tabah NSEA, full members, actually 1 member already did.
Now there's only 4 teams remaining in a blink of an eye. Like, that's less than a minute. 11 turned to 4, and here goes Anik Luke. Knowing that there is some players out there on the grass that he needs to pick off. Mango only playing the healing game, down to only 3 first aid kit. I don't think that he'll be able to last it out to the top 2 at the very least. Lu's doing exactly the same. 2 packed. At least this is a little bit more doable, but he spots out the rest of Tabah NSEA. He can do some damage, but he is also the last man standing for Genexus.
Well, that's the last of his meds. He has to shoot out. Takes in some kill points here. Elimination, that will be 1 member. That's Flex OP. That is 1 man down and 1 less, one less manpower to try and push onto the likes of Yoodo Alliance, who has got the shed well within circle, and eyes are out from all sides as Yoodo Alliance will secure their chicken dinner here, week number 2 in Sana.
And there you have it, first chicken dinner claim by none other than Yoodo Alliance. As we give up for our boys that have been able to trample on their opponents here in match 1.
Oh my god. Yeah, these, I was looking at these faces and I was wondering, why do they look so familiar? These were the community champions. These were the hearts for the people themselves. It's the former Farang legends back then. Now Yoodo Alliance, they are colored in green, and right now, greed is good. You know what they say about the green eye devil? It's all about being greedy, and that's exactly the attitude you need in a game of Battle Royale, as they stood their ground, knowing the advantage, shot everyone down with no remorse, claiming themselves the chicken dinner, which they will celebrate so very nicely.
Yeah, we take a look back at the highlights of match 1 right here. We start off on a stellar attempt by HYVE International to basically annihilate the rest of Team Genexus. It was down to Bosskurr on the dot. He saw some little HP left, and he survived Telltale and revived the rest of Genexus. And then we had RSG taking on Axis, and Rift came out with a double, triple DBS clutch to really steal the show away on the start of match.
Yeah, that moment shouldn't have happened right there. You saw he took 1 down, and there were 2 people who has got eyes on him, and he might got a 1 shot against that 1 player, but surely the 3rd could have came in trading things. Meanwhile, GEEK Fam has got a good opportunity to looking strong towards that chicken dinner as they fought up against Genexus. Not the easiest of feat, but however they did go down eventually to the likes of Yoodo Alliance, who is in prime position for the circle to close in onto them. As you can see, the spraying on the outskirts here, not being contested, and this trend of them just move on towards the end of the game.
Yeah, players every season just get better and better, and we saw Lex really coming up possibly the longest shot that we've seen throughout the day. And on top of that, Yuhai, this player that just got back from BTR, is showing us how things are done back in his own home turf. So things are basically looking mighty fine for all the players out there, and we just really have to tabulate the scores because Yoodo Alliance, they basically played a really strategic game overall, keeping themselves alive, and they have been able to find multiple frags from plenty of avenues. And take a look at what I'm telling you. Staying outside of the blue zone doesn't always really bring back the benefit, and Yoodo Alliance wasted no time outside.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to give it to Yoodo Alliance that they did get their circle, so they had no reason to go on the outside. Surely there's an argument to be made that they made their rotation into a spot that paid off, but hey, not taking any credits away, just calling it as it is. Yoodo Alliance for Rivals is your match 1 chicken dinner here in week number 2. 6 eliminations, 15 ranking points, total of 21 so far. A good start for them for the evening. Tabah NSEA coming in close at 5 eliminations, 12 ranking points, and 17. Genexus with 6 eliminations, 8 ranking points, and 14. Axis with 11. Same goes with GEEK fam, who I would have thought they would have scored a little bit higher.
Yeah, I thought that they would too. The ranking points basically deterred them from climbing even higher. And it's also interesting that it's 10 points for Farang and they didn't have eliminations. But the MVP of the match is going to be Luyu here, that has done 629 damage and basically starting with some clutches in that early game and leading into the late game. We saw on those final few moments out there, they still managed to at least pull a few more points back for Team Genexus, putting them at a top 3 position. And this is a consistent run that we're expecting out of Genexus throughout this entire league. And, well, we just have to take a look at Luyu. 40% of team contribution is basically working out of his mind.
I mean, this is not news to us. We've seen how much of a valuable player he can be, especially in last season where they had 3 chicken dinners in a row coming up from Genexus in week number 2. So I think they're coming in this time around. They're trying to not make the same mistake they did in the first season they played with. The new revamped Genexus when they played. They took quite some time before they actually warmed up and actually got into the action in week number 2. And so this time around, they've got a great head start in week number 1, trying to continue that momentum in week number 2. And we'll see, could Genexus maybe potentially even end up on top by the end of week number 3.
Yeah, and overall, things are starting to shape up once again. Tabah NSEA also within that radar where they have been able to at least get themselves consistently to a top 5 standings in the end of the match. And if we take a look at that, if Genexus didn't rat themselves out, possibly they could have also snatched the chicken dinner away, but Yoodo Alliance, I think they were just basically in a really good position. And so let's also go in for some quick recaps of how Yoodo Alliance has been able to make their way across into the bootcamp territory safely. So they start things off over onto Camp Bravo, and essentially what you want to do is establish some good checkpoints. And they basically cut into ban, and they were by the edge of that circle. And the great thing about Yoodo Alliance is that they didn't make drastic moves overall. Like, if you're playing by the edge of the circle, you could still get to decide, and that's where you see they were the furthest team away. And they slowly swept into this absolutely open ground terrain. And then the only challenge that they possibly have will eventually come in from MAB Esports when they try to close into the circle, as well as 4 rivals. Dingoz didn't really run into their way. Instead, Dingoz went into Paradise Resort. So that really opens up so much more room. So they just have to basically play by the edges and be the latecomers to the scene. And that's where they get to basically pick anybody they want to.
Yeah, I think it's also that was crucial that on their rotation, they spot out the members of MAB, cleared them first. So that was one team out of the way. It was, by the way, probably only one of the 2 teams that's coming in south from the circle side. So I think they kind of recognized that since the circle did close the way it did, the chances of teams coming in from the southern side was, yeah, well, the best bet to take in, right?
That's
like the path of least resistance, and it banked out for them as they capitalized that portion over in boot camp, which then favors them.
That's the money spot.
Yeah, that's the money spot right there. Look at that. When things starts closing in, it's just open ground. And you mentioned, could Genexus potentially push onto the Yoodo Alliance? I wouldn't say that's a tall order. You're playing out in the open.
But
here.
for NC, they were the only ones that stood a chance. But because of Luyu's final attempt, he bring 1-pointer in. And also with those gunshots, you basically reveal their location and you have a full firing squad onto open grounds. No smokes whatsoever coming from Frankie or even Lex, and therefore it has made it a lot simpler for Yoodo Alliance to close things out. And congratulations to them for celebrating their first chicken dinner of week 2, and there's bound to be more to come. This team, like you've mentioned, they are formerly of Farang Legends overall, and they have been on the rise. And I've known these guys since the first ever tournament that was held back in Malaysia. Like, these guys really grinded their way through, and you know, when Sultan retired, it's like, okay, let's screw with these bunch of boys. And man, he has done a whole lot of great work. But of course, now with a new home, they definitely have been able to feel even greater than yesterday. And of course, with that being said, we're going to get ready for our upcoming game. But before we get to that, of course, all this greatness is brought to you by Realme, as they are our official smartphone partner.
Yeah, you just hyped them up talking about, you know, things that are great, which is clearly the brand new Yoodo Alliance. Also, this brand new phone, Realme GT Neo 3. Okay, Neo Speed awakens. They're coming in with state-of-the-art dual-chip gaming level flagship. Okay, it's all thanks to their MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset with dedicated display chipset, promising you seamless gameplay with an immersive experience. So, I think that those two things is primary what this phone is all about. But you don't believe my word for it. You know what they say, if you want to learn something, you gotta experience it yourself. And why don't you get your hands on one of these? Let me know how great it is.
That's right. And on top of that, you want to ensure that you get speed all day. Just go ahead, subscribe to Yoodo, powered by Cellcom, as they are our official digital telco partners for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. And of course, you get free data for PUBG Mobile, so you don't basically have to worry about, oh, my bills are getting higher. I ran out of data because, I don't know, like my other telco didn't seem to give me enough of that. So when it's free, you know, Yoodo's got your back, so make sure you go ahead, scan the QR code. And on top of that, of course, we still have a lot more great things to share with you guys here. Let's start off with this, as we got the damage charts of match 1.
Yeah, GEEK fam just waving it proud right now, coming from Malaysia. They are the standing twin towers above all. 9 kills, 1,689 damage. Only close to that is the chicken dinner winners, Yoodo Alliance, who's got quite of a farm game to play while they were in sheds, and all they had to do was point the barrel out and spray down onto these pests.
I just love that drifting Jeep. I can't seem to do that in any of my games. But then again, here are your top damage dealers of match 1. We have Luyu, of course, from Team Genexus, who was our MVP for that previous match. And coming along beside him is going to be Axis Rift. And guess what? Most of the damage that Rift has done was basically from that early game against RSG. And of course, we also have Micah on the third place from Team GEEK.
Yeah, so that was the wrap-up of the previous match. Now looking into map 2, we've got a more competitive map now. Arangel sees the light of day, and Group A finally out for a little bit of sunlight here. Welcoming HomeBois, Team Bosskurr, Team Secret, and Team Hack. Meanwhile, Group B will take a little bit of a breather after that performance in Sanhok himself. Yoodo Alliance still in play, which means they still have a chance to ride off the momentum they just created.
That's right, and of course Group B will be sitting out of this one while we have a few teams that you guys can basically give your focus onto. And of course that's going to be GEEK fam, Tabah NSEA, who did phenomenally back in that first matchup. But of course for DBD as well as Team Hug, they will need to at least get themselves ramped up to speed. This is going to be Team Hawk's very first game for the day, and therefore they should be ready to at least give chase to the ones who have already played out back in Sanhok, and we're going to be moving into Arangel very shortly. So DBD, yes, they were basically challenged by HYVE Esports, and we saw they basically won down that fight until Dingoz have arrived to the scene, and we know that there's a lot more that DBD could possibly do in this upcoming round.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that you stood toe-to-toe to one of the veteran players, that is the VIP squad themselves, and came out on top, it's a lot to save about that one, right? It's a bragging right for sure. And if you're only down by the third party, then who could blame you? To be honest, you've got your plate full at that point. Hopefully, they're gonna have a more fair matchups here and now and then. But let's talk about what's good for PUBG Mobile, and that is their brand new Blackpink collaboration that started off from the 23rd to the 24th. But although that time period's over, they're coming back again on the 30th to the 31st across the rest of the world. Okay, your chance to, well, catch the in-game concert, the virtual, So go over to PUBG Mobile and find out how to do so if you're a blinker.
I'm actually super excited for this. So you guys really want to mark your calendars for all the dates that you are seeing on your screen right now. Not only do you get those concerts, you have so many of all these great outfits, and you know, if that's not really your thing, or if you're just not a blinker and you're a gangster on the streets, well, we got this brand new collaboration. It's PUBG Mobile's first ever collaboration with the local film KL Gangster. My name's Aaron, but I'm definitely not Aziz, but I'm definitely excited to see if we're going to be able to have him as a playable character in the game. So get your Malik and Shark voice pack for free via login to PUBG Mobile and search for KL Gangster Street at the in-game event and complete the Malik and Shark mission. Don't forget, you must complete 10 days of Malik's mission in order to unlock Shark's mission. So keep playing PUBG Mobile as we have this amazing collaboration going on throughout these weeks.
And just when you thought that is it for the offers, we have more on the table with the Rabu Padu that's coming out from PUBG Mobile. Okay, with Rabu Padu, now you can claim a chicken token for every Wednesdays. Rabu means Wednesday in Malaysian language, in Malay, by the way. With 3 chickens, you can redeem the Lilac Attack suits for free. Well, I wouldn't say free because you kind of have to earn the 3 chickens, so stay tuned. Soon on Rabu Padu will be more crowded and more prizes for you to win. Just log in and claim free items in PUBG Mobile every Wednesday, every Rabu once again.
All right, and I believe that we're ready, not for the game, but ready for love, as we got a sneak peek at the Ready for Love music video from Blackpink. So feel the mystic magic and follow PUBG Mobile to get the latest updates on this special track, all created by our lovely girls in Blackpink. So of course, I'm excited. Okay, question to you, Keith. Your favorite Blackpink member?
Lisa. That's because I only know her and I don't know the rest of the member. I'm not a blinkers. I'm sorry.
Man,
I'm in it for the
guys,
looks, man.
You guys know Keith just sucks.
I'm in it for the looks. Call me very surface, but I'm not in it for the music. See, I'm a metal kind of guy. I'm a KL gangster kind of guy.
Okay, fine enough. Well, mine's Rose. She's got lovely voice, play little guitar. Man, I just melt for that. So, enough about me and you. We got the Royal Pass M13 as well. You can get this brand new Mecha Sanctum set. Like just basically getting your hands on that Royal Pass. So, you know, it's time to basically spend some of those points out there. And the more you play, the more cool stuff you get. And on top of that, would you want to share with us some great news?
This is what I'm excited for. Here it is, the PMCT and PMPL watch party, which will happen live and on ground. Enough with COVID. We're finally getting into some social activities, social events here, and that is the watch party here, which is now available in the following locations: Paradigm Mall in KL, Johor, Ipoh, Parade, and, well, Johor as well, Paradigm Mall. It's a bunch of locations which you can go to catch all these historical events or momentous events or joyful events live here. So go check that one out on all social medias. And our prediction for the next match. Who is it going to be?
So, game 2, I'm just going to put in a random one. So, I feel like Crit VIP still have some gas left in the tank. And, you know, there's all these discussions online. Oh, who's playing? Oh, who's playing? And, like, I feel like now, regardless of who's playing, they're basically in this spot of finding their rhythm, right? Like, overall, you have new players and also the ones that are new. It's a lot of testing grounds for the team, but I think, like, they can get it figured out. You spot out Team Secret here. I want to hear yours.
Well, it's the first game of the day. Secondly,
first game buff.
Yeah, I mean that, and they're on fire. Thirdly, they've got one of the best pickups, Aizen. Come on, he was my favorite player from back then, R2K, and now he's here playing for Team Secret. It's only matching, and it's no coincidence that they're right up there, right next to GEEK Fam, and maybe even contesting for the #1 spot.
Well, fair enough, Keith. Now we're going back into the classic matchup here on the 8x8 map. 50% of LAN areas of play, approximately. So what I love about this brand new season, we're moving from small maps into the bigger ones, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2022 PMPL MYSGPH as we're diving in to Erangel.
Oh, Erangel, lovely Erangel. Yeah, one of the more nostalgic places to be in. One of the oldest, I might say as well. Finally, we've got a flight path that cuts from Lipovka all the way to Zarki. So maybe Zarki's potential. Nah, I've stopped hoping about it, hoping on it for like 3 seasons. Now nobody goes there. I learned that lesson the hard way. But we'll see. It looks like teams who like to go onto the northern side has got a little bit of an edge. I would say Sosnovka is somewhat still accessible. And if it does, then it's most likely Tabah NSEA and Team Huck down at the bottom.
Yeah, and overall, for them to access that, they definitely do need vehicles. So we expect certain teams to be moving into that middle to ground just to secure those vehicles that they desire to move into those prime locations that they want to. Meanwhile, over on PS9, there's a bunch of teams that are going to be on board as well. See the rest of the spread coming from Axis going on the 2-2 as they're basically sending Rift all alone into the city, and their 2 will be looting into Kameshi. This is a really smart move for teams to basically stockpile their loot and max it all out in the shortest time frame and not really worrying about, oh, I don't have enough rooms to basically scavenge on. And therefore, the cutoff point for the rest of the teams, Quarry, Fairbeer, as well as Primos will be accessible, and it doesn't even matter anymore because we are going up north.
Oh yeah, finally Glory's back out to the northern regions. Give me snow, and I have to point out that
Is there snow in
Well, no, but you know what they say about
candy.
You know what they say about the man in the north, right? It's Vikings and whatnot. But I digress. So Axis actually went all the way to the hills, Kameshki, which is not a regular drop spot. I guess recognizing that the circle, the pathway draws the way they did, they're making a way for MUGEN, and they know that nobody is going over to the Kameshki Hills,
Yeah.
so they're occupying that one now. This one's all shout out to Sir Cloud for printing out this drop spot for me. Thank you very much.
This is really good. Like, I love this brand new overlay. Thank you, production team, for bringing this out. Kim will be coming in to the spot. In exchange, it's going to be Ranger sitting this one out for the moment. So, great to basically have a player that's been there from the get-go. Not maybe for the organization in general, but this player has been basically playing this game since the launch of it. While we've seen him with his signature DMR shots out there, he is known to be one of the best supports in the game. And this time, Farang is coming in for SEM9. In exchange, it's going to be Adepts that will sit this game out.
The boys are back in town. Finally, we're having the OGs coming in. Farang. The crowd, please. The crowd favorites. People know this man's name, and he strikes fears, and in a respectful way, in a lot of people's hearts. And finally, after the adversity they had to overcome in a previous season, that could have been why they were a bit of a downer. But now they've made amends. They've came in close with the trauma, and now they are actually coming in strong. And I hope to see the SEM9 move all the way. Bring back the Hey Glory days for Malaysia.
Yeah, and HomeBois here makes their debut of on week 2. Here on the second game of the week. Going up against NC, but he has no clue that they're all around the corner. As he's slowly enjoying the loots, he's about to eventually get picked off. He's just right next door. And it's going to be Rush here coming with a few shots. And surprise, surprise, it's the S12K. And his first blood claimed by Tabah NSEA.
Just when you thought that he was going to spray down, it was the shotgun that came in and finished the job. He got good
You came to the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, he's got good footwork. I give him that. He whiffed the entire spray that was coming out from the upside.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Team Hawk actually persistently went all the way down to Nova Remnoia. So they, despite all odds, decide to play what they're more comfortable with. Damas now back in, taking out Heikel from the equation.
But then again, it's their first ever game here for the week. And I guess it's just going to be a little bit of a shift of gears for them with different plans to bring on board. Heikel has been playing with Team Hawk since the past season after he has left EVO's VIP. Now back to HYVE International. This time they're taking the tempo a little bit slower than to, drop into the same zone with another team on board. So hopefully it's a better run for the squad from the Philippines, while Genexus are already moving out of Yasnab Pollyanna. Hasn't been spotted out by Axis Esports that was around the corner. So Rift basically lurking around while the rest of them are basically having the quickest of rotation against all the other teams that are on board, and this is the wise choice for Team Genexus. Like, you're already close to the circle, just go ahead and at least book a prime spot before anyone else causes congestion over onto some of these traffics.
Yeah, nobody likes overpopulation, as they're still trying to figure out a solution to that problem. However, Genexus, though...
Are you talking about a nation, or are you talking about...
It was a segue, don't make it awkward. No, but Genexus, though, unfortunately, with that sort of rotation, it seems that they're putting themselves in a position where resources is a little bit scarce. So that's somewhat of a balance patch to their move, I guess, but now they might even come in contact against Sam9, which I guess wouldn't be like the most fun thing to do, especially at minute 1, already trading hits, trading fires. Loom at the back end takes a decent bit of hit here. Meanwhile, Loyu just drives past by willy-nilly.
Yeah, going to the Tiger Stand is always going to be a risk that nobody's willing to take, but Chris VIP will have the rest of Access Ray paying a visit, and that's going to be a first pick coming in from Insomnus. Immediately gets traded back. Devin going for a drop down. We'll find another one, but he will also get refrag as well. Rift from the other end comes in with a UMP spray. Now it's only down to a 1-for-1. Now, let's see. Is it going to be Rift or Razor? He's only got the DBS. Grenades being lobbed in. He's got 6 grenades. He can lob for days, and he's basically dropping into his teammates.
Yeah,
it's not looking good.
It's Rift. We've seen how he got through this before. He might just pull yet again another clutch. Oh,
denies the point.
Denies points. Hey, you could say taking 1 point away is also contributing onto his teammates here. If they die with no value against the enemy team, shot value onto the other side. Rift tries to go into the 1v1, but does not win this trade. My God, this kid, he may have pulled a clutch in Sanok,
but here
this
comes
time
Mugen
round,
Mugen's moving right in, and he got nades for days. They're just going to be lobbing it right through. Nasty with the first one. Let's see if it connects. Razor pushes forward. He's the only one left, but he does get the trade done. Razor clutches it. That's the second kill for Razor overall. Now, Mugen's in trouble. Another grenade being lobbed in. Virgil has 4, but he will go in to quickly save Insomnus, making it a doable trade. 2 versus 3, both hugging by the corner of the warehouse. And suddenly it feels like a team deathmatch overall, with the warehouse being in between. Razor's still hanging on to that DBS. Does he not have any other weapon? He has to find at least a little bit more from all those crates that he finds.
Aris moves in, gets shot down, but shotgun, the nade comes in to trade in place. Insomnus now trying to go in with the revive, but that was a foolish errand here as Mugen takes out the entirety of Crit.
An explosive start for all these teams here by this warehouse. Though Crit VIP, they may have actually crashed out of the game. That's 6 frags. 6 frags easily puts you in the middle of the table. For only this match, at least.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still early in the week. Sure,
yeah.
They'll take any points they can get. However, they will have to buy out in the hefty amount of rank points which they could have accumulated. We've seen how even Farang in the previous game got 10 points without a single kill. So that is the sort of points that they'll be missing out. And it's a crucial gameplay. They've made the meta of the PUBG Mobile has made every single map counts, and that will be at least 2 maps that they've been denied.
Yeah. I guess the DBS definitely works wonders, but then again, when you have mid-range action, that's not going to be more favorable for some of these traits. But I think Razor at least brings out the best out of it, where he was playing extremely aggro on his pursuit, which nobody in the right mind on that 1 versus 4 would have been able to clutch it.
That is true. But Rift did it, but he got taken out.
So, but that was a close proximity matchup, though. I mean,
he nearly could have done it.
Sure, that was flashy. That was flashy.
So yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. Crit VIP. Well, let's do better next one.
Everybody's on wheels. It's all wait. What? That buggy went. Oh, okay.
Oh, it looks like they're having fight up top. HYVE seemingly under the gun against RSG here. Northern side, Severny. They might just bait themselves into thinking that the circle might further close onto top, and I don't blame them. Why? It's like 40% water at this point, but HYVE takes that one at Bosskurr. Trying to fight for compound right now. It's I see 2 names against the 3 of HYVE themselves, but Zigzag and the rest. Oh, actually, just 2 of them. Yep, same compound. RSG, though, pinning HYVE down from the far side. So what might look great for HYVE International might just not be the opportunity they're looking for. Zigzag is already in prime position in case any one of them looks to push on forward.
Yeah, the problem is they can't really push out in the open as well, and Zigzag has always been able to clutch, although on a 1 versus 4 scenario, especially in multiple other seasons. So HYVE, they have to still be very wary about the positioning of themselves, while we have Zigzag just hugging by some of all these barrels that's right in front of him. Just tossing nades after nades. It does connect, the perfect one being lobbed right in from Blanks. And now it's only down to Zigzag to be able to find one, and instead comes in with a pick. Blanks here will be the savior of the day. And HYVE International is just coming right back up with 4 points being secured.
Well, now RSG know where they're at, so they might just look to actually push in onto these compounds, recognizing they saw the vehicles try to pop some tire. That will cripple them at least in trying to rotate across the map. They are further up north, which means that when the circle does close away, or if they have to make a move onto another compound, it will not be such an easy task, seeing as though they are wide in the open here. But they will try. Finally, things going up and up for the likes of HYVE. They still have one more car at the very least.
Yeah, overall, they are basically working wonders here. Just playing by the northeastern side of the map. And knowing for the fact that not many teams will opt to rotate to their whereabouts here, it's only RSG from a distance that they have to be careful of. Meanwhile, Team Secret sets up a little bit of a multi-angle flank here, but we'll have to let the rest of Team Hack pass. At least getting these vital information will do wonders for them heading into the later stages of the game. And speaking of which, Izane now also moving into the crosshairs of Team Hack here. And Heikel, well, that's not Heikel, he's been subbed out. Well, they have the rest of the players basically trying to position themselves against the 2 other members of Team Secret, but here comes that multi-angle ambush coming from Team Secret. Izane has to save himself for now. Fredo gets the first pick. It's going to be Dams that will be picked off. First corner in for Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret has got a pretty good spread across this hill here. Hillside, they will be able to take one member down. Team Hawk will just continue to do their rotation. Funny enough that they started all the way down in Nova Rabnoia, and now they're rotating in, and they're bypassing some of these other teams. So they did not waste time. That's comforting, to say the very least. But now they're 1 player down, and they're crashing into the likes of Don't Break Dreams and Yoodo Alliance, who has the chicken dinner in the previous matchup. This could be disastrous for them, especially with HomeBois coming in from the back end.
Yeah, I just love the position of Don't Break Dreams right now. They have at least multiple room for them to at least move inwards if it ever closes further up into the eastern side of the map. And they could also basically snitch onto some of these other players that's moving across the shooting range territory. But Team Secret has to find a way to negate some of these attacks coming from Tabah NSEA. Coming over the jump shot, does connect a few bullets. So Rush now. It's going to be Winter down, and oh, he's looking the wrong direction. Izane coming with an easy punish inside of the shack. Meanwhile, the rest of Tabah NSEA loses 1 member, and they choose to basically rotate the other direction, knowing that this is Team Secret that they're dealing with. They just got to basically move along.
Well, are they looking to chase here, Team Secret? They seemingly got off on the right side of the bed. Already 2 kills, and they aggressively pushed to secure those. 1 from Team Hawk, 1 from another team right on the inside of that little flimsy little shed, I would say. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA, yes, that was the team now running away right next to Team Hawk as well. Another one of those teams scurrying from their adventure.
Oh boy.
Secret, and now Team Hawk, damn cutie, from the far side will be sniping them down, keeping them at bay for the time being at the very least.
Very quick response coming from Damn Cutie with a refrag attempt. Well, they do spot out Lex as well. So Tabah NSEA is going to be stuck by the hills for at least a little bit longer. And doesn't seem like they could basically do anything about that for the moment, while Farang Esports are about to get into the circle. There's only a member of Sem9 that will be across, and that's going to be Putra, that will be cutting off this sector all by himself. I don't think that he'll be able to do so all alone, but Team Secret just moving as a unit overall and about to challenge the victors of Sanhok, Yoodo Alliance inside of shooting range. So overall, as we are about to end Phase 4, things may have looked a little bit slower, but Phase 4, I think this is where the action starts to happen.
That's a little too fast here, but that circle shift goes to the side of MUGEN, who's in a perfectly good situation. Just given by the sheer compounds they have, but that could just work against them. People can just sneak by with those, you know, concrete jungles being set up. And, well, the rest of them will now barrage their way in, coming from the western side of this map. Already in deep smokes here. DBD going up against Team Huck. They're trying to crash on the compound, but oh, missed it by that much. Team Huck will have the dream shattered by DBD. Out in 13, 0 kills across the board, and this is a team who's currently in the top 5 position.
That's why I was talking about DBD's positioning is basically perfect to basically take players out from shooting range, and they did exactly that. One more pointer in for Genexus. Well, Lex is just chilling by the river. He's all alone. I guess that there's ample of air in the car. Just don't have to roll the windows down. But if you choose to swim, why not? But as we move along, we still have Team Secret who's still figuring out how exactly to get right into the circle. They spot out the rest of Farang Esports moving by. They are not opting to make a few drastic shots over onto their end. Both sides just aiming to get right in. It's set line. They have their attention all drawn into players of Farang Esports, and it's going to be a Leo as well as Bravo instantaneously taken out. And my goodness, this setup's looking sublime for the rest of Sam9, sending Farang out of the game.
Yeah, For Evils has eyes on the Sam9 as well. They tossed the nade out front, but Team Secret might just go on toe-to-toe. It's the El Clasico here in PUBG Mobile, at least for the MYSGPH region here. They do have to recognize the efforts of RSG, who's making a push in as well. Yoodo Alliance Yoodo Alliance is still here. Without it, Luke, the man, the boy wonder. He's going to just be reversing his car. Well, he knows his priorities, the rides, to ride or die here. But, well, he chose to die with his car, it seems. Now Tam gets shot on from the far end. It's Helton out from this bunker. Will neutralize the threat for the time being.
Doesn't seem to have any angles against Tam, but he's just going to be having a little bit more shot being fired. While this does help out Echo to come in for an easy pickoff. Ampro tries to steal those points away, and HomeBois starting to appear in the map while we have Echo here just shoving this player back into the shack instead. Yoodo Alliance in a really dangerous spot here. Although there's a hill, they can't seem to really work with it. Sam9 dropping those grenades, and it's going to be Kid. Then will still be worded down as well. Helton couldn't really make any sort of drastic move, and his vehicle is about to get blown up. There's not much left for Helton, though, and he has to basically walk his way into the circle with 10 more teams still in play. This is looking really risky.
Thankfully for him, they don't render that far, so Helton will be able to scurry his way with his teammates without being spotted out. As I say that, he finally goes in with the scope and, well, spots them out, but did not connect anything with his spray here. So Yin will just get into his car and probably reposition himself, knowing that Zeeks is already in place to try and hold the rest of Yoodo Alliance back.
He does do a little bit of a chip damage onto members of Yoodo Alliance, though he doesn't have any form of vision at all. Good attempt by the rest of the squad, but for DBD, they haven't seemed to have made much of a move, and they only have half a minute left for them to basically move into the circle. So being late into the scene is going to be equally as punishing, especially when it goes all the way into the Northeast, and HYVE International suddenly will have that prime area play all the way at the very far end. They just have to wait it out. Meanwhile, RSG might be the next to challenge them because they're also moving in from the warehouses.
Well, the HYVE, I'd call them lucky. Like, RSG destroyed all their vehicles to rotate into Circle, and the Circle just goes the side of, well, HYVE themselves, and now they can just walk on foot onto this prime position that you so talk about, because all the rest of the teams are busy trying to hold their own ground, although Circle has shifted away from them. Yoodo Alliance has got eyes on DBD. The rest of the DBD will get onto their own vehicles and try to make a rotation, leaving Rapper Boy to maybe hold Yen out for the time being, but he is just bait at this point. Lex, though.
Oh, he's still not spotted out yet, though. As the rest of DBD is opts to rotate, and this is going to be the first challenge in for HYVE International. And they immediately set up the bunker with those vehicles that they have parked on the side of the beach. But it's not really going to help all too much. They spot out Jimmy. His link is popping up, and that's going to be the first knock. Blanks at it again. Just doing so much damage in this match. Still couldn't really find a kill just yet, but here is 4Rivals as well as HYVE International. How did 4Rivals get here? We have no clue, but they've definitely made their way in. MAB is going to be taken out by the blue zone as well. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance have got sights on them, even from DBD. This does not look good at all for the team. Meanwhile, HYVE International also playing by the outskirts, also getting shred through with those bullets coming from afar. My goodness me. This man Farang also trying to attempt his own. It's going to be 9 more teams. Team Secret gets those shots against 4Rivals, and they all go out in the blink of an eye.
Aizen, though, he fell out in that push, so he's down for the count right now. Could be a liability, but they will try and maybe go in with the res to pick him up. Meanwhile, Sem9 has got eyes on the likes of RSG, Team Secret as well, but Brian takes one member. That is eye shots now on his knees. 2 members seemingly like a liability on the side of Team Secret, and DBD still left to play the map. 3 members alive. They do have the carcass of a vehicle to hide behind with HYVE right in their eyes. Yoodo Alliance decided to take a swim, knowing that they have probably no fighting chance left, and so they will try and play out the circle.
And to my surprise, Lex is still alive in that vehicle. Nobody out of DBD has been able to spot him just yet. RSG, they had so much members to work with, and now they have 1 player still basically on his knees, needing a little bit more of a recovery, while HYVE International hasn't really found those opening picks out there. They did get those knocks. Lex now 1 HP and a dream, and Jimmy, he snapped and suddenly gets one by the edge of the map.
Well, that was 1 member who is not swimming, or won't be given a chance to swim here, as, yeah, well, crippled with the bullets. Now 3 members on his knees. RSG, oh, Rex, he shot the side of Team Secret. Is that Team Secret out?
No, no way. No freaking way. That grenade, did you just see? It clipped onto 3 members, and RSG still survived. And unfortunately, Team Secret were too lost in that state where you're only having 1 member left. Now it's going to be Tyra moving into the waters instead. Approaching closer and closer to DBD. HYVE International with the best chance for the chicken there. They are now taking it down with a quick shot coming in from Zig. Goes in for the drop as well. Will turn these vehicles into a wall while the rest of MUGEN are getting seeked out. It's going to be Virgil left. What can he do in this point with RSG storming their way right through?
RSG, they've got all their entire members up, picked them up, and aided them to health, and now they're taking over MUGEN's clean hotspot here. They're about to get evicted, MUGEN. They are in no man's land right now, but Genexus might just be the bigger fish, the bigger shark in the ocean to come and clean things up. Sem9 still kicking well and out. They have to be careful because Sem9 is no longer a pushover here, and it's become a 3-way street.
Cowboy is about to meet against his ex-teammates as well, but those grenades are looking mighty fine coming out of Rex. And it's going to be 6 that will find the last member of HYVE International. It's a respectable 6th place finish with a lot of damage being done. But overall, it's helter-skelter inside of 70 that we're looking at here. And this is basically Sem9's home turf. 70 has always been their dropping point since the get-go. And now it seemed like the rest of the team, they're just basically stuck with the Tigers. Lex still trying to slowly creep in, and I wonder how much longer does he have to survive. Echo gets picked up. 2 members left from the side of DBD, and Lex eventually has to move out. The blue zone is going to close in as that circle is going to go directly into the center of that open field yet again. And RSG with the advantage. Lex comes in, double trouble, and he makes it out. My word! He just sent Tabah NSEA to the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, I was already itching. I'm saying, Lex, you kind of have to just come out and just take your shot here. And thank God he did it. He's taken 2 from the process itself. So it's a big win for the likes of Tabah NSEA. They have made themselves top 4 position, but it is going to take the rest of the fight onto this compound here. 3 teams left remaining to fight things out. Lex just being a bystander. Genexus still in full health. Have all the workforce they need. Up against RSG, Sem9 could do damage from the far side. He takes one member, that's Look. And RSG now 1 member down. Dap gets traded in the process. Putra burning out to the blue zone as well.
RSG, they're just going to be picking players out from the outskirts as well. Xiaoboy now burns them all alive. They pick onto Rex and RSG. They try to deter them from moving forward. They do get a clip onto Putra as well. And Genexus storms their way through. And RSG have suddenly crumbled in all of that chaos. And now it's down to Team Genexus versus Sem9. Sem9 needs to recover the rest of Genexus. They can close this out. And Tabah NSEA is still alive. Lex is still having a little bit more room. Can he find ways to clutch this one out to get the chicken dinner forward to the team?
Lex, though, and now they kind of have to respect his presence here. He could just be the one that puts teams on the track. He goes straight in, takes one down, does have the idea on Lord Harm, but loses the trade. Will go down, but eventually Genexus. We can only prolong their victory, but with all the manpower, with all the soldiers up in arms, Genexus will take this one home. It is their first chicken dinner week number 2. The boys in blue with their pickup with Xiaoboy, they will take them this winner chicken dinner.
A beautiful closure for a team, and we saw they went in 4 members strong with a perfect tenor to close out this match with a dinner. Though my predictions were for game 1, they still landed this one in the bag. And Team Genexus, they will continue their pursuit to snatch that title away from GEEK Fam.
They will try right now, inching their way closer and closer, making that a reality. As we stand, they are right number 9 from the overalls itself. So they will now inch, at least give them a better start in making that one come true. Genexus, the boys in blue, Xiaoboy going back to his former teammates, and they are looking absolutely scary. Team Secret, unfortunately, I don't know how to bow out on that one, but they had a great game. 6 kills last I checked, but they somehow got stopped in the process, but they were already rolling in with such great momentum.
And they definitely are. I believe that this team can basically make their haul all the way into the Southeast Asian League if they do continue to play the rest out of the league in such a stellar fashion. And, you know, early game skirmishes have always been so crazy to watch. And, you know, the past game we have DBS action. This game inside angle, we get that from Razor himself, who has been able to at least bring 2 to 3 pointers back into crit VIPs and to close their round off with a 6. But we saw not only beautiful shotguns, but a lot of great nades as well from the majority of the teams. There's a lot of trading here in the early game. But overall, I guess it's all about positioning that we were focusing on, like places by the edges where we saw BBB as well as HYVE basically reap all the reward to at least secure some ranking points.
I mean, talking about positioning, I think all hats goes to the side of Tabah NSEA. They had to play with 1 member so early in the game. It was Lax all alone, and he just parked his car there underwater, out of commission for the longest of time. Even with the trigger discipline, didn't even want to go in for some quick kills, knowing that it might jeopardize the rank points that he could potentially gain. And my god, top 3 finish. This guy probably accumulated more points than Team Secret throughout their entire run in this map alone.
Yeah, I think Team Secret definitely had a respectable run at the very least. They were also in that contest zone against RSG and the rest of the squads. And overall, Lex just basically snuck his way through. And that was basically on players on BBB that didn't really check the waters at all. Genexus pulls us off that round so well overall, and I just lose my words. Just look at how much finesse this team has to offer.
Yeah, take a look at that. The teams to focus on Genexus with the most traveled distance, although their drop source is somewhat nearby.
I would say least.
Yes.
Yeah,
the least. So, the least travel distance actually. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA and RSG as the ones who goes in neck and neck with how far they've come, quite literally, for especially Lex, who had to make it all the way into the water up in north. Take a look at Genexus. 10 eliminations, 15 rank points. This is what they are made of here. Solid firepower, pure courage and steel. 25 total points taken in the bag. Sem9 comes in at second place with the number of points they've accumulated. 6 eliminations with the 12th place ranking points finish brings them to 18. Tabah NSEA is the one I'm looking at because they only have 3 kills, but because it was a top 3 finish, they get 13. Bringing them in the top 5.
But with this sort of points accumulated, Team Genexus definitely will basically be on top of the table, and 2 times in a row, Luyu comes on top, this time with another 4 frags. But of course, you saw the firepower on the rest of the members. They've been offering so much more. Team contribution will be whittled down from 40% to 28%, but he definitely had a longer distance coverage. Yeah, put that MVP point aside. We know this guy is the stud of the show overall, but the damage numbers have been so consistent, this time with 600.
Yeah, I mean, we know the names, right? Loyu and Lung, these two, you cannot separate them from the pack. They are just absolutely valuable for the likes of Genexus. Number 1 spot right now, 39 total points. Tabah NSEA coming in second place through sheer consistency, I would say. Only 8 eliminations, but they have got ranking points to make up for it. 30 points, beating the likes of Yoodo Alliance, who's got 24 and 8 kills. But where does Team Secret lies? Down in 13, only 6 eliminations.
Well, it's their first game after all. I believe there's still more that they could possibly reap out of in these upcoming games. But that's a glimpse of the standings for now. And of course, we'll basically go back on track on all the things that's going to be going down on our second matchup in Erangel shortly. But overall, I think like teams, they definitely came in really prepared. Maybe not DVD of what really happened inside of the water, but let's take a look at the recap before we give you more stuff to come.
Yeah, so they started off in their usual job stop over at Yasnaya Poliana. That already tells you itself they're such an aggressive team. They like to go in and contest for the spot here, makes their rotation towards the in-between, I guess, the crossroads.
They predicted it so well, directly in the middle.
I know, right?
And we saw they rotated so quickly as compared to all the rest of the team, and then they duke it out against M9. And they both call a truce, where both teams didn't really lose out that many members. After all, Genexus stayed S4. But once again, we're talking about Control that has won games, and Genexus always booked themselves in those perfect prime spot. And even when the circle shifted, they say, let's go middle. Let's go middle all the time. And that landed them in the city of Seven.
Yeah, I mean, they were ready to fight, right? And although you did say it's about Control, like when it comes down to the 3-way battle, we all know how that one turns out. It's the first person who makes a move that will have to pay the price. And that turned, they were the last one to actually do anything, right? Because Sem9 was up against another team.
And there was RSG. And before that, it was Team Secret as well. So Team Secret took way too much more than they could chew, right? Like there was Sem9, there was eventually RSG. And what I was more interested on is not the south side of the fight, but actually the north, because there was HYVE International that was on the other edge, which you saw that small little dot of smoke over on the far left end of the screen. But eventually when they got cleared out, this is supposed to be a safe haven after all. And Lex, if he kept quiet, probably crawling into the top 2 is very feasible.
Well, I mean, you could... He did go out in a blue zone eventually again, so he was forced out from his comfort zone here. But look at that, Genexus only came in after Sem9 had to take out RSG. They knew that they were in better position than some of them, and well, they held the trigger discipline, knowing that they're going to have the advantage coming in as the third party here. And it shows the number advantage is just a bit too much for Sem9 to bear. They will get wiped out, but not without trying though. So Sem9 did put up a hefty fight, but with Lex in the area as well coming in as a backstab, and they had to lose a couple of members to RSG. I say this is still a big win for Sem9 themselves.
Yeah, it has to be, like, at least reaching into the top 2 and still getting some good frags out of that. And it also tells every other team that if you're ever going to pay a visit to 70 again, there always will be a price to pay. So with that being said, of course, Genexus at least triumphed over that span of a round, and it was basically a wonderful chicken dinner that was secured by the team. And for now, we will take a short break, and when we do come back, we'll bring you guys into the third match of the day. So we'll see you guys soon.
Proses! Dia jadi star player. Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player? Musim bunga 2022 jatuh kepada
Sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation, defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula. Kali ini
2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall
20 Julai 2022
redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS, dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin, sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham dekat SEM9 tu, jangan selesa sangat kat SEM9 dengan Ham Kalau kau tusu nanti, kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okay, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini, ni cuba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So korang buat yang terbaik untuk season ni. Okay?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu. Man, kenapa nak cakap ni? Kau dah tua dah, Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi, Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah ayah berguna, Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna, Man. Tolonglah, please lah. Sorry.
So untuk Drex, hati-hati, aku akan lebih daripada korang. Korang ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okay, kepada tim SEM9, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akad tu kita punya, korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Kido pula, nama saya kan Kid, kenapa nak Kido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga, the King of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad, because you are here. We are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada Pasha dan The Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Start sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang yang rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku jentik ponsel kau. Okey?
So saya nak tunjuk kepada tim SEM9, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama, sebenarnya aku bosan tengok game kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau.
Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Tak ya, Mel. Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni?
Apa lu? Brother, is this real or fake? Apa ni? Kau dua. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku aja aku ikut tu. Apa ni?
Dia macam binatang tak?
Binatang. Terasa bodoh apa benda yang ni? Apa tu bodoh? Masuk balik. I behind you. You go first. Okay. Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man. Buruk. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Pan.
Terus
Snack.
Buah apple.
Rasa macam kertas tu. Kerang. Kaki ayam. Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove. Sarung tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air. Lah. Tajam gila, takut. Can we redo?
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Like I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this? Nenas. Okay guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Pol.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they started speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na. Yuhai. Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, Yuhai, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At Yuhai, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng GEEK.
Malapit, GEEK fam. Kanyang team secret pala kanina. Pero right now, Yuhai goes for the spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko. Mako! Tatlong teams. Great VIP, Dingoz and GEEK fam. UI managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the quest to work this out. It's Kido managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban? It's Kido.
Realme GT Neo 3. Neo Speed awakens. Realme, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and a mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hipfire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the Season Rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Hey, you've changed.
I have.
Yesterday you ate nasi lemak sotong. Today you are eating nasi lemak ayam. Who you are today is not the same person 10 years ago or even yesterday. And that's okay. Yoodo is all about change. Stop conforming and go your own direction. Because sometimes you change to set the trend. Embrace the new and do it your way. Like right now, I'm addicted to. Then sometimes change is forced upon you. We say just vibe with it. And if you want to change your plans, you can do it safely. We're fully digital, so you don't even have to queue outside the telco store. Sometimes you change because it just feels right. Forget what other people say because we save contracts. Change your hobby. Congratulations. Change your plans. Change your job. Change your plans. Huh. Change your wedding plans. Change can come anytime, anywhere. Yoodo is ready to change when you want to do it your way.
So change is good, right?
Only when you're ready for it. Man eating nasi lemak. And when you are, change can start by downloading the Yoodo app. Save more when you customize your data, voice, and SMS with the Yoodo app. Change comes when you do it your way today.
Once again, we are back here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, and it's Contra here alongside with Keith, your casters for the entirety of the evening. Now, we've already concluded 3 maps of play, or has it been 2? Man, I kind of lost count, but don't worry about that, because we've already got a lot more chicken dinners for you guys. If you guys haven't had your dinner just yet, don't worry, whip out your phone. But if you don't seem to have a working phone, what do you do then?
Well, we have got a phone that's displayed right in front of us. If you ever want to get your hands on them, I'll tell you more about them in just about a bit. But first, just to correct your math here, because for once, my math is correct. We've got 2 maps. We've done 2 maps.
Exactly.
We're going into our 3rd map.
Yeah,
Hey.
it's been a while for me, right? So,
Hey,
yeah,
it happens to the most of us, man. I get rusty with my mathematics as well, and so don't turn like this. Don't end up on a desk.
That's right. And of course, before we get into map tree, we want to also remind you guys that you can definitely check out the brand new great smartphone coming out of our official smartphone partners, Realme, with the GT Neo Tree. And of course, it comes with a dual gaming level flagship as it boasts with a MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset. So of course, with that being said, we also want to take a look at all these damage numbers that has been done throughout that rowdy round inside of our first matchup inside of Erangel before we hit into our round 2 of Erangel, and we saw towering numbers out of Genexus, Sem9, and a bunch of other teams as well.
Yeah, Sem9 definitely the hardest worker, but not rewarded as such, as their damage does not equate into the amount of kills. But hey, part and parcel of the game. Here's the overalls, 57 eliminations in total, 7,814 health points healed, 64 knockouts, 318 throwables, 1 airdrop looted, very brave of you, 8 total headshots, and well, 4 rivals. Bamburu comes in with the sharpest eye.
That's right, and this time around, as we move into Erangel for our second take, we will have Group E sitting out of this one, and therefore we won't be seeing any names out of 4 rivals, Sem9, Farang Guerilla, as well as HYVE International, but those were really strong runs out there. For Farang Guerilla, I think they could still definitely do better, but overall, A, B, C, as well as D, these are really stacked up groups out there. Genexus on a rampage. We'll see where or not can they do it again in our 3rd map of this first opening day of the week.
Yeah, we're going into another Erangel, which is very, very weird, right? Because it feels like deja vu now that you're going to just have to sit 2 maps in a row. But enough about that and how I feel. It doesn't matter, because PUBG Mobile is here to reward you with this brand new ordeal. Blackpink collaboration with PUBG Mobile. Look at those fancy outfits right there. The virtual concert happened on the 24th, will happen again on the 29th to the 31st. Make sure you go catch that one out. There'll be Blackpink outfits and voice packs for you to earn as well. And you've got concert tickets with a lot of skins in which you can unlock, but I don't think that applies to the guy characters now, does they?
That's right, and if you're feeling, pretty much like a tug, you just want to check out the KL Gangster collaboration with PUBG Mobile. And also, fun fact, there's also PMCT going on the town nearby you. We recently have it in the Paradigm Mall, and we're going to have a whole lot more heading your way into cities like Johor and many more. And if you guys go there, you can get that free voice pack from KL Gangster. And first, other than that, we got our Wednesday night out here, so bring your friends along and log in every single Wednesday. You win some of these chicken dinners, man, you'll be rewarded with some really special stuff out there. Tell them what it is.
Well, first off, your mission is to get yourself 3 chicken dinners. And you can trade those 3 chickens and redeem the lilac attack suits for free. So that one's happening every Wednesday, hence Rabu Padu, which means a packed Wednesday in English here. Log in every Wednesdays, remember? Ladies' Night Out is also PUBG's Night Out and PUBG Mobile's Night Out. And if you want to win some, Rabu Padu is the time to be in.
All right, so man, you definitely know which days are for occasions out there. But of course, if you're always grinding and you're basically playing the game, regardless, you want to consider getting yourself that Royal Pass M13, because we got the brand new sick looking Mecha Sanctum set. And man, I can't even see the eyes on these guys.
Yeah, he shoots with his ears. He's that much of a hunter, right? He's got what do bats use to find their way around?
Supersonic sound. What do you call that again?
I don't know. It's like right in the back of my head. But you know what else is at the back of my head? The talent prediction for this map, and I am going to take a page from your book. Crit VIP is my go-to here because I think in the previous match itself, Razor, it looked like they could actually clutch it up against a bunch of teams, but they didn't have the chance. I think they're coming a bit stronger, a bit hungrier.
Yeah, and overall, we may not have to get to see GEEK Fam in action on the past game. So I think like this time with them coming back on track, they should be the ones that will be able to at least challenge the likes of Genexus as well as Sem9. So let's see how it all unfolds in, you know, another round of Erangel overall. Share with us your thoughts on the comments right down below. I know you guys have your favorite team out there, just a little bit banterers that you guys control, but of course, always be respectful for all the players and also look out for each other in this section. We're all family here. Well,
sorry, I finally had it in my head. It's called echolocation. There we go.
Echolocation.
Now we all can
wait.
soundly.
So does that mean that DBD has an edge? They have echo.
They did go pretty far. So I guess
did.
we'll see if they're finally turned that echolocation on and pinpoint their way into a chicken dinner here in the last Erangel map of the day.
That's right. And of course, speaking of echo, since you echoed on my sentiments of VIP, you know,
we're going to ban the word now.
And stuff like that. We're not banning words. We have the team playing overall. So I guess like things didn't work out for them on the north, but if the circle is going to move anywhere else, especially into the central zone around that school, that definitely will be something that they'll be looking forward to.
Yeah, I want to see this time around them throwing another curveball of a circle. Go make it shift all the way down. We've seen one all the way up in north. Let's have one in south. Make it a south end battle. And well, we all know that when it comes to fights over Sosnovka, it's one where you kind of have to bite your nails on it because it goes down to who spots who first and who gates keep who into the lower islands. So maybe that one's in play.
That's right. Now, without further ado, let's head over to our last Erangel map for our first day of week 2. It's going to be Erangel here on map 3.
Yeah. Got 2 choppers. I guess those are our eyes and ears. One for Contra, one for myself. And we got a northern split, actually,
I'm just flying to an island and I'm just going to chill. That's what I'm planning to do with helicopters.
No, we don't get to drive it, you see.
True enough.
Yeah, we're technically in these helicopters. And
I don't want to go Mamba out, you know. No shades, but yeah.
Anyways, Stalber, Meshki.
Okay.
Seems to be a point where Axis once dropped on earlier. If they're not playing this time around, do you think they're gonna go there again, or will they hop over to Severny where MUGEN likes to stay in foot?
I think that some of the things will remain intact. This is very similar to the flight that we had, just that it's not really skewed to open up more room into the Georgia Pole section. So therefore, most of the teams will be playing around the central zone overall. We might actually see perhaps a little more team over onto the Milta section, Milta Power, as well as Yasna Pollyanna. But for now, I guess like they will remain steadily as it should be. MUGEN, like you said, they will be moving into the northern territories, and my goodness, one's not favoring anybody, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to start off on a really difficult situation for all 16 teams on board.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't be mad at that. I asked for a curveball, nobody gets the circle, and now everyone has to make a move. Now, one thing I noticed for sure, Genexus, surely they don't stay in Yasnaya. Seeing as the flight path cuts the way they did, I think they were trying to find their way out of Yasnaya because of the saturation, the heavy saturation that might just take place. But we'll see how that one turns out. Meanwhile, Dingoz already gotten themselves a vehicle, can look to rotate, be the first movers, potentially maybe loot well within their circle side on the bottom left, but it seems like they're not. They're skewing further.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really smart measure to take, especially in the early game where everyone's busy looting. You saw they just passed 2 teams without any form of challenge at all, and that's the advantage of being the first mover into the pack. Well, meanwhile, Genexus, they are still in the Asnaya, though. So I guess that they'll be moving in a little bit later. I assume that moving into the northern part of the section will be the best approach if they do cut through the northern point of Georgiapol. There's going to be another area for them to restock as well, which I think there's not going to be any teams that will be able to challenge. But the difficult part about this is that if they opt to go to places like Rozhok and through the central zone, then they're bound to pick up fights. And I'm not too sure if they're going to be ready, especially where they're looking at all these stray loots, only with S16 shotguns out there. They're going to take a while before they make a move.
They might even get into a fight here. That's probably Bosskurr, the only other team who drops over in Yasnaya and Voliana. And you mentioned that you're not sure if they're ready to take fights. But however, this is Genexus, though. Long Loyu, hey, give this man a gun and probably a single magazine file. He'll wipe out the entire team. That's where they loot up. They take in from corpses. They find their own killer predators.
But then again, you don't really want to get bruised up before the real fight happens in the late game. I think that is going to be the concern of Genexus, because if you take a look at their approaches as well, sure, they have that firepower, but it's not always the case that they want to be challenged. You saw that scuffle between them as well as HYVE International inside bootcamp. That almost wiped them out completely.
But also, they've always jumped center circle in a previous Erangel.
True
So
enough.
that's a statement, right? Come at me. I'm right smack dab in the center.
Uh-huh. And as we are having a little bit of post-match highlights in case you guys missed out, too busy, or just went out for dinner, this was some clutch plays that happened. Man, it definitely gives a little bit of flashbacks to MUGEN. Like, okay, we're not going to the warehouse. There is no reason that we should in this game. And especially now, without the presence of Sem9, this is free real estate. They're having entirely on that north section. So MUGEN has a better chance of surviving.
Yes, well, we'll hope they do, because I think they haven't had a chance to pop off.
Be positive, man.
I'm trying to be positive, at the same time realistic, at the same time, you know, calling things out as it is. I thought that was why we were here, right?
True
we're
enough, but
we're
then
not here to
again-
hide the truth.
Yeah.
We're here to draw a narrative, and in the narrative you need heroes and demons, and someone to sacrifice.
I don't count them as demons or angels, but I guess they're somewhere in between humans after all. I think, like, sure, certain mistakes have been made, or should I say, like, certain things weren't executed as cleanly as it should. Meanwhile, we're having a little bit of shootout on vehicles. Shinzi getting chased, but he has no choice. That vehicle's about to blow up. He has to pull the trigger right here, right now, and he just gets basically visited by all 4 players of Team Bosskurr. One of the saddest ways to bout of any match.
Well, SMG had that one coming. I don't know why they were there. What?
He's all alone. Like,
yeah, SMG's nowhere near the area. Like they drop in Milta Power, right? And it's pretty much accessible.
Griefing.
Right?
That's what we, to sum up what you're saying, they're grieving, right?
No, that was an unintended scout mission. Why was he going backwards? Why would someone who starts off in Milta Power go all the way up north? The circle turned in onto the left.
I guess they have that sort of idea that north is always going to be safe because it's nowhere near the circle. And then, like, you have that stretch of a highway from Milta all the way to Primos. Like, are you certain that you will be safe on that route? You tell me.
But at least you know the obstructions that's towards your goal, towards the end point. What would you accomplish going up north?
I guess if they can accomplish some stuff, if only they had the rest of the teammates around. Anyways, moving along, we have MAB Esports. This is a much better season for the team, and I always have a strong belief that if it's going to be your first season, it must have sucked. But if you're going to play for more than a season, you already get the tempo of how every single team has their own personality of play, then you know how to work around some of all these ways that you could approach a certain fight or avoid a certain fight if you are not willing to take it. And I think that they're definitely onto something, especially now with a lot of new faces that's coming on board. And we still have Iftar here, as well as Calamity to be the mainstay. They have been at least the backbone for them to at least bring some points back. However, for HomeBois, though, they definitely had a better run on the past season. They're not to say any shabby at all in this current season, but first week didn't treat them all too well.
No, talking about MAB though, whatever happened to John? Wasn't he like the standout player along with Iftar?
Trying to make a brand new movie, John Wick 4 is coming.
Plugged. Maybe make it a collaboration now with PUBG Mobile. Otherwise, we get sued.
That say. Can you imagine?
Sense, right?
It does make sense. Does he get the pad doc though?
Maybe not.
I'm sad. Just
Maybe
thinking
not.
about it.
Meanwhile, Calamity is still here, so we'll remain calm at the very least. They did take a bunch of shots, though, onto Iftar, so whatever happened to them, they got a little bit of scuffle, a bullet wound, I guess. But nothing too lethal just as of yet. Talking about new pickups, though, who do you think scored it on the money? Like, who is right on the money with the brand new pickup? I mean, excluding Geek Fam, because High is a bit of an duh.
Yes, put Geek Fam aside. That's already a team that shouts overpowered, right? But on my screen is Xiaoboy. So I feel like it complements the team overall. Firepower tech, and he has matured. He has been an in-game leader back in his early days of playing PUBG Mobile. So I feel like at least when it comes down to comms and everything, this team has it in the back. Like it's clear to me that it's a huge improvement for Genexus overall as you compare it to the past season.
Well, speaking about them, it seems like no one's going to contest their way within Circle. All fight probably happening down bottom. HomeBois and Tabah NSEA just right next to each other. Rubbing shoulders, as they say, are not in a brotherly way. Might want to get a restraining order for that one, but
yeah.
Rush.
At least it wasn't rubbing rubber, right? Like tire rubber.
Whoa.
Tire rubber.
Understood.
Right. I mean, when you're crashing, like, you don't want to be in that situation. And you saw what happened to the sole member of SMG much early on. That's kind of like the sort of contact that you don't want.
Griefing? No. Meanwhile, RSG, again, one of these teams who's revamped a couple of times now. They do keep some core member. Rex is still there. But Team Secret also gets a good pickup for this season with Izane. All right? Kid has been phenomenal. I have to admit, the first time he showed up in Team Secret, we were all having doubts. We were saying, pardon the kid.
It's
he's
like,
a
can
new
he
kid.
replace Yuhai?
Yeah, he's a new kid.
I want Yuhai back.
And now the kid was like one of the top Terminator for week 1. So he's been pulling his weight backs tremendously. Meanwhile, Drax
Speaking of that,
takes down Jared Leto, it seems.
he may not be anywhere near 30 seconds to Mars, but hey, that's a 30 seconds to the lobby when you're not careful enough. So Drax is one of those top fraggers back in a couple seasons ago, but some people say that he has passed his prime, and I guess like for this case, he has a new page in his chapter to write with Team SMG. This is also another transfer that is relatively interesting. I'm not sure how it really complements Team SMG. That's my sort of question that I do ask myself sometimes, like, does he really fit in? And what kind of role does he play in?
I think on the side of Team SMG, you're just rolling dice at this point, right? I mean, you've had a couple of seasons of mediocre performance. At this point, you might as well just try. Take a chance on someone, Drax, who is from Sem9, who is a high-profile player. Maybe that would turn things around. I guess that's what they were hoping for, a best-case scenario. And if it doesn't, you still stay middle of the pack. So not much is lost there. Probably only financially paying a hefty amount of salary because this guy's kind of tier 1. But that's about it. They can do.
I like the way you mentioned kind of tier 1. Like, is this guy not tier 1 enough for you? Anyway.
Well, Sem9's doing better now that he's left. That's the thing. Just putting that one out there.
Yeah, I mean,
chemistry and all, you know?
Harm's definitely a good addition. Like, you get someone super young, super talented, like, always on the ball. Not saying that Drax is all too old, but you know, you get what what I mean anyways, right?
Yeah,
but
I got what you mean.
Overall, like, when it comes down to young prodigies, like, they always have this sort of hunger to really push the limit. And I think, like, that was what Sem9 was kind of lacking. Sure, they have depth. And I think, like, when you pick up a really young player, it's all about gaining that wealth of experience. And I think it's a little bit of a crash course here. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA, they immediately thursted down one member out of DBD, and that's going to be Yen out for the count. While every fight will eventually take place across the region of Quarry. Look who's right in the middle. Your prediction, it's going to be Crit VIP, who's also lurking around Genexus. And Sem9, well, Sem9, it's not in this game. Pardon me, it's going to be RSG that's also moving in close proximity. They're either going to crash onto Crit VIP or Team Hawk.
It's going to be a bloodbath, man. Now, if you said Genexus was smack dab in the center, I'd be a bit more confident about that one. But Crit VIP, they're known to play it a little bit slow, right? They like to play it from the outside circle, fight teams on their way in. But now, Insomnus, they have gotten themselves this hangar right here, so they will find refuge for now. But RSG, they probably have gotten eyes on the compound that Crit currently resides. Meanwhile, Genexus, now this is the team who can take fight. Takes down one man of Yoodo Alliance. Bew goes down on the back end. Maybe tries to go in flank side. They have an idea. Yoodo Alliance creeping into compound. Adik Luke with the nades. Can he seem to click it onto anyone? Toss ones into the window.
Backup coming in for Bew here to outlast members of Yoodo Alliance. Mates blopped in as well. HYVE has already been tagged from the back though. Liu also closes in, and that nade primed perfectly into the spot. Liu's gonna be down. Makes things much easier for Genexus to storm their way through. Another 4-pointer to start off with for Genexus.
Well, Yoodo Alliance, they might have gotten the first chicken dinner of the day, but they will bow out 16th in this Erangel match. And now Rift gets gunned down by DBD from the upper side here with Echo. The guy who we've been echoing for the longest of time, just because I brought up Echo location, so no significant reasons whatsoever.
So does he scream on that swamp like a light?
I'm pretty sure a gunshot paints out the picture.
Chicken. No, I don't think that works all too much in this scenario, but at least they found themselves into that location with the Echo. So Team Bosskurr now has zigzag onto that Mini 14. Haven't seen that weapon for a while now, as we're having Kid here. We're saving every intel that he needs. Oh boy, there goes Virgil though. One player left for MUGEN, and he's trying to stay alive as long as he can. Runs into the crosshair of Team Secret instead, as well as Bosskurr. How much longer can it take? You will be knocked down. Well, this is SMG instead, so MUGEN stays alive. Aizen with the pickup here to back the second point for Team Secret.
Dude, Aizen's just insane. He's like, on foot, I'm going to chase you no matter what. I know you have a car. I think I'm going to take you down, and that's exactly what he did. Securing one of the Team Secret. Again, this Team Secret is coming in super aggressive. Oh, they've gotten a hefty amount of elimination kills in the past. It's just that now their issue is actually securing ranking points. But I guess that will come naturally as we speak. Genexus on the far end will now make a rotation. Looking like they might just make the long journey, the longest mile, coming from the eastern side over at Ferry Pier, it seems.
Yeah, RSG just knowing to place themselves into some really hot spots, though. Overall, they've been taking better fights and gradually progressing into a good spot. Now RSG is on 5th with 15 points being accrued, while Pro pushing forward, challenging Yuhai, and he will drop instead. 6 coming from the backup for HomeBois, but from a far flank, there's also more bullets sent in the way. Yuhai immediately secures the point against Pro, but he's also left bareback, and that's gonna be Kit that will punish HomeBois on their pursuit to take down that member of GEEK Fam, and GEEK Fam will eventually find those numbers against HomeBois.
Oh, with a vengeance, they will. That was one member lost for an entire team, maybe? No, they didn't even lose a single member. So that's, well, that's huge stonks coming out from GEEK Fam themselves. MUGEN now out in 13th. More dropping like flies. They're over at the hills on Quarry. They have to eventually probably scour down into the foothills, in which, you know, bloodbath is inevitably to occur. Meanwhile, HYVE International, they're in position. They have Team Hawk as well, right in the vicinity, but teams Genexus and Tabah NSEA now has to go at it mano to mano.
Tabah NSEA has been able to hold the fortress many a times, but now against the likes of Genexus, this doesn't seem all too easy to do. Meanwhile, Bosskurr is on the outskirts, though. If Lex could pick it off, it could be a golden moment for the rest of Tabah NSEA. Meanwhile, we'll shift over to Team Secret, Bosskurr, as well as MAB Esports. Not being far from Kid, but he will have to reposition. But at least falling back to the arms of the safety net of the team, that will at least give them a little bit more room to play from the southwestern side of the map. But they will have to at least get past Team Bosskurr.
Team Bosskurr has the compounder. It's no easy feat if they're trying to get past them, but Team Secret does have a very nice spread across the map. They cannot risk a member dropping down though, because any knock could very much mean the death of that player, seeing as though they're pretty far apart. And so they have to take this one very tactically. Izane has got eyes towards the compound in which Team Bosskurr resides. Don't want to overcommit. It will be a stalemate for now, but now Crit VIP has got to introduce themselves to Team Hawk, their guest, who's now pushing in onto compound. Toss a nade up top. Does not clip onto anyone, but they Crit. They've got nades of their own, and they're looking to retaliate back. Toss one onto that beauty.
Oh, Insomnus, he does connect one though. Camper coming up really closely. He's going to be able to at least secure it. Damn, trying to actually save the day, but instead gets taken down by the nade as well. Camper at least brings one pointer back, but they will all be demolished. And Team Hawk will go out early, and it's going to be a high goal that sits it out with the rest of his former teammates taking it out. And that's one more blast coming in through the side of Team Secret. Kid is down, but Fredo, he tries to DPS his way throughout, and that's going to be a crash that does miss, but the shot will not. Eye shot coming in, but it's going to be Iftar from the back. MAB, they're stealing all the points away from Bosskurr.
And they did. And they did, it seems. Right. Well, Tabah NSEA is still not done with Genexus just yet, though. Genexus, Lung, still in the area. Tabah NSEA, whatever happened to them. Actually, only one member of Genexus left alive. That would be Lung. Gets taken out. Tabah NSEA clean the likes of Genexus, so they will not be getting a chicken dinner this time round. That repeat of chicken dinner is not happening. Circle now closes onto the likes of GEEK fam, who has prime position up and on the hill. Crit VIP to join in with, inching towards the edge, RSG as well.
GEEK fam, they're so bold. They immediately go directly into the center. They understand that they have cleared certain teams on board, such as HomeBois, with Crash and Burn, but now at least it's prime position for them to take. The only challenge is against RSG that will be overlooking the northern side of Quarry, while Flax has also booked his spot. The rest of NC, though, has to tread carefully. MAB with 2-2 split, 2 over on the south side. Meanwhile, Team Secret, after having casualties, they will have to at least hold it out against MAB and then deal with GEEK fam later.
All right, now GEEK fam, it seems to be they're having easy pickings, shooting downside to the likes of Dingoz. That's 2 members already being knocked well within smokes though. But I don't think his friends is coming in time. Eye shots from the far side will be sniping onto the likes of GEEK. They will know that members are in the area. Dingoz gets into the car, tries to make a rotation, but actually faces the wrong side of the town. And that will be Dingoz out at 0 eliminations. And now MAB Maki shoots one from Team Secret from the far side. That will be Kid now on his knees.
And MAB looking so clean. They've been able to at least pick off all these other players one after another. Now they have created a safe zone for themselves over on the southern side of the map. Meanwhile, in the north, there's a lot of chaos unfolding as we speak. Eye shots getting picked from the back, and that's a perfect shot coming out of MAB. Meanwhile, Calamity also having bullets peppered at him. It's going to be Damper that will eventually find that number. And after through those smokes, it doesn't work out for MAB.
But look at the circle though, closes onto the likes of Tabah NSEA, and so they now play comfortably in their position. However, I don't think it is heavily their sided because they are down in the bottom, lower ground, and GEEK fam plays up on top. And we know how this goes in the King of the Hill. RSG is still well and out here. 4 teams feel pretty healthy in terms of the work count. Actually, everyone across the board. That's 5 teams all in all. Crit hasn't made an appearance just yet. Has got 4 kills though.
They still have to deal with the King of the Hill, GEEK fam, who has the highest amount of members still left intact. Love utilities needs to be used up here while they try to cover a little bit more ground for themselves, but HYVE have already spotted the rest of RSG hiding through the smoke. They couldn't seem to trade right back. They're only turning through, but there's only trees for them to cover up with. Tabah NSEA, they will find the rest of the members of Crit VIP, while Snipes goes in for a little bit of trading done. And RSG just absolutely suppressed. Now in this top 5, it's going to be a couple of all these members of NC trying to make a rush into the circle, but they will have to risk their life for it. Frankie has his vehicle just getting sprayed on by the rest of the members of Crit VIP. Razor just man-marking onto Frankie, leaving him out to bite the dust by the blue.
Well, bite the dust, and you kind of have to bite the bullet and move on here. Crit VIP now getting gunned down from GEEK fam, who does still occupy the hill, although Edge Circle still well within it. They can now do damage willy-nilly, and now RSG has got eyes on Crit VIP, but GEEK already has got a head mark onto members of RSG, and well, the sprays connect from the far side. It is Damrude. Who else could it be, right?
Damrude as well as HYVE just doing massive work. Razor comes in to pin out the rest of the members of RSG, and now Razor, the only one left alive for Crit VIP. The rest of GEEK fam will hunt them down eventually. And look at those numbers stacking up. GEEK fam with a 13 record high in this matchup. And they're about to close it up in great fashion. HYVE still looking for members of Tabah NSEA on the lower ground. Razor doesn't have time to even heal up. But Lex, he's just right up front, hiding behind a tree and a rock in the hard place. And there's just no one stopping GEEK fam from getting the chicken dinner.
Well, they can't be too comfortable just yet, because the fact that Tabah NSEA and MAB still live, that means there are some threats going on. HYVE conveniently takes 1 member, that's Flex OP from Tabah NSEA. Oh, gets shot out in the process, but he goes down, he drops down onto the prone position, actually saving himself here. He will stay on and live towards the top 3 position. GEEK fam now has the ultimate spread. They have members in sight, MAB and both Tabah NSEA, but they are stretched too thin now, trying to fend these 2 off.
It's divide and conquer for GEEK fam right now. Random sprays coming out of HYVE. They're just basically lurking around. He's decked himself out with the AUG as well. Evidence there's anyone that could stop them is going to be MAB, but they're all come up all together. Shot being fired. Micah finds the first pick up there, and MAB loses 1. 2 more right down the bottom side of the hill as they go on a 15 elimination rampage. And what can Tabah NSEA do? They get a revive off, but they're still the kings of the hills here to rule them all out. Maki, the next one to falter, and there's only 1 member left for the side of MAB.
Uh-oh, they're making a mistake though. If they push down onto MAB, that's going to give Tabah NSEA the high ground, and immediately HYVE under gunfire. They will take him in. He rushes straight in. Tabah NSEA takes 1 member from GEEK fam, evening it out. 3 members from GEEK fam, 2. They're dropping like flies. NC, they're running things up. Run and gun, it says, but GEEK Snipe's still within the area.
They're
Coming in
forward, though. This could be a really good chance if he does get the pickup from the lower ground.
Yeah,
and it's going to be Damrude there, putting up another charge grenade.
It's going to be a 2v2, though.
Oh, my word! It's GEEK fam, and they're about to close this match with 19 points, unless if Lex can make a miraculous play.
Lex, Tabah NSEA might just do it. Although 1 member is left alive, they kind of get a rough idea on the area of GEEKs. Snipes running right in front of him. Does not come in with the trade, but Lex seemingly might even go in for the res.
He has the opportunity to do so. But Snipes, he knows about the position on the lower ground, and he's just holding on to that SMG to spray them out. Damrude having a UMP of his own as well, closing the chapter here. They don't really have cover, no smokes, no nothing at all. Tabah NSEA, random pan? This is not gonna work out. It's not HYVE, man. But good effort. I give that a B+.
Oh, gets spot out. Lax gets shot down. The snake in the grass, and it connects. It clips. Damn rude. Sixth sense. This man is always up there. When things gets rough, you can always hope on him to come in with the clutch. And that is a 20 kill points and the chicken dinner. GEEK fam, my God, never have they looked this great.
When, behold, the kings of Erangel right here, taking every competitor out of the match with high flying colors. 20-pointer here to shove it in the face of Genexus. That you can do a 10, I could double that for now.
That is insane. A 20 kill pointers on top of the 4 chicken dinner points. That is 35 points in this one match alone. They're insane. You know what? I'm starting to like their former slogan or tagline now. It is true what they said. It's going to be the era of the geeks, and it's happening right now.
I know a streamer with that name. And, you know, going back into some of the highlights that we have, Crit VIP, they definitely went in with a better approach this time around, as they have turtled in and created massive strongholds, defended well against Team Hack, and eventually went into the top 4, picking other teams up by sweeping by the edges, and eventually collided with RSG. And also, there was so much pressure from the top of the hill. To my surprise, no team have been able to challenge GEEK fam at all.
And you know why? It's clearly why. 20 points, they did not snake their way through. 20 kills means they did try. Teams just failed trying to take them out. They shot them on the tracks here. Take a look at the teams to focus on. Definitely GEEK fam this game. Don't care about the travel distance. Look at the throwables used. Fairly even. Where is the kill point?
The kill points, well, everybody else could just sit aside because half, or should I say, 1/3 of the lobby has been taken out by GEEK fam themselves. And if that's not a statement of what, I don't know what to say. There's a reason why we left out Yuhai about the hottest transfer of the season, because this guy is straight up out of this world. And the loan coming out of Bigatron has given them so much of an edge. But guess what? It's not Yuhai that ends up with the MVP title. It's Micah instead with that 6 frag. And this player that's played alongside with Voki back in the days have been able to stand up and, of course, be under the spotlight for once. And look at that. 1,000 damage. That could have been 10 kills easily.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's he's incredible, right? We've seen him playing in a previous team, that is Axis Esports, in which they did win the country league alongside with Voki and Arrest, and now him moving over to GEEK fam. To echo your words, GEEK fam seems overly stacked right now. They're on steroids, if I would say so, in a lack of better words.
Yeah, and overall, we're looking at NC rising above the charts, and look at how close they are. 2 points to segregate them as well as GEEK fam, and Genexus now pushed down to 3rd. It's all about the consistency that brings Tabah NSEA to the top of the ladder, and GEEK fam with a discouraging number. That's basically, what, 35 points in this round itself, and they've only played 2 maps.
You want to know what's even more funny? Tabah NSEA is at number 1 just because Lex was camping in a car in the water for sometimes that gave just the consistency in the points, I guess. Well, but no one's going to be able to take that away from GEEK fam. 29 eliminations so far in week number 2, and they're only 2 games in. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta catch my breath after that match, because that is literally breathtaking performance out of GEEK fam out there. And we thought, oh,
you need an inhaler because you're part of the geeks now.
Pass me one.
Fitness isn't the best.
I'm on the hopium that these guys will make it all the way through to live the regional, I mean, this whole league itself.
You're on an opium?
Yeah.
Isn't it kind of clear cut with that sort of performance and the roster that
the league hasn't ended yet. We're just at the midpoint by the end of this week.
True.
So who's to say who's going to take it all? Because we look at Tabah NSEA on their level of performance. Sure, they're not as flashy in play as compared to Genexus or even GEEK fam, but they're definitely onto something that they at least closes rounds and still stand the test of time against all these other big foes that they've been competing with. And that's definitely what I really do admire about this team that was basically bred through all these sure hard work and determination that they were put through from those early days that we were just playing qualifiers. And look how far they've made.
Yeah, I mean, last I heard, they were representing the country.
That's right.
For an event right next with GEEK Fam, so it's pretty telling on who looks like the hottest contender coming into the season. It is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, and my God, was that a spectacular of a match to behold right in front of our eyes here. And I'm pretty sure you're pretty grateful about that one too, so why don't you give your best cheers down in the comment section of this live stream. Say yay for Geeks.
Yay for Geeks. I'm pretty sure the tagline is once a geek, always a fan.
Well, yeah, but this is not really a cheer now, is it? Oh, well, I'll take it.
All the geek girls and the geek boys here, go ahead, celebrate with Yuhai because he's been just absolutely bonkers throughout the whole show alongside with Micah. Of course, I think like other than some of all these high performers in this matchup, I think throughout the day, sure, we have Lu Yu that was basically extremely consistent with numbers. Unfortunately, they were taken down in that skirmish over on the south side of the Fair Pier section. I felt like perhaps if they do make it out, that GEEK Fam versus Genexus fight would have been something special for us to witness. So with that being said, we would like to talk to members of GEEK Fam as we have an interview coming your way with that crazy round of a chicken dinner. We will basically throw it over to one of these guys that we've talking to. So I wonder who will be joining us on board.
Hopefully Yuhai. Star power. Let's go.
So let's welcome on board Yuhai from GEEK Fam, and congratulations, Yuhai. It's great to finally see you back here on, home turf. So how are you feeling after that massive round with 20 frags that you guys got for the team?
Wow, that one is the game is so intense, so crazy the game. We just go all out because on our first match, we almost got chicken and we just throw it out like that. Then everyone was like tilted by it. They just feel triggered. And this game, we just go all out.
Oh, well, I absolutely love that mentality that, you guys have. That you guys just can't stand like losing out to other teams, and then you come back so much stronger. This is just your second match, and this is like the third map, and you guys are already at number 2. I'm sure that you guys are aiming for number 1. But is there any other thing that you are personally aiming for, Yuhai?
For me, we are chasing the PMDC point. We are 100% commit on that. Try to chase all the top team, and one of our target also want to get champion, and we just do our best.
All right.
I have a personal question for you, Yuhai. I mean, everyone looks up to you. You're like kind of the superstar of the season, but right now, you're next to Damn Rude. Do you think he can fare up to you, or do you think you're still a little bit better than he is?
That one is so personal, but for me, of course, Damn Rude has been playing for how many seasons already? For 5 seasons. This one is season 6, right? Season 6.
We lost count as well, don't worry. Yeah.
It's been playing for so long time already, and then when I joined them, you can see the difference, right? I bring the miracle to GEEK Fam, I would say. And Damru also is a good person. Just before this, they are just unlucky, I would say. And I also unlucky back then. We just hope for the best for our future, and we just want to achieve our goal.
That's right. I hope that this momentum will continue on for the rest of this week for you guys as well. So I do have one more question. Any message you want to send to any specific team or player out there with this win? Like any shout out?
For me now, okay, I get it. For me now, to Genexus, don't sell so much. We will push you guys off. Be careful.
Right.
Pew.
Pew Pew. Okay, Pew Pew, you better be watching. Yuhai's got a message for you, big brother. All right. Thank you so much, Yuhai. I hope that we get to talk to you real soon. It's great to have you back. And of course, go for it, man. All right.
Yes,
we'll
thank
catch
you.
you soon.
Thank you.
Well, that was a very, very confident talks coming out from Yuhai. I was a bit disappointed that he didn't rat out on Damru, though.
It's his own teammate. Why
Yeah,
would you rat out your own teammate?
You know how there's like friendly competition. I was expecting him to maybe go in and say, well, yeah, Damru's good, but I'm a bit better. Oh, clearly I pulled in that stuff. But, well, he's a kind guy, as you can see. Genexus, watch out. Now, let's take a look at how this chicken dinner was earned. Contra, please take it away.
Well, they started things off by the outskirts of Rozak, which is a really interesting spot to go on with, but they understand there's always going to be vehicles there. They drop by on the south side of George, which is, you know, the usual spot for GEEK fam, and then they travel all the way into the southern side. But it's multiple checkpoints that led them there, but also keep in mind that there wasn't too many teams until this sort of point where you take a look. GEEK fam, we're also on the outskirts. They have to get past how many teams there. You can count for yourself. There's Bosskurr, Team Secret, Dingoz, Crit VIP, and the list goes on. Now, watch what happens. Okay, I guess we don't get to see the rest of the track, but they booked themselves over onto the northern side of Quarry, and they eventually bump onto Genexus, which they didn't really trade out against each other at first, but they trailblazed their way into Quarry, into the top of the hill, and then found themselves numbers and numbers of frags. But this was basically the gridlock that happened over here on the Quarry section, where it's easy to get into Quarry. To get out of Quarry is always going to be problematic, and these teams were absolutely stuck. But we saw, after all those sort of commotion, it was GEEK fam that has full reign of that hill up there. And just like what Yuhai said, it was a crazy game.
Yeah, they just went ham, absolutely ham on that one. Looking back at the trail that they had to go through in getting this chicken dinner, I would say, I guess there's some element of luck there, because remember when they were meeting up against Genexus? If they were to fight, sure, they might have won that trade, but they would have lost like a couple of members in the process. But Genexus decided to go down south, right? Enter via Ferry Pier, in which they had to fight against another team in the process. So that kind of gave GEEK fam a straight entry onto the northern side and got them the prime position on top of Quarry, which led down to this very moment right here.
Yeah, and after that, they close it out with a 20-pointer, which it's definitely a tough feat for other teams to really catch up to that number, but
straight up
with
flexing, bro.
with a name being pulled out from the back, Pew Pew has got to step up and show them a 20-pointer or more. So Genexus got that chicken dinner, GEEK fam's got that chicken dinner, and of course, much earlier, we also do have another chicken dinner going underway, which, of course, we'll get a little bit more recap.
We have someone better. We have something better than a chicken dinner.
What's better than a chicken dinner?
A Realme GT Neo 3. Oh, you should have seen this one coming. Neo Speed awakens with a brand new dual chipset device. Yes, not one, but two processor called the MediaTek Dimensity 8105G that brings you power, efficiency, while not compromising your gameplay, okay? It says here they're going to give you immersive gameplay with seamlessly gaming experience. It's all you ever need in a gaming phone. It is right here, right now on top of the table. It does not only come in white, try out the blue as well, or different color, mind you.
Yeah, and on top of that, there was also so many great things like the cameras and stuff. But speaking of great things, we also have Yoodo, powered by Cellcom, offering you free data when you play PUBG Mobile, so you don't have to worry anything at all. Scan that QR code right on your screen over on the bottom where Keith is sitting. So go ahead, scan that up, and switch to Yoodo today and play PUBG Mobile absolutely without any hassle. So many things to offer here in 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, and we still have even more to come. Did we tell you about joining Blackpink for a concert? You don't have to fly anywhere. That's the best part. Like, you get to go to a virtual concert, and you also get a lot of swag in game while you basically dance alongside with your idols out there, and many more.
Yeah, I mean, why would you pass on that opportunity? In fact, I just want to give a huge shout out onto TikTok, right? They are the official live stream partners here. Hashtag #BeTheOne has always been the tagline for these PMPL tournament, and now we're in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. Maintain the hashtag #BeTheOne TikTok challenge and follow our official PUBG Mobile TikTok account. Okay, PUBG Mobile MY official, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and PUBG Mobile official now with PH. Welcome on board, brothers.
That's right. Mentioning about TikTok, you should do a dance. So we're gonna take a quick break, and then we'll see whether or not can we get Keith dancing alongside to music or maybe do the chicken dance. All right, so we'll catch you guys real soon. So give us a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Proses.
Yo! Dia jadi star player. Adakah hari ini dia jadi star player? Musim bunga 2022 takut kepada.
Sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan. Who will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation, defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun
bermula. Kali ini 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall 20 Julai 2022. Be the one.
Tak ya, Mel. Bodoh sekali.
Tak nampak ke ni?
10.
Brother, is this real or fake?
Apa ni?
Kau dua. Kau dulu lagi ni. Aku aja aku ikut tu. Apa ni? Dia macam binatang enggak? Binatang. Terasa bodoh apa benda yang ni? Apa tu bodoh? Masuk benda. I behind you. You go first. Okay. Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man. Buruk. Tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Pan. Terus snack. Buah apple. Rasa macam kertas tu. Kerang. Kaki ayam. Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove. Taruh tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air. Lah. Tajam gila, takut. Can we redo? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Like I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this? Nenas. Okay guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Fall.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Newspeed awakens. Realme, dare to leap.
Well, we don't have enough time to shoot TikToks for Keith, but we have a lot more time to show you more chicken dinners here at the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall, and we're here for even more greatness. And that round by GEEK Fam have set the standards all the way up high, and we're definitely in for more of a treat this time around. We're going to be diving into Miramar back-to-back for 2 more games, and that will close off the entirety of the night. But I want to hear your thoughts. All these teams out there, who's going to be making it huger in the biggest map of it all?
Well, I'll give you who I think later on, but right now, man, again, GEEK Fam just twin towering the rest of the competition.
It's unfair. they maxed it out. This bar cannot get any higher. Does it reach the logo of PMPL?
You know what's crazy about this? This is the second time they had twin tower stats out of the eliminations and damage. Like, this team, can somebody put an end to it? I mean, it's not like I want to see them end, but come on. Someone has got to stop them in the tracks here. GEEK Mika comes in at 1,036 damage. Third is his teammate Damroot himself, 767. Meanwhile, Tabah NSEA's ex-Russian gets in 839. And although Damroot's out there, we don't see Yuhai on the board. Oh,
there we do. We do, at the very least. It was Damroot that was basically hogging the biggest numbers out there, and Micah as well got himself 6, but Yuhai, it wasn't really about the kills, but you saw him just basically blocking everybody from going up the hill, and that itself actually brings everything back to GEEK Fam. It's the setup that was created for it all, and now, speaking of the setting, we have Group A, B, C, as well as E on board. That will also mean that Group D will be taking a break, and this time, yes, the call out to Genexus may not work because he'll be watching the matches instead. Don't Break Dreams, Access Red 1, as well as MUGEN will also not be playing for this one now. So let's talk about Miramar for a bit, because this map is all about great long-range shots, and after that, maneuvering across terrains. And I guess when it comes down to this, these are the teams that are some of the best at it. Dingoz is currently in their best shape ever, and Batman giving them guidance have always been able to bring the best out of all these young players out there. And M9, I guess we didn't really have to bring up all too much about it, because M9, yeah, they were taking a break early on, but they have definitely rattled up the competition this season.
Yeah, that they did, right? We've seen how time and time... M9 got close in the Erangel match. Like, it could have been their chicken dinner as well, but they had RSG to deal with, and so that they had to bow out on the second Erangel map. But maybe comes Miramar could be their shining moment here. And you talking about Miramar being long range, and you know, you gotta hit it on the mark. It's all about your firepower and gun skill, and that is scary because that goes down again to GEEK Fam. Damroot and his shots. He's always there in Terminator. But let's talk about Bloods later on, because right now it's all painted pink across the wall with Blackpink coming in this collaboration. Tell them about it, since you're the Blink here.
They're about to be in your area here. You can join them in the virtual concert from 22nd to the 24th. And if you missed that, there's still the 9th as well as the 31st for you guys to basically enjoy in-game and dance it all out to your favorite music. On top of that, there's also Blackpink outfits as well as voice packs that will be given now. There are concert tickets and a whole lot more. But my dear friend who's a little bit more heavy metal,
let's go. Now this is where men come in, okay? If you want to get yourself some raunchy, graunchy aesthetics, actually not aesthetics, it's voice packs here, from your very own KL Gangster collaboration with PUBG Mobile, you can now have the voices of some of these stars, one of them being Malik, another one being Shark.
What is the most gangsta Malaysian thing you could say to somebody that you dislike?
Did I dislike?
Lumau takau ah.
Leng Tai sudah mari mah.
Leng Tai sudah mari. Okay.
So for the international viewers who's watching, we apologize. We'll not translate that. Meanwhile, Rabu Padu, go take this one off.
All right, and of course, this is Steady Wednesdays, where if you log in on Wednesday and you win 3 chicken dinners, you'll be awarded with some cool stuff by PUBG Mobile. And this is only happening on Wednesdays only. Mind you that. Make sure you guys play the game throughout with your friends out there, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And of course, other than this, we also do have the Bramble Overlord set. Man, this looks sick.
That looks sick. Yeah, I have to admit, Thorns, ooh, holding a whip, man, it's painting a fantasy right now. Bramble Overlord set, make sure you go get it. It's chapter 3 right now with the protecting the World Gate. And another one of the things that you should look out for is the PMPL and PMCT watch party happening from the 23rd all the way down to the 14th of August here in Paradigm Mall Selangor, Paradigm Mall Johor, Ipoh Parade in Perak, and Surya Sabah all the way down back in my hometown and Damru's hometown in Sabah.
Well, I absolutely love it. We're definitely hoping to catch you guys on the crowd, especially the ones in Sabah, because they've been waiting for a long time for offline events, and at least we're getting some of that coming right in. You know, M9 has been on my watch list for quite a while now, and I think like they're going to be on to something here, especially inside of Miramar. They would eventually show up into the top 8, which I do believe can easily happen. Tell me more about 4 Rivals, because, you know, last week didn't really work out. What do they have to offer in Miramar?
So my justification for 4 Rivals is simple, right? Although they're not feeling too hot, Miramar has always been this stacks lineup. Pemburu and all the rest of them in 4 Rivals. Like, Miramar has always been their strongest suit. However, this is a different season for them. They're not reflecting my expectations, but maybe this one is here to change that perception.
Yeah, and I'm just really happy. You know, most of the predictions that we have gotten today, at least most of it makes it into top 4 radius. Yeah. And also chicken dinner, I landed the GEEK Fam one, so that was perfect for me.
Wow, I like that you're taking credits for the chickens now. Oh my god.
Hey, you come really close. The top 4, top 2s, and you know what? Hopefully this time around, you'll be right, as we will be moving into the Dunes of Miramar. In 3, 2, 1, here we go.
Hot. Ooh. The Desert Dunes, it seems. We're back at it again. Where is the oasis when you ever need one? Again, with the accompanied by... Oh, there we go. Hey, it's accessible, which usually isn't. So, Geek Fam, probably towards El Pozo. As always, we know that they play that area. Do you think Sam9 has got a different job, or will they play around Power Grid again?
I feel like Power Grid is going to be a staple, easy start for them, because when you go into Power Grid, it is basically central into this time zone where the only problem for people who drop around in Martin Power Grid or Picado is that getting out of the city, the first few steps is always going to be the hardest to take, because you're in that spot where everybody wants to get past, and it's either that you stop them or you be stopped. So I guess like there might be a certain challenges, especially from St. Martin eventually. HYVE International is the only team over onto the northwestern end of the map, and they should have a really good safe start for them. Won't be challenged by any teams at all, and maybe on the opposite, which will be in Campo Militar instead. Now, take a look at the flight. Anything that sparks your interest? Because I'm looking at NC going further down to the southwest side.
Actually, what? NC kind of likes to play at Valdemar themselves. And 4 Rivals, the ones I talked about. Well, it seems like they might just go out so soon.
I don't think he has a weapon. Oh, he does?
He does, but they have 3 more shooting back at him. So his chances of survival seemingly not on his favor. But maybe they can clutch this one out. I don't know. I'm still hopeful. Whatever happened to the 4 Rivals, Nino and Love, already taking half the amount of damage, will go down by the stairwell. And that will be him. Appy now out into the lobby at minute 0.
Well, at least he ain't tripping on it. So 6, supplement that number. The first blood actually goes over to 6 instead. Iron Pro definitely helped out on that one. So as we carry along, I'm not too certain as to how he ended up out there. I guess like now with the presence of Jumper, things might actually be a little bit different, as we've known Jumper to be a strong in-game leader. But take a look at the rest of SMT. They're still on their floaties. Jumper with an Iron Sight Mini 14, attempting something that's quite hard to even land. But at least with a vehicle, it's going to be much easier for Team SMG to get out of such a sticky scenario.
Speaking about transfers right now, if you noticed, well, Manparang's out.
Oh,
Adams is back in. So I guess they're going on rotation, still trying to find their grooves, although they had seen much success with either or of the stack. Actually, they had more success with the Adibs lineup, didn't they?
I think like whichever player that they put in into the matches, they still find at least a fair share of consistency, especially with Manparang being the captain on board. You saw it was a top 2 finish for them, especially in the match inside of Severny. Now we're going to take a quick look into Micah's stats before we get into the conversation of 7-9. Now, without Manparang, right, things might look a little bit different, but you're also bringing the king of snipers, which is a fair trade if you ask me, into the matches of Miramar.
That is a fair point. Yeah, I guess we should have factored that one in. All right, take a look at the knockouts for now. The kid takes in with 50 in the healing, I guess. 44. Oh, no, he's a support. He gets 50 kills on a support. What? This kid's insane.
That's right. And this is him just being a massive contributor to Team Secret's success overall, right? Like, by far, I think this is actually his best season.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken a lot of the highlights away from Team Secret, and you thought that Fredo was going to get most of it, right? Like, or some of these veterans like iShots, who's been here even when Malaysia has made history on the world stage. But it is kid. It's the young kid on the block, and I guess that's very comforting to know that people should take a little bit more gamble on these new players in the scene. Always get some new talents in, so you're not always stuck and fixated on the old ones. You know, out with the old, in with the new. Sometimes there's value in that.
Yeah, that's true. And overall, I guess like all these sort of valuations will have to be put to the test eventually in matches and matches to come. Like, there's bound to be bad days for even the best teams out there, and I guess when it comes down to situations as such, like you heard from Yuhai, like even if they were taken out on a position that they don't desire, which is actually #1 spot, it infuriates them, but you don't let emotions take over you. Like, at least like it's a burning passion and anger of not winning, but the sadness, if it consumes you, it's gonna take a toll for you to recover. So I hope that teams who are currently at the bottom of the barrel do not fret, because it's a long league after all. Like, we have MUGEN as well as HYVE International, who has offered some incredible display of firepower as well. It's just that they haven't really found like that sort of momentum to be built up just yet. And I think like it's absolutely okay. Like, you see, even HYVE has improved from that round that they've gotten at least a top 4, or should I say top 5 in the 70 bout. It has at least climbed themselves upwards to 11, which is already a massive improvement. All you have to do is consistently add in like, what, close to 10 points in every round.
Well, HYVE International, they're a tricky one, right? Because all we can do is hold on to hope sometimes. I mean, that's we have to be comforting. I guess we don't want to be so destructive on that. But HYVE International, I've seen them play in community tournaments and struggle themselves, right? So there's something to be said. I guess it's a reason to doubt, but maybe they're going to show us why they qualified into this season. There should be a reason that they're here and not the previous team, which was KHI.
Wow.
So they have got tricks up in their sleeves. I do want to see how they finally emerge from this?
Yeah, I feel like me understanding the Philippine scene for a tad bit, watching tournaments that dates back to the wildcard days, right? Like, it's definitely rough that they only get one spot into the PMPL, and it's about which team is hungrier. Like, other than that, back in the days that was Blacklist International, Baker's been there before. Like, you know, he is a player to be looked out for. And on top of that, now joined along with Edo 10, Blanks. This is a star-studded roster, and there's so many more great names out of the Philippines as well as Singapore that, you know, unfortunately we miss out on because there can only be so many spots.
That is true. That is correct. Are we starting a petition to have more spots? But that also means taking out some spots from the Malaysian region.
We have to start.
Are we ready
the
for
title.
this change? Are we starting such a controversial?
It's not controversial to me if you could basically rule them out and be the top team in the league. Sure.
Well, anyway, talking about star-studded roster, 4 Rivals is star-studded. You have Jumper, you have Voki. What the heck is going on wrong here?
I feel like it's too much star power. It's overwhelming. Like, I think like when it comes down to situations like this, like, who really is going to be listening when the captain speaks, right? Because all these players, they're all great. If there's going to be a chart like, you know, when you play FIFA and you have player ratings, these guys are above 90. But
they all fill up the same role.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to put Messi, Neymar, Ronaldo, and everything, but you don't have any defenders.
Yeah.
Or your goalkeeper is basically... I don't want to drop names of goalkeepers, but like, a goalkeeper is the captain, but you're not trying to listen to him. Then that also becomes an issue.
Well, take a look at the circle, I guess. Someone who won't be having issues, probably GEEK fam, who is well within their own spot, just rotated a little bit outside of El Pozo, but Sam9 might go up against Crit VIP. Now that's something I'd like to see. Yeah. And yeah, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Pomburu like an in-game leader once in 4 Rivals?
Yes, he was.
And so is Voki?
I would say Appy is the core leader of the pack,
right?
Where he's consistently bringing them into territories that is efficient for the team to farm numbers. And that's what we've been missing out on. It feels like for Rivals, they haven't been farming enough, and it's going to be adding the stash of numbers on top. And Team Secret continues to pile on the pain. Ah, boy, gets knocked. Lots of damage being done to Zigzag, the only player left alive. They could only save one out of the many, unfortunately, for Zigzag. And I don't know if they continue on. These are going to be a number for them. Team Secret knows that, yeah, they could take their sweet time if they want to. They don't really have to really press on. But for Team Bosskurr, they just have to let go of the 2 members that have been taken out.
Well, cut the losses, they say. Get out of there. Because Team Secret, they seem to have the better position to be taking these fights. Compounds right on their back end. They could always go in for cover and reset if they wanted to. Team Secret, in fact, already brings the buggy on forward. Might even... Oh, no. They're just parking around. They've got their kill. They've got their spoil. They will loot the dead body and, well, move on. Meanwhile, Sam9 from the heavens is Depp. Just, well, give it a little bit of love tap down into the smoke where Team Huck relies and resides in. Surely you've got an idea on which compound it currently is taking control of, but we'll see how the rest of the members of Team Huck get themselves out of this sticky situation.
Depp continues to apply pressure onto some of the players right down below the hill, while Izane definitely aims towards RSG, but these are really rough angles out there, especially with a 3x scope. You won't be able to get much, especially with Kim, who has an eagle eye from the top side of the radio hills. So we'll just let them basically trade on for now. And then, like I said, inside of areas like St. Martin, Power Grid, that is always going to be fights happening. And Team Bosskurr honestly should have known better not to basically pry onto the top dogs out there.
Well, I mean, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They're trying at the very least. Can't say the same for some of the other teams. I'm just like throwing shade right now. MUGEN,
I don't know who you're talking about, man. Like, no names. I consider it nothing.
Well, meanwhile, RSG coming from the far side takes members down. That is Kid. Man, leave the kid alone, they say, as Brian now being top dog, a bully here, not letting him crawl his way into safety. But they will have these elevations they can play around with, and with the smoke, they should be able to go in with the revive on time. That is one very expensive warning coming out from the side of RSG. They did have to expand the utility, but they will save a member at this.
Yeah, overall, the additions of players into the RSG roster came in from the past season. And of course, the star player being Rex. But to me, the one that has impressed me the most is Brian. And followed by that is Luke. Ranger, if he gets enough games, definitely he'll be able to add into those numbers. I remember there was a game where they also got the chicken dinner in the past season with Ranger on board, so it also is a value add. But as I praise them so much, they have a flipped Murado, or is that the NSEA? Can't tell from now. But look at that. HYVE International about to challenge GEEK Fam.
Oh, they can try. That's a trade I'd like to see. Meanwhile, members of Team Secret, it's iShots. Ooh, sliver of HP, this guy. Oh, nearly got sent to the lobby there. He saw fate being tempted in front of his eyes, and it is still Bosskurr. So they did not really left, but they have only 2 members left alive here. iShots will be shooting through the doors. Does not connect onto our boy. He's got an idea where iShots is, though.
Yeah, he's basically daring him to move. But take a look at that. Great VIP coming on board as well. Like Samzy has been one of the highest fraggers through the history of the league. Last season was a little bit of a dip in terms of the performance of his previous squad. Well, nothing much has changed, though, for this brand new roster. But of course, with new motivation to play on board, we did see sparks of brilliance coming in from Crit VIP. They did got themselves a chicken dinner on the past week. Olio comes in, knocks Zully out of his foot. Look, this time gets picked out by Edo10. They lose out Vigor instead, so it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, man. Meanwhile, Team Hawk also hasn't had the best of games so far in week number 2. Damn ass. Camper is now low. Zully is already down into the graveyard, it seems. And now they'll be spraying through windows, but not clicking onto anyone. And still, Camper and the rest of the other members stuck in a very sticky situation by the hay bells. Cannot move a muscle. Meanwhile, Sam9 Putra has got eyes onto the likes of HomeBois here. 666 Tricks and Iron Pro by the corner, and the blue coming in from the back end.
Oh, this is not looking good for HomeBois, and immediately they just get shredded out by Putra with that perfect elevation from the top of the hill. And that will get Sam9 all the points that they deserve. 3-pointer in. 1 taken away by another squad, of course. And Team Hawk, they're also loitering around. They also have to make a move. M9 not making it easy for everybody out there, but M9 eventually budging off as well. And thankfully for M9, the circle is so close that they could afford to play time. And hopefully my prediction is still intact, because they're about to be challenged by both Crit as well as Yoodo Alliance, and can't count out Hawk just yet.
But look at GEEK Fam, they have the entire hills here, in which they just took out the rest of the members of RSG. No man shall pass, they say. They guarded the heavens very, very nicely, and now they can just rain their parade down onto HYVE. More members being taken out. From the far side, it is Team Secret on the back end that takes him out.
And unfortunately for HYVE, they only got 1 point in here in their run in Miramar. There's still no one to go. But this hill has always been a prime location for the likes of many. Harm spawning out members of Team Hawk. It was Audit that kind of stand in the way as well. The knock has gone through. Dams eventually will be taken out, and Audit says thank you for the assist. While Harm punches there, is like, gotta let loose some steam.
Well, here's the Lord.
It happens.
Well, the only one you gotta feel bad about is probably Jumper right now, as all these shots does not connect. something is off with this boy in green here. It seems that green has just turned kryptonite for them. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance, they're having a time of their life. 3 kills already. Looking to rake in more. They have their eyes up on another team on the far side. It is SMG, and that is GEEK fam. That's their spoil to reap for themselves.
They're just tapping onto the vehicle, making sure that Team SMG stays put. Mildly spot up Bravo. Quick trigger coming out. Damroot connects only a bullet. Not going to be lethal at all for Farang Esports, but Four Rivals also booked themselves a spot. Now they have to face off against GEEK fam as well. Sem9 will have another pickoff going through. Only going to be a knock, but SMG now crawling into the floor, and those sprays are looking incredible. Bravo has yet to secure much, is only going to take down Jenny, which was going to be his ex-teammate.
Unfortunate, but hey, brothers in arms, they say. If you're not in the same team, then you ain't my brother. Now, Tabah NSEA still, again, doing consistently well. All 4 members still in play. And they're looking like they might just inch in towards the top 5 position again if they keep this one up. Meanwhile, Team Secret under gunfire right now. GEEK from the hillside. Micah OP, out of all players, you gave the gun and the eyes of the gods onto the side of Micah, and he will do work. Sending members onto his name here, MAB. Oh my god, a gift from above. Will it connect though?
Oh, looks like it will be lobbed a little bit too far off. It bounces off onto some of the creases of the heel, but that Molotov seems like it does connect onto Cloudy, burning them a little bit, and that zones them off as well. MAB, they're challenging right back. Micah has to make a move. HYVE with a vehicle that's also catching smokes already, but the hills is where we're going to have most of the battles happening right through Tabah NSEA. Now having Rush on the ground, Flax also having very low health. Frankie will be the next to be picked off. Bravo with a perfect spray down. Oh, Flex, what can he possibly do this time around? Flex will challenge Bravo. And it's going to be up close and personal. Flex wins the trade. And now he has to sprint off. The rest of the members may not be safe, but he will be landed with another bullet. And there goes the rest of Tabah NSEA.
GEEK fam lost a member. I wonder how that one happened here. But they secured that kill onto Tabah NSEA at the very least. MAB actually got their shot onto Micah, so that's pretty surprising given the high ground he had. Maybe over-peaked a little bit, and now that's one member that's... Oh, okay, that's a decent amount of fall damage there. That will be taken on to his side. Meanwhile, Crit VIP up against Team Secret now, but it is MAB coming in as a third party from the back end that will secure that knock. And Mock is next to fall. They will get it, but HYVE, he secures that one right in the vicinity, coming in from the flank side.
And all these trades, all these third party is just working in favor of GEEK fam yet again. Yep. Now has to find picks against Crit VIP. They will break it right through. Putra there taking down Razor, while Putra is basically shredding his ex-teammates out there, while Iftar still has 1 HP and a dream, but that dream has been crushed by HYVE.
Well, HYVE, he is high and mighty at this point. Oh boy. Has got the cover to play around with for the time being, but I'm surely he's sent that message onto Damroot. They might have gotten an idea on the trajectory from the shots, but still drives past through it, and now MAB Calamity will claim that one for himself. Getting shot in the process. That was no, it's a weird downhill walk there. He got shot and trying to scale downwards, and that's a painful situation should it be given real life. But HYVE, just a little bit of peek and is punished, taking out MAB, and HYVE jumping his way downwards. He still lives.
Jumper will almost stop him on his tracks. He just have a slither health left. Zigzag will be picked off by Putra as well. And now rolling by the ground, it's just going to be Zigzag bleeding out to the zone as well. And Farang will be eliminated with 4 points at least by the end of that run as they land on 9th place. It's going to be 4 rivals moving into a ditch, but now it's going to be SMG challenging them. Strax brings down Jumper. And boy, oh boy, a little bit of trollback. A lot of those ex-teammates are fighting each other.
Well, look who we have here. 8 teams left remaining, but that circle doesn't seem to paint all the pictures. Only 2 teams well within vicinity. The rest of them has to fight their way through a hurdle of emotions, hurdle of struggles here, obstacles even, bullets. Well, then they will have to make their way on the inside. But while all that's happening down in South, we have 4 rivals now looking straight dead in the eye against SMG.
They're also inside the circle. This is the best chance for 4 rivals, as you have predicted. 7-9, full stack roster here. 8 frags already secured. Adibs continues to seek out for his 9th pick. We put right there. Is trying to use the elevated angles here against all the other opponents, but they're not within the grasp of the circle. They eventually have to move into the direction of Yoodo Alliance members out there, and Olio has to go, or perhaps he'll be able to hold the entirety of the Tigers back.
Yoodo Alliance just brazing through, actually taking quite of a tour. Right in front of the map, getting shot down one after another. Meanwhile, they're trading fires against the likes of Yoodo Alliance, who's been pinned down, leaving only Olayo playing within smokes here, but they have the rest of 4 rivals playing on the back end. Has got eyes across the entire valley. Look up. He says, Olayo, he will live. He's probably the 2 last remaining members.
And 4 rivals just hiding right underneath it. It's going to be Portra with a double spray down, but he will be stopped by Xamdi as well. Crit VIP, they're onto something right here, but there's still one over the top side of the hill. Death will find him instead. And there's only going to be 1 member left for Crit overall, just hanging on a thread, while Shinzi will need a helping hand coming from Drag. These 2 members have been lasting out inside the shack while they try to dance it all up. Crit VIP will bow out. 7th place finish with only 2 elimination points. Now, when the tough just gets going, well, I don't know. I kind of lost my
When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Is that what you were saying?
Started on the wrong foot for me. But here we go. Top 6 scenario. Sem 9, 12 elimination points, and they're here to challenge every other team out there, with Leo going toe to toe. It's gonna be hard. That will be taken out. Instead, the car gets blown up. And my goodness, they have been shattered out. Now only down to 5 teams remaining.
Oh, 4 rivals now has to leave the hive that they have built in so comfortably here. They have to look to push into circle. That's going to give them a more compromised position here. Sam 9, 1 member down. Maybe they go for the revive, but Snipes right behind the car here will get blown up with the nades coming out from Voki. That seals the deal for the Geeks, the era of the Geeks, but they did get 10 elimination. So it's still pretty formidable for them. Now Deb trades 1 onto it, will get the kill onto Dingoz.
Now
3 teams remaining.
SMG still stuck by that shack as well. They can't seem to have actually gotten anywhere else. Gets blown into pieces. Now 3 versus 4. Sem 9 having the hot seat right now, but the circle still belongs to 4 rivals. And take a look at the positioning. They're having a little bit of widespread going on. 4 rivals will be pretty tough to be challenged here. That grenade being lobbed towards the side of Putra. And we still have Deb on the flank. Might have already been spotted out. Adibs will be the first mover all the way up front to challenge the rest of 4 rivals out there. And they just have to wait. They don't really have to rush this out. All hugging by the edges of it all. And this fight might end up in the middle of the highway. And nobody really wants to walk out there.
I actually think this is going to swing the side of 4 rivals, not just because I have a prediction at stake, but look at that. Look at the position here.
My prediction versus yours.
Yeah, 4 rivals is like, they're spread out. They have better map control, I think, and it really goes down to the circle on which side it drags, right? Who's going to get forced onto the pavement is who is going to get taken out first, because you're in a compromised situation. None of them is looking to push on through.
Okay, I'll put a supper at stake here for our prediction, and we'll see who will be able to be treated by the end of the night. While we have 4 rivals with a disadvantage of a member. Appy was taken out so early in the game, but these teams who have got ample experience internationally will not let that deter them. Now, backdoor being dropped on the ground as well. Sem 9 will have to push forward. The circle doesn't really favor them, but they still are by the edge of it. It's still very much possible, but they're just waiting it out. And looks like it will be directly in the middle of the street, not favoring anybody else. They will have to take this fight by hook or by crook.
They need to gather the info right now. Voki is doing a smart play. He's trying to get as close as possible without compromising his position. Maybe mark 2 of the members. That'll be great, good enough for him. And maybe they can go in with the peek and shoot. But right now, both teams playing it utterly flawless, not giving a shot, not giving a chance to each other.
And the thing about this is that both teams have already utilized every single utility on board, but he still has 1 grenade. He can utilize it. If he gets one good lob, it will basically send the floodgates open. Now Harm.
I don't like this though. Look at Sam9, they're so saturated in between, and they're going to get a car and just roll around.
They got the MG3!
They're asking for it though.
They get him, and immediately they won't pay the price.
Oh my
God!
God!
The price line, and it's Sam9 that won't get the ticket dinner.
What a heck of a play! They just went in, chipped in, I'm all in. Nothing to lose. They mount up the back end.
Absolute madman!
A turret from above. They were wreaking havoc at every tracks. They traveled. They got all 3 in that car push alone. That is insane.
What made them pull off the craziest stint that we have seen throughout this week's? And there's no answers from 4 idols. They were all proning. They were not ready at all. That surprise attack. And my goodness me, we need to clip that. That has to go on TikTok.
Man, if you talk about getting on a buggy at that point of the game, it's all like a death sentence. You want people to shoot you down. Yeah, you would have lost 2 members in the process, right? It takes 1 player to knock down the 2 who is driving. But they nailed it all. They shot in a moving vehicle, and they got pretty much everyone.
The biggest gamble overall.
And it paid off.
It does pay off in dividends. And of course, we have GEEK fam who have basically shredded everybody from that point of the hill. But the trouble also loomed them when the blue zone closes up. But Sam9, the Kings of Power Grid, eventually pushes right through everybody out there. They were basically taking high ground advantages until they had to challenge 4 rivals overall. And they were on a standstill until this happens. Putra, the Prince of Darkness.
They didn't even die. Not a single knock. That is insane. I would have never thought of that. I thought for sure Sam9 was cornering themselves. Why were they all saturated into one side? You know 4 rivals got a better split. Next thing you know, they loaded up onto his vehicle and started going ham. That is impressive. They're probably one of the best big brain plays coming up from Sam9 itself. I'm glad the boys are back.
This will definitely be on every platform of social media on PUBG Mobile Esports. Well, I'm still trying to recollect this. Like, when this sort of things happen, I could only bring it to a certain point. When you're pulling on the ground, maybe your movements, even if you swerve your camera hard directly into that position, there's a limited angle that you could possibly work with. And I think that Sam9, they thought this through. And take a look at that. 32 points rewarded to Sam9 for that effort.
Close. Not a record breaker, but man, did they got in close. And how they got this one was probably even more spectacular than the feat that was pulled out by GEEK fam, right? Because GEEK fam had all the leads in the world they were spraying down. This one, they had to make the impossible happen. And of course, HYVE takes the cake here because he is the most valuable player. Why not? Coming in 5 eliminations, 883 damage. Fair enough team contribution, standard across the board, but got the longest elimination distance since they were playing Kings of the Hills for the most part. 3.3 MVP points.
So we've already got 2 players out of GEEK fam, and of course, 2 titles of MVP to Genexus. Now, it's only 1 more map that will decide who really is the better team for today. And well, when it comes down to numbers, clearly GEEK fam is on top of the charts out there, but 10 points to easily be pushed up by Sam9. That's the difference between number 1 as well as number 2. We got Tabah NSEA on 3rd place with 50 points, 44 points for Genexus, and Yoodo Alliance have been pushed down a spot as well with the resurgent rise of Sam9.
Yeah, meanwhile, Crit VIP down in 26 points. Not doing too shabby themselves. Still a better run, or probably a better start than he had in week number 1. 4 rivals at 24 points, alongside with MAB and DBD. RSG now at 22, 10th place, and Team Secret still struggling in the second half of the draft here. Not the best case scenario for the fans who, you know, who was celebrating the fact that they're back. But let's remember, the overall, they're still in number 2, right below GEEK Fam itself. Let's take a look how that winner chicken dinner has been claimed.
Well, let's start things off here. So you owe me supper for this one. Anyways, going back to it, it's them starting off with Power Grid, but what's interesting to me is that they plant one player closer into the outskirts of El Pozo, the midsection of Monty, as well as Power Grid, and also the other warehouses, so that they understand, okay, these other teams like to book that spot. Eventually, we did have GEEK Fam taking over instead as they try to congregate once more, because you want to basically control that top point of elevated hill over on the Power Grid, and that's where they launched the attack against HomeBois, which they couldn't really get much points out of, and then that was Team Hawk. So after that, it was lucky for Sem9 that the circle decided to swing close to their favor, that they don't really have to worry about their backs, because the blue zone has already guarded off an entire section. If there was one angle that they could take, to send one guy to do the job. And after that, you could see that there was just this whole wide field of view, not only for GEEK Fam to play this one now. All on the side that Sem9 was standing on was on the far south, and you saw it's just basically a line of firing squad that could just take anybody out.
Yeah, but this is where I have to give credits onto the likes of Sem9, right? Look at it. Sure, they have the numbers advantage, but none of them would budge. Whoever shows themselves, because there's a slight elevation towards the highway itself, whoever makes the first approach there will get their head exposed and probably shot down in the process. So none of them were giving them that opportunity. But like you said, when it gets tough, the tough gets going. They were pushed.
I didn't finish my sentence.
Yeah. Look, push comes to shove. They went in. Even if they failed on this attempt, right, they were distraction. Sem9 immediately went and pushed on forward. Dap already on the high ground. Adips was coming in with the supporting fire as well. So as much as I like to think that this was a gamble, it was a very calculated tactical approach. Then they probably knew that their win rate was at least 80%.
Yeah, and even if you fail on that attempt, you still have 2 more players to play out. So I think like it was a calculated risk that they're willing to take, putting Putra on that machine gun duty. Yeah, that was genius. If only we get to speak to the boys later on, we would like to ask, who made that shot call? And you know what? I guess like we have to collect our brains where we left off. So with that being said, we're going to take another break. And when we come back, we'll bring you the final game of the night, which will happen in Miramar. Till then, first, me as well as Keith, we'll see you in after a few minutes.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they start to speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at, because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na. HYVE. Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, HYVE, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At HYVE, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng GEEK Fam.
Baka yung secret pala kanina. Pero right now, HYVE goes for a spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko.
Mako! Tatlong teams, Crit, VIP, Dingoz, and GEEK Fam. HYVE managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the question. To work this out, it's Kido. Managed to cripple down 1. Nasa na yung kalaban? It's Kido.
speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
So we kept our promise and we are back here for our final chicken dinner of the night. You're currently tuning into the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. It's me, Contra, it's Keith, and down to one last game to see which team is the mightiest of them all for day one out of our week tier one. And to me, it seems like the trend has been going on, and most of the teams that have performed in week one, they continue to strive, and they are even doing much better than before.
Yeah, I mean, GEEK fam just hands down. I think everyone's expecting them to perform. The one time they get a bad game is when everyone's going to give them hell for it, right?
Yeah.
Because you're coming in with that sort of star-studded roster. Can't say the same for 4 Rivals. They've gotten close this time around, trying to turn the tides on their favor, but of course bested by the likes of Sem9, who is also one of those teams who's made a comeback alongside with Team Secret, who this week doesn't seem to be getting off from a good start.
That's right. And before we get into our final game, let's bring you some of the stats that we have from our 5th matchup. And in our first run in Miramar, the Twin Towers this time will be rewarded to Sem9. I feel like every single chicken dinner that we've gotten today was sort of crazy. Put aside the first one, it wasn't as crazy as I'd like it to be, but everyone else basically are just getting into those high fragging tempo. Whoever closes out with the chicken dinner is usually a double digit.
Yeah, but Sem9 ones definitely take the cake for the day. Hands down, easily top 1 highlights here, and I'm saying that even before the next match began. But take a look at the most eliminations. Yuhai at 2nd place with 5. Putra coming in with 9, and again, Sem9 depth this time around with his own filling up the 3rd slot. Meanwhile, take a look at the match that we have going on.
Well, for this matchup, we have Group A, B, D, as well as E. So Group C, taking a break, that will be us missing out on Yoodo Alliance, RSG, Tabah NSEA, as well as Crit VIP, as they'll take an early rest for the night, while we will have all these amazing gentlemen that will be playing out the very final match of Miramar for this evening. So with that being said, of course, well, there's so many things that we have expected out of the top teams out there. But if there's one team that is not showing up, that you want to see show up, other than 4 Rivals, which we predicted well, they went in number 2. But is there other names that we should be looking out on?
I want to look at MUGEN pop off. I think they have what it takes. They're one of those teams that are consistently in here, right? But before we get on into that one, Bramble Overlord said, one heck of a skin for you to own. It's a definite flex here if you could win the compound and teabag wearing this outstanding outfit. Chapter 3, protecting the world's gate. Make sure you get it while it lasts here. from a thorny kingdom. That is where Bramble Overlord originates. And, well, he is up and ready for you to pick him up. It's available now on PUBG Mobile.
That's right, and of course, there's a lot of all these amazing stuff to check out, the Royal Pass as well. Make sure you don't miss out on the virtual concert bot that thing, because that doesn't happen just any other day, and it's absolutely for free for you guys. All you have to do is log into the client itself now. It's going to be predictions out there. The reason why I asked you that question, because we saw maybe some stroke of brilliances from Team Secret, but they have yet to win a chicken dinner today, and they are further placed into the second half of the chart. I want to see them bounce back up. Kid has been phenomenal, like you said. Genexus, I think that you will just want them to get more dinners, huh?
I gotta be honest, I turned into a fan the moment they made their secondary debut, I guess. A rebirth of Genexus in last season. Long Loyu, come on, they're my boys.
Yeah.
You
forgot about You forgot about Xiao Boy?
Hey, let's be honest. I said I was a fan after the rebirth. So whatever BB's contribution
You were
back
fan
then,
of so many
I'm
teams.
chucking that one out to the side, right?
You're
But Long and
basically
Loyu,
the caster version of Jumper. You're jumping ships every single...
I'll take that. Hey, Jumper's a great player, although not performing in 4 Rivals, but I'll take it. You're comparing me with the likes of the greats. So
Are you saying you're not performing here on the desk with me, bro? Okay, to each their own, but I think you're doing great overall. Oh, okay. So there's still more shenanigans that we're going to be up to here on our 5th matchup of the evening. Make sure you guys stay put. I understand, yeah, maybe it's going past your bedtime, but hey, we're all gamers here. Is this even bedtime?
No,
This is prime time, baby. We expect the best game to happen here on the 5th match. And now that we are also getting the teams that have missed out on that previous round, I think like it's great that Genexus is here to show that, hey, if Sem9 could do it, and we've already crushed them on those previous rounds, we could do it better.
I like that. That's simply said.
But I'm voting for Team Secret, so...
We'll do it better. It's like, it's so simple, yet so hard.
Yeah.
Like, what am I supposed to do? Do better.
Yeah.
What else? What else can anyone rebut against that? Hey.
What else do? You do.
You gotta go scan yourself now. Get yourself a Yoodo line, because you get to play PUBG Mobile or relocate your data. Play PUBG Mobile, and therefore getting you the most bang for your buck, because you're paying for what you need. Now, if you've got any better suggestion or advice towards the team than besides the ones we came up, because do better is a bit too vague, go drop it down in the comment section below if you're watching this live on any social media platforms, actually.
That's right. And with that being said, I think that we are giving them a little bit of time to recuperate from all these heavy rounds, because, man, it looks fun for us, but if you are in the field with these top fragmenting teams out there, yeah, it's dreadful. So, like, teams that are not really on the higher end of the spectrum, they're still struggling, and I can understand why.
Yeah.
Because some of these teams just literally had everything going that it's just hard stopping them. Because, yeah, you have your own drop locations. You may not be able to go into that favored spot because it's being booked by other teams out there. Now, I guess, like, where if we look through the list of teams, Farang is another interesting one where, you know, they were previously Clutch Guerilla on that previous run of the past season. They were also matching up to their brothers, who are now known as Yoodo Alliance. But now, brothers no more. They are the ones carrying the flag. We have not seen them go into top 3.
Yeah, and it's quite of a pain as well, right? Like the flag of Farang, it's so synonymous with the community. They're like the people's people. And for them to actually have like Bravo coming in onto the team,
yeah,
you figure that they at least, you know, be up there in the top 5.
Yeah, I feel like this is a huge transfer for Farang Guerilla overall, but like, I'm not too sure. Does that mean that he's relegated into this position, or is he there to really send them up the charts this time? Like, but I haven't seen results from them, and it's starting to concern me that this team has deeper underlying issues that they have not solved.
I actually have a theory. Some of these teams are just playing to be in the top 16, but when comes the final country finals, that's when they suddenly pop off. And well, the secret sauce. We are down to the last game of the day, up onto the desert dunes. Ow! That's the sound of a hawk, in case you're wondering.
Man, that's
Miramar, let's go.
I'm not sure what gender is this hawk, but it sounds.
We don't assume.
Yeah, I mean it's 2022. You could be any gender.
No, that's not post propaganda right now.
Okay, rub that aside. Like, I'm happy being myself. Be yourself is what we want you to be, and be the one to take home the glory. Okay, put all these yada yadas aside from Contra and Keep, and we are getting ourselves a flight from Puerto Paraíso to La Riela. So, north side, absolutely out of bounds. So, last map of Angle, it shoots them all across. I feel it's about to do the same.
If they do that, then thank God we're in for a treat, right?
Even if it's south, it'll be fun because I'm waiting for that Lost Leonis Silly Warfare.
Lost Leonis, really? I've always been holding hope that it goes down to Minas del Sur, which almost never, right? This time Tabah NSEA loves to play over at Valdemar. Just saying. There's a reason why it should go downwards that way.
We've always been asking for Minas del Sur. I've been asking for the Puerto Paraíso Islands, or Impala Islands, you call it. 3 islands for you to.
Oh, okay. You're closest.
I get 2 islands there.
Yeah.
I don't think my odds are that great, but I think that Los Leones is the perfect spot.
What was the theory again? If the circle opens to X amount of radius, it can only close within it.
And also, the likelihood to close against the on top of water is relatively low in all these new patches.
Why?
Well, we had circles that literally end up in water and nobody can do anything, and you're just waiting on time, and that is no fun for us, no fun for them.
But let me ask you this: did that make it in highlights though? Did people talk about it more often than not?
It did get all the clips online, but like.
Exactly.
Do you get a deserving victor out of that?
Of course not. We're not here to win it. We're here to talk about the most momentous moment.
It's just hilarious highlights, right? And I guess we love a bunch of those. Why is he crawling in the middle of nowhere? Oh, Blanks is right there.
He's got an idea, rough idea. I guess he saw the parachute. But he's wearing green in such a, dried out, grassy...
Bright mango.
I lost my train of thought.
Okay. I'll let you recuperate.
No, it was not anything significant anyway. It's probably just as bad. You can take over now.
Oh, excuse us for a little bit. We're having a little bit of fun here on the desk. HYVE International, on their first run in Miramar, 14th place finish. So today, they managed to accumulate a total of 10 points. And whereas they're also chasing up against Farang as well as Axis, right? Now, the disparity of points is so skewed to the top 4 teams that we have to take a look at this. This is the mayhem that they bring. Round in, round out. And that was Sem9 closing out. Past round's chicken dinner. Thank you for the highlights. And yeah, we just have to bring up Putra stats after that. 31 eliminations. Okay, you divide it by... How many days of play are we in?
Wait, is this only accumulative of this week or
the entirety of the run?
Oh, then that means that's 5 plus today, right? 5 times 5?
Yeah.
Then that's 25.
You just take a look at his average
plus
stat,
4.
Right?
Yeah.
258 per round is an average for him.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, the kid's insane. He's done so much for the org. He's put them on the virality map now, even with that play. It happened before, right? With the whole pan knock thing.
Yeah.
Sem9's just across the board, winning or losing. you just see the brand out there.
Yeah, overall, I guess like Sem9 remains to be the powerhouse of the Malaysian region. And it's great to see them back on their glorious form because past season, I mean, community has split thoughts on like, oh, why they're performing, why they're not performing, and things goes on. Like, I guess every season we get new chapters of things. And to me, Geek Fam, especially on the earlier seasons of PMPL, they've always been sidelined. They're always the number 4, number 5 team, and they climb up to top 3. And like people, even with those sort of glory that you get to represent in the C level, they haven't been remarked as one of the best out there. But overall, with the addition of High, like this immediately changes everything. It changes the outlook of the team, the confidence of the team, and if this team ever goes to C level, you expect them to basically crush in terms of numbers.
Oh yeah, I'm already expecting that. Like I said, the expectations are high for Geek Fam. Like even without High alone, right? Geek Fam has got the track record, a clean track record of actually, you know, having what it takes since last year, right? That's the day I started casting for PUBG Mobile. That was probably the time they won as well, and that trails on until like this very day.
Run-ins.
Top contenders. Meanwhile, well, run-ins is just a high and buy, not really here to mingle.
Edo 10 not really in for high fives because he prefers the
HYVE fives?
High fives. Okay, I'm done.
Now you know what it feels like, huh? Dried mango. Yeah, pull that one up again.
It's okay. We start off a blank state here on the final match. There's tons of loots inside of Impala.
Oh, we're just trying so hard, it's cringing me out.
Well, meanwhile, of course, the teams are at a very neutral state. Still the looting phase. Phase 1 of Miramar has always been this way since the get-go. Unless if they were battling out inside the city. And in cities like Los Leones, it doesn't matter if you're sharing the space. Like, look at how huge this town is. But eventually, phase 3 onwards, you expect more teams to be around the city. Nobody wants to plant themselves in the middle because it's always a risk. Unless if that circle really closes into the city, then I get what I asked for. Oh, run in.
Yep, this one's a not so friendly encounter. In fact, it's Kiddo immediately gets out, but gets it by the last shot here. By the corner, he wasn't ready for that drift. No deja vu needed. Gets taken out.
I just wanted to point out that was an M16 on a single tap. It's not burst fire. 3 taps, and he's out.
Third strike, you're out. That's what they say in baseball, and I guess that rule applies here as well. Meanwhile, Jenny on the back foot here, or on the back end, actually has got eyes on where this sort of confrontation is taking place. But it's Kiddo who's trying to leapfrog his way through and maybe toss a nade to confirm that kill. More shots coming up from the top side here. Dingoz, they've got an idea.
This is a 3-way battle here. Shinzi is so sharp. This new addition to Team SMG here definitely is an interesting one. The Kiddo will secure his first claim, and that's first blood secured by Dingoz Esports. A grenade being lobbed out. Team Hawk will have a little bit of segregation between their members. Zully, he's just got to lie in wait. Meanwhile, Damn Cutie, I'm not too sure if that's actually Damn Cutie, but it seems to be, it's Damps. Okay, Damps is so far away that he's essentially not going to be contributing into this entire skirmish. And look at this chokehold just established all upon this area. And I guess like this is just the start of the Cold War that will eventually erupt into something else.
Cold War in Miramar? I doubt it.
You got me there.
Where did you get that one from?
I don't know. Okay. Okay, fun fact. I heard from a friend from America that Las Vegas, you know, it's like in the middle of the desert, but there are seasons where it does get extremely cold. It can happen. In fact,
I've never heard of snow and ice in Egypt.
You don't see ice, but that temperature can drop.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you also know that London doesn't really snow?
Well, let's not get into geographical things of worlds. Let's talk about the geography of Miramar right now, or the world of PUBG Mobile. Did you know that there is a map that snowed that used to be competitive?
I know. and I hope it comes back. I kind of miss it.
Hey, we've got Livik on Sunday. Are you excited for that?
I'm kind of excited. That's semi-snow for me. Okay, now we got Ricky approaching the scene. Dingoz Esports goes up in a personal. Oh, no. Push up coming in from the side of Team Hawk. Camper just bringing a little bit of a shock surprise to Ricky. He's only got the SMG. Zully ready to swing at him as well. Another swing comes by.
Oh, he got
misses that opportunity.
Doesn't matter. He knows that he's on the other room now. He's taking the nade. He's probably going to toss in there. And if he doesn't get the guy he wanted...
Oh.
Ooh, well, speak too soon, I
What?
guess.
Danny,
he got it.
He got it from the hills.
Oh. So he was naded, low HP, and the tap came in from the hills. And so stealing your kill here a little bit. Tossed the nade out forward, though, and the member just ran on top. He's probably low right now, right? You might as well go in with the swing.
Yeah.
Ricky, come on.
If this is Blackpink Jenny, yeah, you could steal any boys you want.
Oh. I'll be a sucker for that, I'm not gonna lie. Drags meanwhile from the far end again, just tapping things through SMG. They're not the ones moving on gunfire. It's Dingoz getting gunfire, gunning down from the likes of SMG themselves.
Dicey situation by the outskirts of Los Leones. Every team wants a piece of the pie. Now, Ricky just lops one up. Just want to block a little line of sight coming from Team SMG, but SMG just playing this one better. Just look at that lineup through those hills. The only problem is if one gets knocked, there's no recovery in for at least a good 15 seconds. Iron Pro, he might be onto something here. Amoy is just going to be a free pickup, but oh my goodness. Not the most beautiful spraying coming from an M4.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say about this guy. It seems like sometimes when he was in Dingoz, he was like insanely good, and then he was back down in HomeBois, and something just happened, and he's not hitting the shit. Right?
Though. Like,
exactly.
I'm not too sure what's in the matter of form for teams like that. Team SMG is a team that everybody knows, love, and respect. And especially in the early days, Team SMG, they were top contenders out there. They're trying to regain that status that has been... they have been overshadowed by teams like 4 Rivals for some time now. And I'm glad that you bring up Iron Pro because he was from 4 Rivals first, with a little bit of dispute.
He was good there.
He was insane.
Yeah.
And when he was in RSG, he was equally as good.
When he was on Dingoz, he was lethal as well.
Yeah. I think it was a platform where I guess every team has what I call a personality, and he fitted best in 4 Rivals because, you know, these guys just want to go gunning every single round. And that really fits his mindset because he loves aggressive plays.
But which is surprising, right? Because that car drive-by, it was something that you kind of knew it was within his ballpark to shoot down, right?
Yeah.
So that was the point we were making.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, like, it's just a bad day or if it's lack. Maybe he wasn't using his Yoodo sim pack overall. But, you know, who could fault him, right? Like, when you're currently in a high-stakes game, like, nerves get to you, especially when your team is not really in the best spot. But take a look at some of all the other squads out there. Yeah, they definitely have better days. Like, now, Team Hawk, HomeBois, below MUGEN. I'm not saying that that's a benchmark or anything, but, like, I feel like in the days run, you're supposed to have double digits.
I agree. Oh, well, speaking of like one of those teams, a teammate in their roster, 6 is also insane. When he was in an SMG, they adapted their entire team, but maybe the whole, like you said, personality-wise, just maybe they have varying different play styles. They just can't get their groups together.
Okay, there's a thing about in-game leaders which dictate the pace of the game, and I think like one thing for Team SMG to address is like who really is the best fitting IGL to really command. Sure, 6 has been around for some time, and since Trixnity has left Team SMG for HomeBois, it just feels different.
But they're 6 is in HomeBois with Trix as well, right?
Yeah.
So they brought the entire dynamic over.
Exactly. Well, it was just for today.
Yeah, spoiled milk. But I like the suggestions of changing a coach. Team Secret did that. They've put Batoy with his infinite knowledge of the game, put him in the coach position because maybe communication in-game was not really real-time. They had to process what he was trying to say because of the language barrier maybe. So with Fredo stepping in, it did pay off well for them. And now Team Hawk, unfortunately, too soon. 16th place, it seems, in the last game of the day.
Oh, that's gotta hurt them. Their pride, their ego at stake here. Team Hawk overall hasn't been this battered before. Edo 10 coming in with the shreds. Does land a bullet onto Dingoz. Not enough to take anyone out. Now it's starting to hurt. It's phase 4 already. MUGEN on the approach finds one on top of members of SMG. And Zigzag still outside in the blue zone. MUGEN could easily pick him off, but I don't think they have a clue that he's basically crawling his way in. He's so patient. Okay, he's got no first aid kit. And he can't hang about for far too long. Circle's pretty far away, by the way.
Yeah, MUGEN, come on, man. Muster up that courage. Just go and take the fight. Just go for broke. Might as well. You're down. Unfortunately, plays not too bad. Okay, so that point did not stand. But they have to muster up the courage. Whatever they've been doing to dominate the SG scene, they should try and bring it over. It seems like whenever they're coming into this league,
Zigzag.
Yeah, they shriveled up, and now Zigzag just got the straight shot on the two members. And they're going to confirm that kill, actually.
Nasty?
Oh, right in front of their eyes, in front of the face. He gets punished in the process. No.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
It's Hainu from the other angle. Both of them out of the game.
Yeah, that was one man against the rest of MUGEN.
Hainu, where is he, though? I don't see him in the map.
It's real far out. Really far out. And wow.
This far.
Axis actually takes the points then. Right?
That's true.
Oh, that was 2 kills now.
But it's still a huge win for MUGEN. They added 2 more on the board. Though they did lose 2 in the blink of an eye, it's going to be Bravo that gets the pick. And that's one more member out there from Dingoz Esports. Looks like this blue zone is going to be devouring anybody that's still lurking around inside the city. And Bravo has got to quickly hop on this engine. The rest of the Farang guys should have a vehicle of their own. They should be safe for now. SMG now controlling the south side. A much better game pace for them.
They're playing in sheds again, though. I'm not sure if I feel good about that one. It's always such a sticky situation. It can help you from the far end, but when people starts pushing in and that's all you got to work with, it's actually very detrimental as one need to take it all on. But they have the compound, so it's not just one shed with the rest of the members. They'll be spraying down onto the likes of Axis nearby.
And overall, just taking a look at the mini-map, majority of the teams are indoors. Anyone moving out of Los Angeles is currently in the pickle. Farang taking on MAB, where we still see some of these guys just struggling to catch a breath. MAB Esports, they find a few pickoffs here from the likes of Farang, but it doesn't seem like they'll be able to go in for any sort of revival. Mango's going to be dried out once again. Bravo didn't really seem to see that trio over on the other corner. Now it's between SMG versus Axis Esports.
Yeah, this one has been in a stalemate for the longest of time here, but I don't think it favors the like of Axis as they've got their cars playing the body blockers to keep them out of harm's way here, but they will sacrifice this sort of transport vehicle through.
Oh, Jumper getting shot from Team Secret. That's what you get from leaving the team.
Well, he's probably the scouts of it all. We know he does that. I mean, Einstein is insane, so could you blame the guy? Maybe he got that one as well. But it is Kid, who seemingly... Oh, top side though. MAB, they're creeping in. They have an idea. Too early. Fredo tossed the nade up forward.
Tries. Iftar.
Yeah, it got him down to half HP at the very least.
They can't commit to this fight though. Look at where the circle swerved. It's in favor of Sunman yet again. Genexus has that free pass, but there's also MAB members who are looking around. Bosskurr gets crushed. But that also leaves 2 members of Axis being battered up. They will have to quickly reset. 15 seconds is all they need. They should have enough time, but no time to heal up. Or maybe they do.
I'm pretty sure they do. Someone else can drive, let them heal up. That's the best you can do after you letting
It's
your
hard
friend
to
go.
drive in these terrains though. But look at Knife! He gets one, he gets two! SMG inside his section will find a pickup against Snipes instead. Jenny doesn't have enough health, but that will make do. But here comes Damrude. Damrude. 31 bullets in the chamber. He can make it work.
He's got nades. Just toss one in. I just said it. I just talked about it. How they like to play sheds, and it's so detrimental for them. They just got sprayed down into the barrel. Damrude, come on.
He doesn't seem to have any more nades left in his bag, though.
I'm
it's gonna be
sure
Dad coming in with a little bit more, and they're just pinned against the wall, just bleeding out to the blue zone. There's nothing much left for some of these players out there. And MAB, they're suddenly getting into this great prime position, each taking one kill from each side. Harm somehow gets another pickup against SMG. They're just stuck there with nowhere to go.
Yeah, they gotta stop playing shed.
Oh,
whoever the in-game leader is.
Oh,
so going shed, but they actually clutched it.
They stopped Geek Fam.
Oh, that was an overcommit though by Geek Fam. Surely you thought they've gotten the job done. 0 eliminations. Man, that's gonna hurt so bad. Last game of the day, by the way. SMG, at least they go out with 2 of their own. Sam9 still in-game to play. 5 kills already. Again, Genexus coming in close at 4. Meanwhile, MAB, 7 across the board.
Yeah, they're just basically rampaging everybody that comes right by, and they're storming their way through. Beautiful angles to work against 4 rivals right there. There will be another pickoff coming from Bosskurr with a grenade toss. And that's going to be a Noob down. Loyu finds another one. Dell goes on the ground and Millie out of the game. 6 more teams remain, and another one will be crushed up. Axis only left with 2 members out there. And they don't seem to have enough vision against them. Dab going with another one as well. Dab, oh my word, Sam9 is doing it again in Miramar.
DVD though actually stopped Genexus aggression, but they're not punished just yet. Still have 3 members who can fight pretty happily if they want to. 4 rivals also in play right now. Could we see a repeat on the last 2 teams here? MAB taking a hefty amount of the damage from the grenade. 2 members getting knocked out. 2 more left to kind of go in for the revive, but that's going to be time on their hands, committed passively to pick each other up.
And it's going to be 4 rivals on the other end. We're going to be seeing a rematch later on between Sam9 as well as 4 rivals, but it's going to be Xiaoboy with 2 frags accumulated. 1 more member left remaining for the side of MAB. He's just basically crushing these numbers all the way up. Now being spotted up. Oh, 1 HP left. Quick snap of the trigger fingers out there. DBD having Jimmy to try to stop the rest of Axis redONE. It's not going to be enough. DBD will have Jimmy OP eliminated out of the game. Now that leaves us to our top 5 scenario. Where's our boss music, by the way?
Yeah, we don't have it this time around. But Genexus, though, seemingly bleak. Only 1 member left to play, but 4 rivals finally has an opportunity. Looking second to Sam9, who has all members up across the board here. More kills. Go to the side of 4 rivals as Epi secures them. Genexus now goes in for the push. Takes down another member. That would be 1 member down as Axis Leto, who actually burns down into zone itself. But Sam9 has got the utmost view, bird's eye view across the entire valley. He was camping, seeking for shelter by church, and he's coming in with divine intervention.
Yeah, basically the triple threat here is Sam9, Genexus, as well as 4 rivals, but Genexus was only down to 1 member left. Now Axis redONE with 2 coming up close and personal. That's going to be people getting fired up. The grenade being dodged in as well. Quick reactions coming from the veteran player. Hey Noob, though he's going to be around, he's just going to push right in. It will be numbered up, and it's the Deb. He finds 1 pickoff. He just needs another one against Riv. And it's just down to this 1v1 between Sam9's very own Deb against Riv. Don't think he can actually go for a revive, but this gives opportunity for Sam9 to take on the engagement instead. And once again, Axis slowly getting chipped off. It's 1 more time. Sam9 with 4 rivals 3. Dep is down.
Yeah, and that's going to even the odds a little bit here. May even look into a 3v3 fight between 4 rivals and Sam9. Once again, a redemption match. Now with Axis down for the count, they can actually look to make this one happen. It's even across the board. Surely they have an idea 3 members alive with the remaining 7, and they can kind of guess the players that are left standing from the side of Sem9.
They've already conquered half the map already. Sem9 is just wrapping 4 rivals around, and for Buru, all he has to do is at least get one pickup. Deb gets to heal up as well. Boki with only 1 smoke left, he's just gonna prime it up. And with all this sort of intel being gathered up by Sem9, they're just taking a slow approach. The problem is not everybody's inside the circle. Eventually, Adits will have to chime in as well. Else you'll have to play by the edge of the blue zone, which you can't heal up.
They're creeping in, though.
Miramar.
Sem9, they're creeping in. I don't think they're under the guise of 4 rivals themselves. They have no idea.
But then again, the terrain does favor 4 rivals as well.
Look at that. Yeah, but I get it. That's true. I agree. But Harm, he's made his way down into at least close enough to deal some damage, to lob some nades. And that's going to put 4 rivals in an awkward situation. Now remember, Sem9 has got an extra body to play around with. They can't even stand 1 member to go and recon once again.
And that bag is another MG3. Adibs didn't choose to pick it up though. It could have been another deja vu instance for 4 rivals if they were to do another drive-by, but very unlikely. So up top those heals, Ultra now asking a little bit of utility. That's not going to be a grenade, but no one out there for Taburu. Now it's going to be a firing squad lineup again. This positional advantage for Sem9 is starting to pay off.
Yeah, they made the creep on forward. Thankfully, with the gradient, they have made their way through. 4 rivals did not see them sneaking by, and now it's a 4v3 situation. Takes 1 down. Now there's 2 members left. For the very least, Sem9, they are going in balls blazing right now. They don't care. They've been through this before. Might as well go in and clean up, will you? Pushing straight in 4 rivals. He has got eyes on the member of Sem9. Goes in for the trade. It will trade 1. 2. Takes 2 down. It is winnable for the likes of 4 rivals. It will be 1 redemption match that they've all been waiting for. Dancing around the 3 lines, but they will. Sem9 eventually ends up victorious in this last match. It is a back-to-back chicken for Sem9.
2 chicken dinners in a row for Sem9, the best performing team by the end of the night. Of course, they will rival against Genexus, GEEK Fam, and so many others. But is this enough to top the charts? We'll have to tap it and see. And that rematch, once again, didn't favor any members of 4 rivals. And that is all that we do have here. Sem9 here to close it out on a high note.
My God, high is an understatement. The way they did it, it was a redemption match for the likes of 4 rivals, but unfortunately, even when you could turn back time, things just don't favor your way. It is almost fated that 4 rivals are bound to fall for the likes of Sem9. It's kryptonite to them right now. My God.
But still respectable, because you talk about how poorly they performed back in week 1, and now 2 matches they ended up on top 2 with decent number of points. At least they have chased up in terms of eliminations, and they're starting to regain that sort of power. But take a look, right? We may have actually had a little bit of doubt at first, but with so many of all these great plays from Appy, it's just something that is baffling. Like, nobody could eventually stop them if they finally reach their peak performance. But for now, they are just being blockaded by the rest of the Tigers.
Yeah, my God, these Malaysian Tigers, Sem9 are right across the board here. 4 rivals, Axis and Genexus, all played ridiculously well. All right, I have to give credits where it is due, especially like you mentioned, why 4 rivals. This means so important. This match, the outcome, the past 2 matches means so much to them because they're drifting behind for so long. Time in a blue, well, just look at the throwables itself.
Yeah, let's take a look at the overall match rankings. This will not add into the points just yet, but with 28 points, does this rival the likes of GEEK Fam? I do wonder, but no. 4 rivals, 19. Overall, I think this is a really strong start. Axis with 15 points, tied in with Genexus, while MAB gets 13 for themselves. 5 in for DBD as well as Team Secret. 3 points in for Team SMG, Farang. The rest only got 3 or less. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our MVP for Sem9 on our second round of Miramar, and also the final match of the night. It is Dem9 Dap.
Yeah, that was the guy on top of the church, right? Just shooting down. So he definitely did quite a bunch here. 3 eliminations, although it does not reflect so much into the stats. So, but we've seen how much he's contributed. 764 damage. They all pulled their weight. That's one thing great I can say about Sem9. It's been a while since we've seen them so oiled in together, like a well-oiled machine. And here they are in #1 spot, 80 total points. Now, you said if that 28 points rivaled the ones of GEEK Fam, not really, but if you consider that they are back-to-back, hands down, they've got the most points today. It's towering the likes of GEEK Fam, at least 15 points apart.
Yeah, GEEK Fam definitely struggled on this final round right here, where we saw they were also put into a really tough position, especially in those sort of terrains where we saw close into that far southern side of that map. Like, it's really hard for them to really play it out in general. But by the end of the closing round, we see first the top 5 definitely deserve to be where they are. We've seen a lot of rising teams also moving into the first page, and HYVE will now claim the title as a top 3 eliminator out here to play out week 2.
Yeah, HYVE coming in at 46 eliminations of his own. Kid with 45, and Lung from Genexus 43. Everyone is just pretty much just, I guess, a nose hair apart. they're very close by, right? Kid can easily have overtaken HYVE. However, he has been put into the back foot for a longest of time. Like, although his contributions is clear out here in the top 3 eliminator stats, it doesn't feel like Kid is like out there as compared to HYVE, if you get my drift.
Yeah, he's just been silently basically tagging on to everyone out there. I think week 1 definitely he was the start of the show. Week 2, I think it's traditionally a little bit more of a slow starter for Team Secret. We will expect them to pick up in terms of pace throughout the rest of the week. It's just the very first day, but let's head over to some of the recap of the match that have just concluded. So yet again, we start off on Power Grid, and then why I always focus onto these 3 cities, St. Martin, Power Grid, as well as Picado, is because these are the areas where no matter where the circle goes for phase 1, you will always get it, or else it's always around the corner, right? So they sweep by the edges of Chumacera and eventually find themselves over onto those hills that we see later on. Now, they've already received majority of the advantage of the circle. The biggest challenge to them was the Genexus, and they did basically had some instances of help coming from the rest of the team to eventually wipe them off. But these 3 big teams out there, they're just basically at this stage just picking onto the rest of them like they're lesser teams, which they're absolutely not.
Yeah, I think it's strategic for Sem9 as well, like leaving Dep there over the Church of Chumacera. He was doing so much from afar, right? It was just gunning them down, doing a lot of chip damage, preventing a lot of their rotations coming from these teams. Now, GEEK Fam versus SMG, that is one of a nail-biter. Not really a nail-biter, more of a disappointment, right? Like, I just mentioned how SMG loves to play like one single shed and 4 members on the inside, which to a certain extent, I could see why they're doing it. It is cover, but it worked against their favor when Damru came in and just sprayed 3 members down, right?
And it's also understandable why GEEK Fam couldn't approach any further, because Sem9 was on that south side. They had that bird's eye view on the opposite end. So there was no backup given to Damru to do his work overall. And this is what's beautiful about Sem9. Just like how we saw in the past match, instead of that highway separating it, you can see pretty draw one line onto Sem9 members, and they slowly close out. Adib's slowly creeping in, and after that, this line is always in formation. And doesn't matter who 4 rivals eventually pick, there's always going to be a recovery backup that will be ready to take on the opposers. So this sort of rematch still is a big win for Sem9. 4 rivals got to try harder the next time around.
Yeah, I think if I was them, I'd be kicking myself in the foot. Like, twice in a row, 2 times I was given the opportunity, 2 times I was denied. And so, well, I mean, if we all know 4 rivals, they're probably going to brush themselves up. We've seen how emotional Pemburu gets on the table. RIP table. So So I think after having that sort of scenario play out twice, that table's probably broken. He's going to get a new one. He's going to brush himself up, and he's going to come in stronger, especially
Now they
tomorrow.
have to break the standing tables though, because like currently, I won't say that they are capped, but they are finally getting back into their sort of momentum, and rivals are starting to show up their true form. It's just that finishing touches hasn't been quite the cleanest overall. So it's about the late game communication of how you really want to approach this, because we have known them to approach this with aggression, and 2 times we see them in the final stand. It didn't seem like they were trying to be the first movers of either one of the battles against them.
Well, I guess, I mean, to give them a benefit of the doubt, they're always the one member down, right? So,
Yeah.
And they probably didn't have any info, so on and so forth. A million different reasons, but obviously, I mean, that last match there, I think they stood a bigger chance in the match before this one. The first Miramar of the day, they had more chances there. The most recent Miramar, they were not in favor of the circle, and there was like so much gradient to play on, and they don't even have the numbers advantage. So that was pretty rough for them.
Yeah, overall, like, who would have thought that Sem9 would have just basically hit so hard in week 2, just basically giving chase to
In
Geek
week
Fam.
1 as well.
Week 1 as well, exactly. And like, this is basically a message being sent to Geek Fam out there that, yeah, we may not have gotten that 20 frags in that round, but we got 2 chicken dinners. So
it adds up.
It all adds up.
Yeah, the Geek Fam got like 35 points in that one round. And I think they got about 50 for Sem9.
Yeah, it's just crazy how one round could change everything overall. And, well, lo and behold, we're just going to get ourselves into a really, really tight race throughout the course of the season. So make sure you guys don't miss out on all these action. It will always happen from Wednesday, 6 p.m. GMT onwards till late night. Just like we're still talking right now. And eventually, of course, we'll have to close out the night, but make sure you don't leave yet, because later on we'll be speaking to some of all these amazing players, which you guys don't want to miss out. And hopefully we got some special news for you too.
Yeah, I mean, I do have one news that in case you haven't already know. But I'll save that good news for later. I guess if we want to go, we're going to we'll leave it on a high note. So, but first, another surprise for you. We've got an interview with one of the teams. It's Genexus, the boys in blue, up next, so stay tuned.
Please welcome on board Team Genexus' very own BuBu. It's great to have you back here. And of course, these are some really crazy rounds for today. So I just want to check in on you. How are you feeling, BuBu?
Feeling great.
All right, awesome. So of course, throughout the first half of the rounds, you guys have been looking incredible, and you guys have all these amazing frags. Like, this new roster has been looking amazing for Genexus overall. And of course, by the end of the round, there was also some struggles. Could you elaborate on, some of the matches in Miramar? What are the challenges that you guys face?
You mean the last game?
Yeah.
The last game we got the circle. The late game we got the circle, but there's just too many teams around. There are too many directions that we have to look at. So eventually, we didn't manage to get a chicken dinner, but it was still a good run. Yeah.
All right, a good run indeed. I mean, to still get points, as I'd say, probably doing better than half the teams that play that map itself. Now, I have a question for you, BuBu. So I became a fan ever since in the last season when you guys reintroduced yourself as Genexus once again. But where did you find Loyu and Long? Like, these two kids are like gifted beyond beliefs. Where did they approach? You approach them, they approach you. How does this go?
So firstly, thank you for your support. And about Long and Loyu, I approached them. They didn't come to me. It was when I decided to come back to the competition scene. Then I started looking out for players, potential young, talented players. And then that's how I found them. It took a long time, like eight months, to really build the whole team. Yeah.
That's great. And also with the new addition of Xiaoboy back into the roster as well. So how are you feeling about staying in the same gaming house with him? Has he still been eating a lot of the food around? Like, you guys feeling good together? How's the dynamics like in the team?
Yeah, the team dynamic is very good. And yeah, ever since Boy has joined the team, come into the gaming house, Loyu is no longer the biggest eater. Yeah.
So you guys will fight for food from here on, right?
I guess they'll be fighting for the chicken dinner, right? That makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, just before we let you off the interview here, Biu, you gotta give me a refresher course on Genexus here. Is there a cheer you guys do that the fans recognize and know and love?
You mean a slogan?
Yeah, something like it.
We do have a new slogan.
Okay, let us hear it.
一起喊.
Yes.
So I'm gonna say Genexus, and then they are gonna shout.
Okay.
All right.
Make sure it gets into the mic.
All right. 要喊大声一点.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Talk louder, boy.
All right.
Ready? All right. Genexus.
All the way up!
Woo!
Hey, boy, you didn't shout. I saw it.
Not
I saw it right there.
No dinner for him. No dinner for him.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you so much, Biu. All the way up it is for the boys in blue. I'm really hoping to see more of Genexus coming strong. You've got the firepower now to close in with that chicken dinner. Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All the way up. There's no better way to say it than that, right? I mean, they are on a rise, quite literally, from when they first reintroduced themselves. 8 months to look for these two players. That's why they're quality, bro.
Yeah.
It took 8 months of trial and error. I know people who does it like pre-season, like a month or two. Yeah, so he's invested completely hefty amount of time, and that's why the quality is there between Long and Loyu.
That's right, and you know, nothing can stop them there all the way up.
Oh, you were waiting for that, I could tell. The look in his eyes, guys. I know when a cringe was coming.
Okay. Now, of course, Team Genexus, they kept themselves on top of the board. Eventually, they got chased on by teams like GEEK Fam, and of course, the final game, which they were also poised to close out, eventually has been taken over by Sem9 with that 2 back-to-back chicken dinners inside of Miramar. So we can clearly tell that this team is so calm, collected. They're super chill guys. Like, this is what makes a great team. Like, when you know the saying. I still can't land it. I still can't land it up till now. Okay, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going.
There we go. That's my boy.
All right. Nailed it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Genexus, like, I feel like, just like what we have discussed prior to this very moment, now we get to talk to, of course, the team captain himself. Like, how it was formed, he hand selects all these bright talents out there, and I felt like Boy really was that missing piece of the puzzle, though he does eat up some
small price to pay, man.
Small price to pay when you got big prize pool coming your way.
Yeah, it's just grocery money, and we don't know what it's like. If you buy things in bulk, it's probably cheaper. But if there's one thing I could take away from that interview alone, is that Biu has got an eyes for talent, right? What was his roster before in Genexus? I'm pretty sure they all became Team Secret.
Yeah, even before that,
Right?
like you think about, his time in Team Secret, like he also gets to, of course, hand select some of all these players that he wants to work with for that time with the manager, of course. And they have so many successes. Like, it dates back to a lot of all these crazy runs. Like, I feel like this time around, it's this script flipped over. Instead of like trying to play by the edge of every single draw of the board, any team that Bubu joins right now or creates, it's just steadily moving in the upward trajectory, and that tour slogan definitely fits perfectly into that narrative.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. Because as of today, I would say his track record in building a team that performs so far is there. Is on the mark. Is on the mark, right? Team Secret, now this Genexus. Before then, before they got picked up into Team Secret, they had to be noticed one way or another, and what better way to notice them than sheer performance itself, right? So this guy has got really something. I don't know. He said he was in Korea studying. I doubt it. He was practicing the whole time. That's for
Swimming
sure.
with the Korean region, right?
Yeah. Hey, they're insane.
He's just natural.
Yeah, they're insane.
Right? Nah, I mean, like, good luck to the Korean guys out there with him in the sweaty lobby. So I guess, like, now that with the interview being over and done with, of course, we appreciate your time joining us here throughout the entirety of the weekday. I know you guys may have extra plans and, you know, errands to run. I don't know who runs errands in the middle of the night, but then again,
we start at 6.
Yeah, we started at 6, and you've definitely been a wonderful crowd. And of course, hats off to you guys. We hope to see you guys very frequently on these live stream here, especially on the English stream. We love you guys, really.
Yeah,
really
people don't drop by us often. So if you found yourself here, know that we're very, very blessed to have you watching this. And as annoying as we may get, as cringy as things may seem, know that we cringe ourselves. We know what we said, and we'll have to always suffer the silence. Suffer in silence.
You don't
after
have
what
to
you said.
spread on it, man.
Yeah, because it's there.
Keep it going.
It's out in the web. It's out in the metaverse. The people can hit replay or clip cringe moments now, and we just deliberately put ourselves out there.
That's right. And of course, we also have to thank our official smartphone partners, Realme, because without them, this cannot happen. And they are the world's fastest growing smartphone brand out there, which introduced its latest gaming powerhouse with great technology on the GT Neo 3 right before your eyes right here. Yes, it looks sick. And, you know, if you're a fan of like all these turbo racing mode, this is basically as turbo as you could possibly get. The dual chip gaming level flagship boasts its outstanding power efficiency with its dual chipset itself with the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G and dedicated display chipset, promising user seamless gaming with an immersive experience. So you can test it out for yourself when you go to a nearby Realme store, or if you're already convinced, just go ahead, visit the website and order one for yourself. Upgrade your experiences on PUBG Mobile battlefields with the Realme GT Neo 3.
Yeah, heck, get yourself a Yoodo sim with it, right? Because you need network to play, and who do it better than Yoodo, who allows you to customize your data allocation, put it more into PUBG Mobile, or heck, the whole thing. Just dump it on PUBG Mobile. It turns into a gaming phone. After all, that is what its purpose is designed for. And if you've seen a clip that you love today, do immortalize the clip. Make it go viral. Hence the Miramar before this. The first Miramar match, Sam9 with that aggressive maneuver. Big Brain, 10,000 IQ. Go clip that one up. Post it up with the hashtag #BeTheOne. And make sure you're followed on all PUBG Mobile's TikTok account, okay? It's called PUBG Mobile MY Official. That's for the Malaysian side. PUBG Mobile Esports.SG for Singapore. And PUBG Mobile Official PH for the Philippines.
That's right. And, you know, there's still a few more news to cover before we're off of our duty. But, of course, you guys are still hanging around. So apologize for all the shenanigans that we do pull up from time to time. But remember, always support your favorite team out there. It doesn't matter where they are in the standings. Especially support your homegrown talents as well. If you're from the Philippines, cheer on for HYVE International. I know they're an amazing bunch. And of course, from sunny Singapore, we got MUGEN, who's still working really hard at it. So hopefully, throughout the week, they'll be able to bounce back up.
Sunny Singapore. I like how you described that one. What do we call Malaysia? Hazy Malaysia. Just kidding.
I think
we all
expect
know.
the whole of SEA when that season comes, but it's not going to be hazy for now.
Yeah, well,
So-
sure. We've got a reputation to uphold.
Don't keep my word on it. I like promises. I'm not the weatherman. I used to be known as the weatherman because I always wear that coat, right?
There was a coat. There was a time where Contra was wearing a pea coat.
Do you want me to wear that in Malaysian weather?
Do you want Contra to wear a pea coat tomorrow? Let us know down in the comments below. Now you guys
You get to wear mankini one day.
I do not. I did not suggest that. You suggested your man code. I'm just taking up on that offer, right? It's right on the table for the taking, and I'm taking it and then presenting it to the audience so they can make a vote as well.
Okay, ask you this. Which moment was better? The domination of GEEK Fam on top of the hill back in Erangel, or the drive-by?
Drive-by. Like, okay, it goes down to how those dominations happen, right? GEEK Fam was on top of the hill that was shooting down
That
on
was
the foothill.
20 frags though.
Yeah, but it's shooting down onto the hill, and
But
you never noticed there was 20 frags, right? But the drive-by.
I do.
That drive-by, it felt like, yo, what were they doing? Is that a suicide mission? But they pulled it off. They pulled it off.
Overall, it was just a lot of beautiful stuff out there. Well, hopefully.
My favorite clip.
What's that?
Tabah NSEA Leto. No, Lex. Parking in the water. I think that should be the highlight of the evening.
And that will be in bloopers, actually. Bloopers is the way to go. So, yeah, other than that, I guess, like, to me, what I really like about this brand new season, the pacing of the game is on another level. Like, if you do notice, all the games close out around 22-minute ratios.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't get into that
25
low 28 where you're just waiting for that circle to just close all the way up. I mean, sure, we got one that's close, which was that Sem 9 game, the drive-by. But it wasn't...
You don't feel dreaded by it because it was a nail-biting moment, right? It was who's going to make the first mistake. And in the end of the day, none of the teams made the mistake. Someone created an opportunity, which hats off to them. Sem 9, I'm glad you're back.
That's right. Sem 9 is back in action. Yeah. Yeah, my lips are running a little bit.
A little dry here. Getting a little bit dry.
Yeah.
Also, if you guys will be around Malaysia, if you're watching from Malaysia, okay, I don't mean to be, what's the word? Exclusive? Yeah. I want to be as inclusive as possible because we are doing English. but I'm not sure about the other countries. But if you want to watch this whole thing down live, we are happening. It's happening in a few key points and places here in Malaysia itself, right? Surya Sabah in Sabah. You've got the Paradigm Mall in both, was it Johor and KL? I'm not sure. I'm not from around here, guys.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to refresh my memory.
Well, first, more for you guys to participate in. Make sure you guys join in to all these city tournaments around your vicinity, and we're going to see a lot of amazing talents and a lot of familiar faces that are going to be playing in those tournaments, so you don't want to miss out and be a part of all the fun stuff. And, we celebrated the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile earlier this year. I'm just glad that so far this year has been quite a blast. We had the C finals in Malaysia, and also there were so many of all these interesting events going out about with, those vans going across cities or tour buses, so that you guys get to enjoy all the greatness that PUBG Mobile has to offer. Of course, thanks to everyone that has been able to make all this possible. Crafton, Lightspeed Quantum Studios, and everything else. And did I miss out anyone that we have not shout out?
Yeah, Malek
to shout out. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Whoa. You don't know that. We haven't talked in months, baby.
Okay, fill me in on the live stream if you want. Nah, I'm just kidding.
I can't. It's a work in progress.
Work in progress.
Oh,
at least it's progress.
Well, true. It still could go sour or go south. I don't know about that one, but we have not thanked Malek and Shark, both the new voice of the voice pack for KL Gangster. But still, okay. No more dilly-dallying. Let's get, I think we have something coming up later on.
I believe so, but for now, I guess we'll throw to the break and we'll see you guys.
Jadi star player. Adakah hari ini jadi star player? Musim bunga 2022 jatuh kepada
Sebab musim bunga pun telah pun berakhir. Kami telah bersedia untuk meneruskan perjuangan.
Tiada siapa yang boleh menghalang kami, kepulangan Sang Raja, untuk menuntut balik kegemilangan.
Former teammates.
Kini menjadi saingan.
Who
will be better?
Untuk pencapaian yang lebih tinggi. Kelahiran era yang baru untuk gagah menerus ke hadapan.
Pride of the nation, defended by us.
Battlefield baru telah pun bermula. Kali ini
2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall 20 Julai 2022
redONE.
First kali Aizin, selamat ke TS dan mungkin kalau dah start liga kau takkan selamat dah Aizin sebab kau akan kena bunuh dengan aku je lah kalau kau main. Ham dekat SEM 9 tu jangan selesa sangat kat SEM 9 Ham Kalau kau tusu nanti kau better datang gaming house kita orang sampah-sampah je.
Okey, kepada Bosskurr, terima kasih sebab kau ajak aku masuk sini tiba-tiba untuk aku bantai kau.
Kepada Aziz, kita orang dah ambil jumper, so kita orang dah bagi korang rig. So, korang buat yang terbaik dalam season ni. Okay?
Kepada Forever's, walaupun saya di loan kat Exist, jangan harap saya bagi chance kepada Forever's. Kepada pemburu, jaga-jaga sikit meja kau tu.
Man, kenapa nak cakap ni? Kau dah tua dah, Man. Tak payahlah main lagi. Kenapa nak main lagi, Man? Dah tua dah. Jaga anak je. Jadilah yang berguna, Man. Jadi ayah yang berguna, Man. Tolonglah, please lah. Sorry.
So untuk Drax, hati-hati, aku akan lebih daripada korang. Korang ingat kau power sangat ke? Dah lah tak power.
Okay, kepada tim SEM 9, lelaki Iman Farang tu aku harap kau buat yang terbaik lah season ni. Harap kau tak terciduk lagi untuk season ni. Kau buat yang terbaik lah. Sebab dah tukar player kan, takkan duduk top 16 lagi.
Team Forever, aka Team 4IGL.
So, kepada Dingoz Esports, korang tahu kan kat akad tu kita punya. Korang still lagi nak bagi free point ke? Kan? Kepada IGL Kido pula. Nama saya kan Kik. Kenapa nak Kido lagi? Saya memang anti Kido ni.
Season lepas saya jadi coach, saya tengok korang main semua macam sampah. Sekarang korang jaga. The King of Uzi is back.
So Insomnus, I received your message. You want to come here, but too bad because you are here. We are here.
So maybe Bill is up there right now, but don't let your guard down, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Okay, kepada Pasha dan The Jumper, walaupun kita pernah susah sama-sama dekat SEA Games itu, tapi ingat ni kali PMPL kita orang takkan bagi chance lah.
Kepada Creed VIP, thank you sebab dapat nombor 16. Start sepertinya tukar nama, korang boleh bantai kita orang dengan firepower baru korang. Orang tua Kuza, jaga-jaga. Kita orang cari kau.
Kepada tim VIP Cirit tu, korang jangan rasa diri korang hebat nak blok-blok kita orang Nanti kita orang akan ajar korang dekat tournament nanti. Jangan sampai korang tercirit-cirit nanti, tak boleh main.
Okey, untuk pemburu duduk rumah dan diam. Jangan sampai aku kentik ponsel kau. Okey?
So saya nak tunjuk kepada tim SEM 9, kapten dia Man Farang. So Man Farang get ready, saya akan bantai dia dekat musim yang akan datang. So jaga-jaga, hati-hati. I will kill you.
4 tahun bersama-sama. Sebenarnya aku bosan tengok bola kau. So sebab tu aku kick kau. Tak boleh toksi banyak-banyak, nanti kena kecam balik.
Tak ya, Mel. Bodoh sial.
Tak nampak ke ni?
10.
Brother, is this real or fake?
Apa ni?
Kau dua. Kau dulu lagi ni.
Aku aja aku ikut tu. Apa ni?
Dia macam binatang tak?
Binatang. Sebenarnya bodoh apa benda ni? Apa tu bodoh?
Masuk benda.
I behind you. You go first.
Okay. Tapi dia tak hidup lah.
Dia macam gerak dia.
Be a man.
Bro, tak nak tu.
Bodoh lah benda ni.
Terus
Snack.
Buah apple. Rasa macam kertas kot.
Kerang. Kaki ayam.
Nenas ke?
Ada ni glove.
Sarung tangan mesti ada air dalam.
Glove dalam dia air.
Lah. Tajam gila, takut.
Can we redo?
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Like I'm holding something. Oh wow. What's this?
Nenas. Okey guys, itu saja. Jangan lupa saksikan kami dalam
2022 PMPL
MYSGPH Pol.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello guys, my name is Knight from GEEK.
Hai, nama saya Drake. Saya daripada tim SMG. Hai, saya Rip dari Exis Red One.
Hai, saya Guza. Saya dari PMPL.
Saya Bosskurr daripada tim DBD.
Hello guys, saya Ricky daripada Dingoz Esports.
Hai, saya Bravo daripada tim Farang Guerilla.
Hello guys, I'm Yoodo from Genexus.
Hello guys, saya Ayam Pro dari HomeBois.
Hello everyone, I'm Bigger from HYVE International.
Hai, saya Iftar dari tim MAB Esports.
Hi, my name is Iris and I'm from Team MUGEN.
Hi guys, my name is Rinja from Primordial Water. Saya Zubi daripada Team MAB. Hi, I'm Deb from Time 9.
Hai, saya Frankie daripada Tabah NSEA.
Hai, nama saya Aboy dari tim Bosskurr.
Hello, I'm Kate from Team Secret. Hai, saya Olio daripada Yoodo Alliance.
Hello guys, nama saya Pemburu. Saya daripada Team Forever.
Kami berharap untuk mendapatkan champion pada season kali ini.
For this season, kita orang akan rampas balik piala kita orang dekat Forever.
This season, I'm confident that Sam9 will break the curse and play in PMPLC.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang akan pegang title champion kita orang.
Untuk musim ini, saya akan bawa balik piala untuk tim Farang Guerilla.
So our target for next season is to become the champion and to qualify to PMPC.
For this upcoming tournament, I'm expecting that my team will perform much better than the last PH representative last season.
Untuk season ni, tim MAB akan cuba rebut piala untuk bawa ke Gaming House.
For this upcoming PMPL MY for Speed, we're gonna bring back our champion trophy back to the Gaming House.
We will try to be the first SG team to make it to the C stage.
Untuk 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Pol, DBD akan dapatkan piala itu bawa balik.
For 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Pol, we will try to get Belt Trophy back in Season 3 Grand Finals.
Kami akan cuba untuk membawa balik piala itu ke Gaming House kita orang.
Untuk season kali ini, kami nak menang.
Untuk season ni, kita orang akan target PMJC sebab kita orang dah yakin dengan line up kita orang ni. Untuk season ni, kita orang cuba dapatkan trofi untuk HomeBois.
Untuk PMPL season kali ini, kita orang akan cuba bawa trofi dalam rumah MAB Esports.
Kami harapkan untuk membawa balik piala PMPL kali ini ke Negeri Sembilan.
PMPL kali ini kami akan bawa balik trofi untuk tim Bosskurr.
Kali ini korang jangan lupa tengok kita orang merampas starter atau trofi daripada Forever.
Long live Alliance.
Still moving under gunfire.
Secret fighting. Dibambil Team MAB. We are the boss. Your game, your play.
Sam9 on fire.
GG, Aussie.
MUGEN langgar.
MAB, bring it on.
HomeBois family.
Genexus, all the way up. Rise with us.
Once again, always a fan.
Dingoz created to conquer. Exist Red One, kita ganas. Play with pride.
Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. Jangan lupa support kita orang di 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
To all of the HYVE International fans, thank you for the non-stop support and we will do our best to be at least make the Filipinos proud.
Jangan lupa saksikan 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Keep supporting us. We'll see you guys at 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall.
Untuk fans, thank you sebab support kita orang and jangan lupa support kita orang dekat 2022 MYSG PH Fall. Alright, bye-bye.
Natin, pero Yoodo Alliance, they started speed great, pero nga lang meron sa likod. Always check yung mga nasa likod mo, pero
I think they want to see muna where Farang is heading at because they have a lot of pop shots. So na nag-push na.
Yuhai.
Ramdam niya na sarili niya dito. Tignan mo naman, Yuhai, dakilang taga-spray down. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas. At Yuhai, hindi niya kailangan ang players ng GEEK.
Malapit, GEEK fam. Baka yung secret pala kanina. Pero right now, Yuhai goes for a spray down. And men, yun yung sinasabi ko.
Mako! Tatlong teams, Crit, VIP, Dingoz, and GEEK fam. UI managed to pin down Insomnus. Insomnus is now out of the question. Needs to work this out. It's Kido managed to cripple down one. Nasa na yung kalaban? It's Kido.
Neo Speed awakens. Ryumi, dare to leap.
PUBG Mobile 2.1 White Paper Full Overview. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.1 is now available. After several months of hard work, we've added more fun and interesting content to the existing gameplay. At the same time, Ancient Secret Arise, which everyone has been looking forward to, has returned. Are you ready? In this video, we will be introducing the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you like them. Themed gameplay, Ancient Secret Arise. In this new version, Ancient Secret Arise has returned with improvements. It'll be launching in Erangel, Miramar, and Livik. Players can choose any of these maps in ranked mode to experience its varied content and unique performances. On Spawn Island, players will be greeted with a spectacular sense of swirling golden sand, as well as a mysterious and breathtaking sand apparition. After the match starts, the Sandstorm Zone will appear at a random place on the map. In the Sandstorm Zone, players will be able to pick up lots of supplies and the mysterious Scarab Charm. Any player who has a Scarab Charm will be able to return to the battleground after getting defeated for a set period of time. However, please note that a Recall Tower attempt will be used after activating a Scarab Charm to return to the battleground, and each player can only pick up one Scarab Charm in each match. Players can also pass through the Quicksand Path to enter the Emperor Temple. Compared to the previous Nimbus Islands of various modes, the Emperor Temple has more supplies and a much larger area. At the same time, the Sand Giant will move around the battlefield with the Ancient Secret on its back, which creates more possibilities on the battleground. Remember to watch the route on the minimap carefully so that you can jump back into the play zone if the Sand Giant leaves the play zone. The Pharaoh has prepared many trials in the depths of the Emperor Temple. Pass these trials and you will receive extra spoils. Remember, before activating the Pharaoh, it is possible for players to move freely between the Ancient Secret and the map. However, once the Pharaoh has been activated, players will no longer be able to hop onto the Ancient Secret. Other than the Emperor Temple, there are several Scarab Ruins and Jackal Ruins spread throughout the battleground. Players can go to these ruins and solve their puzzles to get crate rewards. One thing to be aware of, there are also Mummy Warriors and Guardian Beasts lurking in these ruins, so be careful at all times. Other than regular weapons and equipment, players also have a chance to get a new item called Primordial Water, which can recover all your health and energy. Lots of Scorpion crates have been added to this themed mode. Defeat the Golden Scorpions guarding the crates, and you will be able to get the valuable supplies hidden within. The new Desert Merchant is also a good place to get supplies. Save up shop tokens to buy combat supplies from the merchant, and there's even the chance of getting random discounts on items. Basic experience improvements. Besides the new mode, we've also made firearm improvements. We've slightly reduced the damage drop-off of the Uzi and Vector, slightly increased the hipfire spread of the UMP-45, and slightly nerfed the effects of the laser sight attachment. We also raised the base damage of the Thompson SMG. At the same time, we've slightly increased its bullet speed. As for the PP-19 Bison, we've slightly increased its rate of fire to improve weapon efficiency. In the case of assault rifles, we raised the limb damage of the AKM and slightly improved its aim assist. We've also reduced the recoil of the Scar L and slightly increased the base damage and damage drop-off at longer distance of other weapons. This version also introduced the AMR, a powerful sniper rifle that can deal damage to enemies through vehicles and deal massive damage to vehicles. It takes exclusive 50 caliber rounds that are capable of striking players in vehicles. Season updates. Cycle 3 will officially start after the major version update. The C3S7 set, C3S7 parachute, and other legendary outfits will be added to the season rewards pack. In the new season, we've also added a season bonus point card and rating protection card that can only be used during the season to help everyone climb the ranks even faster. Individual training grounds, sound location training. In the new version, we've added a sound location training system to the training grounds. Players can use this to train their ability to locate enemies by listening to gunshot sounds and footstep sounds, which will help players become more aware of their surroundings during a match. Other updates. Other than the updates mentioned above, the PUBG Mobile x Blackpink collaboration has prepared a virtual concert for everyone. Let's all have lots of fun in the game this summer. That's all for this video. We hope that version 2.1 will give everyone a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Neo Speed Awakens. Ryumi, Dare to Leap.
PMPL MYSGPH fall, and of course it's gonna be me as well as Heath. We're still gonna be here in the studio because unfortunately we have to break down the news here that there are unforeseen circumstances there, and of course with a little bit of technical difficulties, it seems like we are decided that we will get one more match here, and match 5 will be remade. Therefore, unfortunately for Sem 9, with all the points accumulated, will have to be resetted in that round, so that chicken dinner will not be counted.
I don't think there's any other griever way to put it than saying your chicken dinner is not counted now. You went out, you hunted for the spoils of, the hunt is now taken away from you. And now you have to go out and hunt a new one. But hey, that's all part and parcel of life, right? Sometimes you get your meals taken away.
Well, or should you say that you were served like a tray of dish that wasn't pleasant, right? And you just have to get the kitchen to make another one.
So it was spoiled chicken. It was blue.
Still chicken, I guess.
Well, the only way up is to, I guess, play another game. Get yourself another chicken dinner. Can they, well, finally make things for themselves again? Will we ever see another redemption round for 4 rivals? Or will it be a completely different duo in the top 2 position?
Perhaps so, and that also means that this is a brand new chance for every other team on board to stand up against all the teams that have been really showing strides throughout the rest of the day, and hopefully we will see something that's really extraordinary.
Yeah, extraordinary indeed. This is your chance to step up. I guess this is message to all the team. You've got what you wanted. You've got your remake. This is another opportunity for the rest of you, for the likes of you, to, well, rise up to the occasion. Take home that chicken dinner. It is now given back by the likes of Sem 9. Now for yours for the taking. And it is going to be a Miramar map.
That's right. And of course, with that being said, we shall waste no further time. The match will be coming to you shortly. We still have 1 minute to go, so Keith, I know it's probably your bedtime right now, is it?
Yeah, kind of. I'm kind of an old man at this point of life,
Don't kid me, man. You're younger than I am.
Yeah, but I live older. That's the difference.
So you're making me feel bad right now.
No, I live older. I live an older life.
An older life. Describe your older life to me, and we could see who's worse.
I don't even play games anymore, man. I watch people play.
You watch people. Well, I talk about people playing.
That makes the both of us. Oh, you do it full time. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, god dang.
Don't worry. You're just about the same, I guess. And well, tomorrow's gonna be another work day for us as well. So make sure you guys, if you guys are still there, please tell your friends who was watching early on, come back. To us because we are about to drop into Miramar. This is gonna be take 3 and action. There we go, flag guns up in the air, and we're about to witness the flight for the very last time for tonight.
I feel like deja vu, like we've said that before. I don't know. I'm not too sure about that one.
We have jinxed it previously, right? We said it 2 months.
So let's not recreate that scenario.
We will not speak of it from here on.
If we say it's the last, then it might just trigger another chain of events.
You just said the word.
Oh no, it's the butterfly effect. See, it's happening, man. It's happening.
Ooh, okay. But at least we are having everyone in the lobby this time. Very similar to our first flight into Miramar with this trajectory, as it's going to be directed into Los Egos. Majority of the teams will get to where they should be, need to be. And of course, it's going to be a little bit of a stretch for HYVE International to get to the club area. I'm wondering if there's going to be a secondary option for the team. Seems like water treatment is going to be left out in the open, and I guess like the groups that wasn't playing in the past match, they're happy to sit out the last one.
Yeah, they got lucky there. Count your lucky stars. You thought sitting out of Sandhawk was bad? Oh, was a good thing?
Yeah,
no.
It was like, based on and the questions were going on.
Now they can study the strats of the other teams coming tomorrow. Yeah, could be a totally different turn of events. This time around, you have Axis, who's going down in South. That's That's so peculiar of them. They would have gone to like Cruz de Vale, Al Azahar. That's Axis space. Now they're going down in south. It's a curveball.
Indeed it is. And Appy is doing exactly the same drop that he did. This time, no members of, was it HomeBois? Was it Team SMG? I'm starting to lose my memory already of the last match. So that's good enough. Pretend it never happened.
Pretend it never happened. That's exactly what...
Love his hair though.
Pretend never happened was the theme of the previous match.
Yeah. And
Chicken dinner, pretend it never happened.
rubbing it onto Sep9. No double streak. Or could it be?
They can still repeat history.
Not in the exact same order, so that is going to be a little bit rough on the edges.
Okay, so let's say if 4 rivals and Sam9 becomes top 2 contenders again in Miramar.
They better keep the 4th guy alive. That's a start.
That's a golden rule, yeah.
And they're at least at it. Jumper as well as Voki will work on that first blood, as we say. And that will be Tyra, who was on his way out. Doesn't seem to find a vehicle, and Edo10 is like, yeah, I found one, but it's a little bit too late. Then again, it's just a little bit of a swerve of direction as they're going to be driving their way up into La Cabrera, which is their main city after all. So if everything goes well and the circle goes to La Cabrera, it's a high possibility that it's going to be a much better game for HYVE International regardless.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess if you give them the luck of the circle, it should set them up for a better game. However, I've never thought like them not getting a circle was an issue. As we saw in Erangel, they got circle when they were all the way up north, but they just don't seem to be able to fare well in trading for fights.
Yeah, and of course, it's definitely a little bit hard to do, especially when they're trying to grasp everything all together, and if there's ever to be any technical difficulties that they do face, then it adds up. That we can understand why, because after all, we know that this is a high-quality team because they've been playing at least a C level before. Most of the players have that sort of experience on even tougher grounds. So it's more like you have to do it on a very consistent basis. Despite the odds against whatever that may come.
Well, let's take a look at one of the teams who were underwhelming in the previous Miramar, and I meant the ones that didn't happen. GEEK fam, they got 0 kills out of that one. I think they'll probably be happy.
Technically, everybody's 0 kills now.
No, but I mean, they bowed out at 0. If that match would it count, right?
Yeah.
So I think they, of all people, would be happy with this whole new announcements, and which means GEEK fam will now has a chance to maintain their #1 spot and not actually let Sem9 overtake the likes of them.
It also gives opportunities for Genexus to climb back up, because we saw the end of that result. Genexus was pushed to 5th position because of the meteoric rise of 4 rivals, of course. And now that it is being resetted, Genexus gets to at least stabilize and prevent that from happening, if ever the case. But it's really hard to tell what's going to go on, because you take a look at this day 1 of week 2. Majority of points are favoring the top 3 teams. Everyone else is just taking scraps every single match, and it doesn't feel fair.
Well, which is also a good thing, right? Because if one team monopolizes the available points to be earned, which means you only take a couple of points for the bottom tier team to actually rise their way up to the top. Yeah, and Sem9 Putra tries to go in with the tap tier, but hitting none. Nil is as it seems.
Yeah, Yuhai opts to drive ring around Rosie. I think that at least some of the taps connected to the vehicle that forces him out of the wheels. But overall, I think he'll do just fine. Yuhai has been incredible throughout the run of today. And GEEK fam still in pole position. Meanwhile, we also have to talk about HomeBois right here, because HomeBois, they had that fight. I want to say I pretend that game didn't happen, but it was Sem9 on top of the hill that was prowling onto them. Now we have a very different scenario. That will not be the case. So redemption arc for everybody, I would say.
Yeah, but Circle's going to be relatively different, I think. So maybe Sem9's not going to have that prime Chumacera church position, which they pulled off so willy-nilly here. Yeah, so, well, I guess we'll have to see how it goes, right?
Yeah, and now with GEEK Fam coming up close and personal against Sem9. They are here to stop Sem9 on that possible streak and regain one of their own. It's been like, what, one chicken dinner for GEEK Fam, and every other round was really huge. A little bit of replay of what we have missed out, a drive-by to secure that first blood for Rivals.
At least one thing I'm glad about, 4 Rivals seem to be stepping up, especially after that refresher or warm-up of a game. They are now coming in pretty strong. They're hunting. They're going in, trying to rake in as much points as possible. They already hunted down one member of SMG. And it's only, I guess, uphill from here on out. The more games they play, the more confident they get. The more they get to gel their brand new star-studded lineup and actually show us what this roster can really do.
That's true. And we still have Team Hawk as well. Not really on their best performance throughout the entirety of the day. And hopefully get to climb back up. Big of a climb. It's Team Secret that is seeking out Vigor, who's all alone. And Fredo initially feedback to the team, like, somebody's going to be around here, but Vigor sneakily moves out of the way, is trying to mask his footsteps with the shadow boxing. That's what the players could possibly do, but they've already created enough of a distance. Now, what's the eye view from the POV of HYVE International?
Well, Genexus this time around, Xiaoboy gets the high ground. Too bad, Yuhai cannot run away with murder again. He got away the first time round, just sniping from the top side of the hill, but this time Xiaoboy is in the area and he's ready to gun Yuhai out of the high ground.
Yeah, this is the highest he can get, though. Out of the entire sector of the northern region. Northern hills they could possibly play that could actually give them that sort of vantage point. Now we're looking at Farang over onto the midsection of St. Martin, while Jenny are receiving a little bit of hits, easily being picked off. SMG loses one.
Well, they're losing another one, it seems. Jenny now down, so I guess he's maybe going to take an early retirement here. Will be sent to the heavens as Rith takes one. Secures one for his team. 1 kill already in the bag, but he's taking a hefty amount of damage from that trade itself. Yuhai!
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's a bad fall. Shouldn't happen. And he only had one first aid kit. So I'm assuming that he didn't heal enough to survive the drop while he was running away from Small Boy. Just assumptions overall, because Yuhai usually would just stay up there if you ask me.
Well, I guess it's just all in fate, right? GEEK Fam made a mishap earlier on with the supposedly last Miramar of the day, and now a mishap again, but they this time not so punished. They don't get, it's not so punishable. They did get the revive, maybe even give him a med kit to even aid himself back to health. Meanwhile, our boys got eyes on a bunch of cars scaling the hill. I don't believe that sort of car are built to do so, but hey, who cares about logic?
Well, honestly, any car would have gone up the hills. Just at how much do you love your vehicle enough?
No, some cars are just genuinely underpowered. You cannot go up such a steep hill. Right?
That's why we don't have tuk-tuks here, right? And speaking of the devil, he left it right out there. Not just one, but 2 of these vehicles. That's a turret. Oh boy, Secret's getting pummeled down, and this is not a good sign. Team Secret, having Kid, is hiding under the fog of the smoke. C2K exceeds expectations here. And here comes a flying Mirado, just crashing his way through. But I don't think that he's going to be able to last long in that vehicle. He's got to jump out.
Well, Team Secret, worse for wear right now. Yeah, this is probably not the best of start here, seeing as though that they could just very well be the first team out into the lobby. And they will trade it for more here. Team Secret now only one member left. Eliminated, actually, 16th place.
Well, what a rough way to go out into the night.
They called it quits early.
No redemption arc, no nothing. No points.
It's tactical. They needed to rest.
I guess so, if they put it that way. Well, I guess like teams are just basically struggling for position overall with DVD on Seek Out, Mail on the other side, Mile. Hiding inside of shacks is kind of like an SMG thing right now.
Yeah.
Okay, but so long as he got cover for himself, that's absolutely doable. Drax now finds an angle. He didn't pull the trigger in time. Ziggs now hiding behind, just waiting for that repeat to happen. Very cheeky move into this really tight corner of the room. And Genexus, lo and behold, always in the center of tension.
Yeah, I don't think Genexus is in a good spot though, because Sam9, they occupy the high hills.
Big fam too.
Yeah, they have eyes down into the valley, this bowl of disaster, and Genexus is just the main course within it.
I don't think that it's all too bad, because remember, this is the peak elevated angle. It's just that the question is, how many supplies have you gotten to outlast your opponents out there? And 4 rivals having Jumper going in for a little bit more of a spray. Trying to pick Boy out of the vehicle. A little bit of a dire attempt, but not really resulting too much. It's a Scarrel after all. The recoil control on this weaponry isn't really the finest. So, understandably why.
Well, let's take a look at MUGEN. One from Singapore, sunny Singapore.
Not so sunny at this time. But weather's supposed to be fine right now.
Sunny in Miramar, so I guess we could still tag it on that way. Now, they're a team who I would love to see them step up. I think they were in the first season of this whole merger between 3 different nations.
I believe that, yeah, MUGEN is a name that has been around Singapore for a while. But some of the members remain intact. Some of them are from Almighty, after all.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
So here goes Bamburu, and down goes Bamburu.
The hunter has been hunted, they say, and now he's about to show him who's boss. And that's Abby Riz with a perfectly lopped-on nade.
Like, he didn't even get to see it. He's from the lower side of the hill. Great form of communication coming out of Team Bosskurr right now. And once again, 4 rivals down to 3 men.
That seems to be the theme of the curse, though.
Every Miramar match, right? It has to be Miramar and nowhere else.
They had one win condition. Keep the 4th guy alive, and they failed to do even so.
Yeah, Blanks now getting shot wide out in the open. He should have at least drove off. Just give him a little bit more time. Blank should not be hiding any further in there, but he couldn't really approach the dire situation as well. Look at that circle closing into Genexus once more. And there's no way to go. HYVE International, if they go further down, it's going to be Sam9 and as well as SMG's territory overall. Well, meanwhile, at least HomeBois are getting a better run over onto the eastern side.
So does Genexus. Well, I predicted Genexus to at least get the chicken dinner for the last map. Well, since this one is substituted with this final map, this could very well just prove me right.
Man, you're predicting the future, so I can fault you for that remake.
You could. I guess you could, as long as I'm proven right.
What did I predict it again?
Team Secret.
Oh, too bad. Oh, you rigged it. You rigged it for me, right? Okay, I see where we're going with this, but it's going to be MUGEN taking on to Team Hawk. Loses one member throughout. Nasty can be safe right here, right now. No problem whatsoever. And pow.
Pow. The sound of doom and freaking DVS.
Can you imagine like the world ends tomorrow and the sound sounds like DVS?
I would be deliberately afraid.
I'm sad. Like that flashes by so quickly, and like you don't even get to react and say goodbye to your loved ones. Worst way to go, but there's more to come here. Dingoz on the approach, attacking onto Team Hawk.
Well, they're gonna try. Team Hawk isn't really on fire these few days here. Eita Ate takes one out. That's Zali to fall on with. Secures the kill. Damas playing by the corner. He's got 4 eyes, but he's not the courage of a lion here. He will stay put for the time being, but Dingoz, they're just rushing into it.
Yeah.
I just got him out.
It's going to be a really tough scenario for Team Hawk, but they do get the drop onto Ate though, but blind sprays into the smoke. They will get it regardless. Team Hawk, no points this time around. Same closure for them, despite having another take. Wow, that's a huge grenade coming out of Farang Guerilla. And Bravo tries to lop another one onto 6, but look at the rest of HomeBois. They will take another one. Iron Pro couldn't even respond in time, hiding right behind. Happy now here to take one member out of Farang.
Well, one member out, but Farang, they are popping off just fine in this. After the remake, it seems like they stand a chance right now. I am up the aggression, but they will fall on. Molix lost in that trade there, trying to place the jiggle. Where was the support fire coming from the B line?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that 6 was actually hit right there, but only somehow survives.
Oh, they're going for the pickup too.
This is going to be a great recovery and response. HomeBois safe by the bell, I would say. Especially with 4 rivals also cleaning up the rest of the crew from the other side of the hill. It's going to be Axis this time. On the hill of their own. But look at Genexus. They're playing turret defense.
Well, you know what they say about first movers advantage. You have a head start for the rest of the pack here, and you can just make sure no one comes in to build a taller tower. Meanwhile, Funky 2, whoever it is, will be playing behind the rocks. He kind of does have eyes on where the members of HomeBois is, and they will blow up the cart in the time being, but that kind of reveals his location. It's Kiddo. Has got the correct general vicinity, but not specifically pinpointing his location. Meanwhile, GEEK Fam losing 2 members in this count. So despite the remake, they do get maybe 1 point if they can secure this one off. Micah
might be more.
Trying to play it a 1v1, but he loses the trade. Loses it. High. He's low, but still alive.
Dabber will also be compromised right here. Iman lost his helmet. Going in for the save. Team Bosskurr only left with 2 guys out there. 1 member left, and at least it's going to be High with that ample firepower that he has. He spots one out, not enough to trade right back. A grenade flies into his way. He'll be able to save Micah at the very least. What are they doing in the middle of the road?
Well, MUGEN finally trying to go in for some aggressive maneuvers here, already losing 3 in the process. Actually 2, but that 1 member in the back end, Nasty, is in nasty shape right now. Don't think he can come in to support his members who's right by the doorstep, and it seems like they're just going to pick them off one by one, and that is MUGEN out in 11th.
Now, 20 minutes of play, we already lost a lot of teams. 6 teams already out for the count. 5 kills and dominating. That's going to be some teams out there just out for blood. It's MAB that has been able to shred everybody else. Yuhai still struggling to stay alive. He doesn't really have all the right gears. His helmet, his vest, all torn up. But Yuhai still pushing on. There's still many of these teams left. Luyu finds another one in the form of Dingoz. Mel is already on his knees. Meanwhile, Kiddo dropping those frag grenades onto the entrance, but not going to be finding anything as of yet. Kiddo still trying to brute force his way against 4 rivals who has a 3 stack in there. Yuhai now cornering them over onto the shack. And this might just be their demise with 2 players pushing right in. It's going to be GEEK Fam that will step on them.
That looks familiar. They went against a shed earlier on. It was SMG, but they got punished this time round. They secured that kill, so 4 points to the side of GEEK already. But MAB, 5 kills alongside with 4 rivals also. 6 kills actually, leading the pack in terms of elimination points, right next to Dingoz. 4 rivals still in good shape. 3 members on the table. Sem9 as well, 3 members, so they do not have the 4th member's blessing in this match alone, and they're up against MAB, who's got a 5-kill streak.
Overall, looking extremely good for rivals as well as MAB. As we still have 7 teams on board, each with tremendous amount of kills, and surprisingly enough, it was Genexus that only walks away with 1. Although they were taking the prime stage. Here comes Yuhai, he gets the pick. Haven't even had that finishing touch. Couldn't really land it all too perfectly with the vehicle on board, but he's about to break it though. More damage is being done. Voki OP comes in. Now it's going to be an angle coming in from Jumper, but he will just leave them be. And take a look at the circle. GEEK Fam has it.
Well, GEEK Fam, this is definitely a turn of events for them. 4 rivals now under gunfire again. Jumper has gotten a little bit of sixth sense happening on the top side as 1 member of GEEK. Actually, 2 of them occupying the top hills, but they're making a rotation in with the buggy, with the car at the very least. If they can look to push on through, but they know that GEEK Fam, they watches the skies, and Sem9 not in a good position either. Could be sandwiched between 2, but GEEK Fam again. Get 4 rivals, but coming in, Sem9 with the flank shots here, gets DVD.
DVD still has 1 member to at least last out. Jumper gets picked on, 4 rivals! They get crushed. 6 elimination points, 7th place finish. Ooh, a huge marginal difference. And then it's gonna be Dingoz right down to the low, still being pummeled down, and GEEK Fam could not be stopped at all. 2 members versus so many other players right down the hills, and yet again, they press on the attack. Genexus steals 1 away, not really getting in the back though. Genexus only has that 1 pointer, still not matching up to the other numbers out there, even if they make it to the top 4.
2 against the world, man. GEEK Fam, this is an absolute comeback story from where they were in the first match. The first rendition of the last match here. Genexus securing yet again another kill for themselves. Most likely it was just a knock, not secured just yet. They will now eventually. View just peering down, seeing all these pickoffs, taking it fun for themselves. Sem9 in such a sticky situation. They will take out the people who was pressing them hard on top.
This could be MAB's chicken dinner as well. Just look at how well they are playing out over the hills that Genexus was dominating much early on. Once they've given up the hill, it doesn't seem like the advantage is there for Genexus anymore, even though they do have 3 members still left intact. And it's so hard for anybody to even find angles against MAB Esports. The only one that can do that right now is Sem9. But Sem9, they're too distracted by the fact that Genexus is still approaching. But the good news is now it's going to be a neutral state. That circle is in the middle of the hill, which not everybody gets access to.
Actually, hold that thought, because GEEK Fam can come in from the flank side of MAB. They were already trying to make advancements towards creeping in from the side, and I think Maki kind of have got an idea that they might do so, but GEEK...
Yuhai seal again?
Yeah, 10 steps ahead. He thinks he knows that MAB might expect it from the B-line, so he goes all the way on top, spraying down up to the likes of Sem9.
Gets 1.
Stopping them in the tracks here. They're going down. Oh, Yuhai has got to be careful with his discipline, though. He's over-peaking a little bit, taking a little bit more than he could chew. Thankfully, he does have some mad kits. 3 more in the bag to be exact.
They just,
Maika, LP, and Yuhai now.
They can even play it defensively and just get out with, like, without murder, but with a chicken there. Now, Genexus, they find it hard to even climb. Yuhai this time gets picked, but thankfully, Maika is going to be on the block. If they're trying to zone away the rest of Genexus, this top 4 finish here means a whole lot for all of these teams, but it's the chicken dinner that they're seeking after. Sem9 still wants it in the back, but they repeat it though. Maika gets picked on again.
Yeah, GEEK Fam, they really have to be careful about how much they peak themselves. It seems like they're just exposing bodies at that point. They do have got a good eyes onto the likes of MAB. Surely they've gotten an idea on where Sem9 is, and MAB. Genexus still playing within the shroud of shadows at this point. But Sem9 has got eyes on them, and it looks like they're down in the corner, but the raid was there. Cowboy.
How? He was under the vehicle. possible shots being landed. High punishes them. And that will be the rest of Sem9 taken out at 4th place. GEEK Fam, Genexus, MAB all stand an equal chance at this game.
I'd say it favors GEEK Fam so heavily. There's no way that any one of these teams are going to get the GEEK Fam unless they overpeak. They have to fight each other out.
They need specifically a buggy, and a buggy just doesn't pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, but they're not gonna. Yeah, exactly. So they're people down the foot.
There's a buggy for
they're playing for 2nd place. They're playing for 2nd place. There's just no way Genexus and MAB are looking to contest the likes of GEEK way on top.
Well, High, he's about to drop it to his brother.
Trajectory
Micah's
is
doing exactly
great.
the same. Oh boy, thankfully that went short.
Oh, but he does clip Iftar a little bit though. It didn't kill him that much, but now pops down to Molotov. They kind of have an idea. They can play the hills, but the circle did drift away from GEEK, but still they have eyes on the circle. So if they were to make a movement in it, GEEK Fam is just a spray away. They can spray them down.
Yeah, and it's just crazy how GEEK Fam, only left with 2 players, have done crazy measures to get to this point and redeem themselves with a possible chicken dinner, and now everybody right down below the hills are just struggling to make ends meet. They're just basically hugging until Kingdom comes.
This is by far one of the best comeback they've ever had in this today alone, right? They went out with 0 eliminations previously, and now they're back in. 2 members raking in 11 kills. And this is on top of the 35 points they got in their first Erangel map, I believe.
Oh boy. This Nexus getting picked on. Oh,
Micah!
And leap of faith coming in from Micah just to get so much closer. It could be a little bit of a risky move. Is he going to dive right in is the question. High is going to do exactly the same. He's going to dive directly down below. High, the only one left, but yet again, this is gonna end really badly. But here comes MAB to take out the rest of Genexus. They have to pull through, and it's gonna be the end of the rest of them. It's only gonna be Iftar versus High. He's taking a leap of faith. He gets the drop. 1 HP left between both Iftar as well as High. He comes in with a little bit of a wrap of his own. There's only bandages left for the side of High, and well, this is gonna end either really well or really bad. Smoke's coming in. He will come in. He doesn't need the jump. GEEK Fam, they will close it out with a chicken dinner.
My God, what a comeback coming up from this team. This duo itself, High, Micah, OP. We know that these two are one of the best pickup GEEK Fam has ever done for themselves in a single season. Coupled that with Damroot and an entire team who has been spectacularly performing. GEEK Fam, they're getting away with cold-blooded murder. First with the first match at a full 35 points and the 20 kills this time around. It's nothing shy of that. What an impressive feat.
Not only that, they climbed to the peak twice. They came back down, and taking that huge leap of faith could have thrown them that game.
Yeah, that
High,
that could have.
I don't think he even calculated that jump, and he just risked it. He could have just basically given that game over to MAB if it was 10 damage higher. I kid you not.
I mean, GEEK Fam's looking scary, man. I don't think there was a team who's performing at this standard way too consistently in Malaysia. I don't believe I've seen it. Right?
Not at all.
We've seen champions who
seasons ago, maybe.
Yeah, well, season ago, even so, it's like they pop off in the last week or whatnot. But the GEEK Fam, I don't think they're slowing down.
Not at all.
They've been consistent for at least 3 seasons now.
You can give them 100 games, they'll try to close every single one with the top 3, at the very least.
Oh my God, GEEK Fam. Ooh, that was a nice shot. I heard that
Perfect
one.
for the
Pop in the head. Bing goes the sound.
Yeah, a lot of things going on. Well, for Team Hawk, I think like this has to be their poor season overall. And I'm not too sure if they could actually bounce back up if they don't ramp up through this week, because there's only 2 more weeks to go. Not including this week.
It's funny because when I talked to Team Hawk, they were like saying, yeah, but we got a good start, but it's always the first week for us, and then the next week we always fall. And it's just like reflective of what they're saying, so they do recognize the trend.
I feel like all these sort of momentum, all these sort of placements that we're seeing, it's something that was not built upon faith, not even the week. So therefore, coming into this competition, we see the teams that are on top is there for a very good reason.
Which is great, right? Like the moment they change the format into a 5-day match count format instead of a super weekend kind of ordeal, you bring consistencies in as a factor, and now you see like teams who actually deserve the top spot. You see the same reoccurring names like GEEK Fam, 4Rivals, now Sem9, who's been spectacular.
Has jumped up.
Yeah. This one was scary. That jump was scary though. I thought for sure they were throwing the game there because he didn't kill anyone when he jumped down forward.
Yeah, and undoubtedly this still marks Yuhai as the best Malaysian PUBG Mobile player that have ever stepped into the game.
Who have ever played the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember even back when he was in Team Secret before transferring into Bigatron, sure, he's still tied to Bigatron because it's loaned to GEEK Fam right now. But coming back here and still proving a point, this shows how strong this player is playing for a team that is so renowned across the world back in Bigatron.
Look at that, 28 points. That's exactly Sem9's point.
Exactly. Oh, to rub salt in the wound.
Oh
the
my
great
God.
places, though. I don't think GEEK Fam has gotten themselves 11 pointers out there. Sem9 at least walks away with something, tying things up with DBD. Dingoz on 6 with 10 points out there. Genexus with 15. Huge improvement into the top 3. 21 for MAB. The rest, I won't say negligible, but that's harsh reality.
Yeah, I mean, that is what it is. And previously, it was HYVE who actually got the most valuable player. This time around goes to the side of Mika. So, GEEK Fam, it's all red across the board here. 7 eliminations, 1,262 damage, 45% team contribution. I mean, what do you expect? It's 2 members against the world. So, you could even argue that HYVE took in like 65%.
1,200 damage, and look at that, how the tables have turned in one fall swoop. Sem9 at least at second place, still a little bit of catching up to do. Genexus regains their tempo, this time pushing themselves back into at least a top 3 podium finish, while it's going to be Tabah NSEA with 50, 45 for MAB, 35 for DBD. And of course we have Yoodo Alliance this time sliding down into 7th place, but unfortunately for 4Rivals, they are at 8th, which is still great. It's a respectable run after all. 32 pointers out there tied with Yoodo Alliance. And of course, with Dingoz also coming in at 28 and 26, comes in for Crit VIP. That marks the top 10 of the standings.
I like how we try to soften the blow here. 4Rivals down in 8th, which is still not bad, but they were closer.
They were so much closer, indeed.
They were in like 4th place earlier
Right.
on, man, before this whole thing. Well, so that kind of stings a little bit, but man, all hats off to GEEK Fam. All odds were against them. I have to give them that. 2 members only left alive to play. HYVE actually clutched things out for his entire team. Got in with the res, made sure that Mika OP went online, and actually wiped out the team. I believe it was Bosskurr they were up against.
Yeah, and on top of it all, just look at how much you have grown so far, not only in terms of size and, of course, age, but like...
Oh, his size didn't change one bit.
His hair did, at the very least, right? But overall, just look at his growth. Back then, HYVE was, sure, he was basically a machine, just instructed to order things. But when it comes down to that 2-man scenario, you kind of know that that sort of experience and the frequency that he was working with Micah on, they really do go in tandem, especially, sure, whether he's IGL material or not, that is still yet to be told, but you know that he's so reliable to a point that it's just another fun day in the park.
I wouldn't call that a fun day. I think it was stressful. I'm
It was
pretty
stressful,
sure
not gonna lie.
he
That
was
was-
sweating when he pulled that clutch off.
Especially when bullets came flying in, he got knocked as well.
It's
Micah had to
twice,
save
right?
it.
And like when he lost his 2 members.
No, the
and
second
then-
time was on Micah. I did remember he did get knocked another time.
Yeah, no. So it was way before that when he
yeah.
first lost the 2 members, right? But it's okay. It's been a long day. Why don't we just watch the replay? So that was it. Congratulations, GEEK Fam. And, well, once again, you're watching the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. Did you like how it ended for the day? Did you not? Well, let us know down in the comments. Once again, my name is Keith. This is Contra. I think we're just going to call this evening quits, right?
I think so. Not too sure. So, of course, we'll just have to wait and see how everything goes about.
Yeah. So, if you whether like it or not, this is the way it is a rematch. So I understand. We apologize on that behalf. But we're gonna end the evening tonight. Tomorrow, more games to look out for. Once again, this is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Fall. I'll see you with Contra 6 p.m. onwards, tomorrow onwards, for the rest of the week. Bye-bye.